Then a being with white hair appeared, who was too fast for any soldier, attacking with his sword enveloped in a demonic aura, causing hundreds of detonating cuts. An overwhelming power. After such an explosion, he was breathless from such a fierce attack, looking tired when a woman blames him for why he had made that decision, how he had made a deal with the devil, had he betrayed them. Giving the name Knox von Reinhardt, he doesn't understand. Betrayal. He supposes that's what it would be for them, but he didn't betray them. Rather, they were the ones who betrayed him. The woman only screams at them to come to their senses, demanding to know since when he had been so broken. And we go back to the past, where an alert appears. He had completed the first part of Inner Lunatic, showing a young man who clearly doesn't leave the house. He feels it, believing that this time it wasn't so bad. Moreover, he had obtained many items, even discovering hidden quests. He was satisfied with his performance. The only thing that worried him was that he would die next month, remembering that 2 years ago a doctor asked him not to panic, telling him he had cancer and was a terminal patient, giving him 2 years to live, only able to give him medication to relieve his pain. And that's how he had lived until now, without the desire to do anything, only with medication that suppressed his pain. Looking around, he felt lost, and at that moment he started coughing up blood, believing he would really die soon. But resigned, he supposes he already knew, noting that only messages from hospitals arrived. No one ever asked him how he was. No one approached him after his memory loss. He also had no one to turn to, nor anywhere to go in the condition he was in. His whole life was misery. Everything had been taken from him. Why live? The only thing he could do was play the game Inner Lunatic, where he started a new game, choosing a new player type for variety, choosing the mana sensitivity skill, and prodigy of the sword and combat. Then an alert appears. If he chose 2 special traits, there would be a penalty, giving the trait terminal illness. He smiled. If he was a terminal patient, why wouldn't his character be? Pressing play, however, at that moment everything changed. His body had reacted differently. He sensed that his day of death had arrived sooner, feeling infernal pain, falling to the ground, believing he hadn't had a good life. Then a window opens, synchronizing his character with his person, giving a completed configuration. At that moment, a person with white hair wakes up, immediately recognizing the room. Seeing his reflection, he immediately understood that he had become his character, Knox Reinhardt, knowing that this being is from the 3rd family of the Dark Family's branch, which is deeply related to the worst organization in that world, the Lunatics. He is the youngest of the 5 brothers of the Reinhardt family. This family has had distinguished children in magic and swordsmanship for centuries, but Knox was the only one in the family who wasn't. That's why his whole family treated him with disdain for his lack of talent. Even in the game, he signs a contract with the devil to become stronger, and thus becomes the villain. Now the protagonist wonders if it was a dream, but then his stats appear, complaining in the game because they are very low, especially his stamina, which is only 2. This is due to his negative trait of terminal illness, which conditions his character, believing he made that character just to share his loneliness with at least one game. But now it seems he is in real trouble, and just then a message appears. It greets him by his real name. He doesn't understand how it knows the name his parents gave him that he doesn't even remember, wondering if perhaps he knows his past. Happily, he believes it's been a long time since he saw him. He had done very well these last 2 years. He deserved to be there, so he welcomes him back. The protagonist simply doesn't understand anything. Now known as Knox, he receives the message that his previous world was not real, which seems absurd to him, but the computer assures him that it wants to help him, although it cannot give him more details. The distressed protagonist tries to understand everything when the machine gives him an order: enroll in Illidan, a huge and prestigious academy, where he must cultivate his power while approaching the main story, where he promises he will find the truth. This upsets the protagonist, who tries to understand everything. Looking at his reflection and seeing in his face the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic, who will die after all. This will clearly happen if he follows the main story. However, if he assumes everything is real, it might be the only option to recover his memories. This way, he decides he will do it. He will reach the main story to search if there is a connection to his memories, and try to survive. Clenching his fist with determination, he affirms that he will be the greatest villain. Smiling at this change, remembering how a year ago, when his illness was detected, his life turned into a macabre countdown between medications and the constant fear of dying, and how now, in this new scenario, planted in a world he knows better than his own room, he decides to start his journey, first asking the system the date, marking February 4, 1812. Relieved to know the date, he is determined to avoid his death, confidently opening the doors to leave his room, when his negative attributes activated, leaving him with a strong pain from that simple movement. Finding his first problem in his fragile body, annoyed, he walks through the mansion carelessly, which leads him to collide with a young maid, whom he knocks down and causes her to break all the dishes. The girl, along with the other maids, are frightened by Knox's possible reaction to the collision, while he, in pain, looks at the maid on the floor, recognizing her by her features as Lorna. This sad girl, on her knees, hurries to apologize. Knox minimizes her, considering her just a simple extra character, and very gossipy, but surprised that a gossip has such a cute face. Now slipping into the villain role, Knox approaches her with a big smile, forgiving her and warning her not to let it happen again, scaring all the staff. With this, he understands that he is definitely in the villain role. The other servants comment that they are surprised to see him so early, and this confuses them even more when Knox affirms that he is going to the gym, and he will take Lorna with him, making the maid feel endangered. Along the way, she even thinks she will be hit with a wooden sword, while the protagonist's mind races about how he was always on the verge of death, and how now he has the possibility to survive, he must adapt to the situation, saying out loud that it's impossible, scaring the confused maid even more. The protagonist returns to his internal dialogue, remembering that he played the same game 27 times, so he knows all the hidden items. And he stops to open the skills window, recalling the game's large fandom, which is very loved for the large number of possible attribute combinations, among them the gifted or genius categories, which allow rapid advancement but are limited to one, since exceeding it will result in a penalty, just like him, who is a genius in martial arts, and mana detection, which increases his magical sensitivity, but he must deal with a penalty, a lifespan limited to 1 year, weakness that will make him faint frequently, slow attribute growth, and cold hands and feet. Lorna follows him closely while he analyzes how to solve all his problems, finally arriving at the gym, where he stops with a melancholic look, which is noticed by the maid. Finally, Knox, determined, opens the door with his first mission in mind, to free himself from the curse of weakness. Determined, he begins his training wielding his sword, but he collapses after performing less than 10 movements, giving in to weakness, resting for a while until he gets up to admire the good maintenance of the weapons from the floor. Weapons are fundamental to the Reinheffer family, represented by a silver shield, and the house is remembered by a phrase, the home of darkness and the sword, this due to its distinctive skill, vision swordsmanship, which grants the dark attribute to a sword to cut its enemies, as the famous Black Sword warrior did in the past. The supreme victor, whose sword is inherited by a selected member of the family from generation to generation. Although it is impossible for him to inherit it, so he prefers to think about his real advantage, money, since he comes from a family so rich that they don't care what the youngest son does, or spend the money. After all, his character is a spoiled child who always gets his way. So, determined, he gets up from the floor when the maid arrives to inform him that his request was ready. Approaching the wooden spa, the protagonist calls the girl, who fears being hit, but only receives a whisper in her ear. She reacts violently, since what he asks of her will cost a lot of money. The protagonist decides to convince her with a kind smile, followed by a verbal threat to make her obey, and she accepts and leaves frightened. Knox remains alone while pouring tea, thinking that if he achieves everything, he will manage to end his weakness. And yet he feels a presence behind him, who is called Lorx Knox. The protagonist recognizes him as Lord Rodwell of Inrannoch, the butler in charge of the house, who serves his father, the head of the family, Co von Reinheffer. This presence makes him nervous, causing him to tremble, while he tries to figure out how to handle the situation. Luckily, the butler is only there to deliver some news. He must attend the dinner tonight. This is not convenient for the protagonist, who, acting like a spoiled child, tries to get out of it. But the butler informs him that he has a guest, the young lady from the Stelliner family, who will attend for a lesson in chivalry. Therefore, his father will be angry if his youngest son does not show up. With no other option, he decides to go, yet the butler's gaze remains on him, affirming that he is acting very strangely. The confused protagonist asks why. Rodwell replies that it is because he had never shown interest in wielding his sword or training. The new Knox, acting coldly, warns him not to use that as an excuse to take him to his father, since they don't care what he does or doesn't do, and leaves. The butler apologizes, but he will remain suspicious. Thus, the protagonist returns to his room, still trembling, worried that they might discover the possession. But his biggest concern is the red-haired girl who is approaching, the glory of the Stelliners. A new problem, and these also increase due to his twin brothers, Hats and Alan, who are annoyed by the insolent arrival of their little brother. And they tease him with a rumor about having insulted a poor butler and a maid. Knox tries to keep his composure, although he feels guilty for the insults he didn't even utter. And everything is interrupted by the maid announcing the arrival of the other attendees, Theo his father. And behind him, Talia von Stalliner, a radiant and happy red-haired girl who enters. The father announces that he will have her as a guest, while she receives chivalry lessons. All this happens under Knox's gaze, who knows that woman will end up sticking a sword in his heart, thus introducing his antagonist in the game named Talia. Theo surprisingly watches with amazement as Knox presents himself at the banquet, which even catches the attention of the redhead, who also did not expect to see him there. Thus the banquet begins, which develops amidst glances between the twins and Knox, who tell their father that it is time to decide who will go to a Lydon academy. The father knew they were right, so he begins to think. Meanwhile, Knox recalls that the academy is the base of the game, whose plot revolves around cadets fighting demons. Therefore, Knox must enroll, and at the same time maintain the main story of the game. For this, he needs allies. Theo mentions that all noble families only have 3 spots in the academy, and his family had already used 2. So only 1 spot was left, which will be resolved with the classic family method. A combat. Knox includes himself to everyone's surprise. Seeing this, Theo arranges the combat in a month in the gym. The twins urge Knox to give up since with his condition, he is already defeated. The protagonist calmly and elegantly replies that this is a statement that could only be made if they managed to defeat him. All this while Bebek comes and loudly states that he will enter the academy. This awakens the surprise of his father, the fury of the twins, and the interest of Talia, who watches him with a big smile, which frightens the protagonist, as it was not convenient for him to be close to her. And so the night arrived, and Rodwell reports on Knox's sudden change. The boss reads it, believing that if he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it, even thinking that he might be possessed. However, even if that were the case, he was equally intrigued and decides to wait to see where this will take him. Meanwhile, Knox begins his preparation by running under the gaze and the opinions of all the service staff who do not have much faith in him. The protagonist did not understand why he heard such things if he did not have that power. But then he continues his training, managing to increase his resistance even though it only reaches 0.1. Worried, since his sword genius ability only activates with a resistance of 4, something somewhat difficult to achieve for a normal player. But for someone cursed like him, it was almost impossible. Besides, he had to do this in less than a month. That's why he must increase exponentially, which is very difficult because his curse limits his growth. But that's why he was determined to work twice as hard, running and running until he almost died, having to also deal with the little health his limited time left him. But he would worry about that another day. For now, he had to keep training. And so Lorna arrives with her order. The protagonist's happy and somewhat villainous attitude returns as he approaches the items the maid brought, which are mostly poisons, except for one, the growth scroll. The protagonist explains to the girl that although they are poisons, it all depends on how they are used, so he will demonstrate it to her, drinking the bottle of poison from the 3-headed snake, which alarms her. The slightly dizzy protagonist watches as his health increases while a countdown begins. Lorna, worried, wants to go get the butler, but Knox stops her, telling her to calm down while he devours the golem core as if it were an apple. This scares the maid even more. The core quickly takes effect, which pleases Knox, because thanks to this, the poisonous effects are counteracted, activating the hidden peace effect. The golem core increases its defense, petrifying the user in question. But when it is consumed along with the 3-headed snake poison, the latter is diluted, causing part of his weakness to disappear. continuing like this, experimenting in front of a worried maid who thinks her master is about to meet St. Peter. However, it is the opposite, and the protagonist begins to undress in front of her, who watches with narrowed eyes, Lorna with a reddened face. She watches as the protagonist, suggestively, pours the water from the fairy spring over himself, which also eliminates the effect of the golem core, achieving the hidden peace effect again. This leaves him with a smile of great satisfaction, especially when he obtains the growth benefit skill, which doubles the growth speed. Now all that remains is to use the resistance increase scroll, which also doubles the growth speed, managing to stop the curse for the moment. Now able to level up, Lorna, on the other hand, approaches, shouting, worried about him, since she thought his sensual posing before was because the poison was damaging his brain. A comment the protagonist lets go because he was happy about his achievement. The worried maid asks the protagonist what he will do now. He replies that he will run, so he begins his training again. Accompanied by his trusted maid, Talia and her wardrobe assistant, Emma, watch them from a distance. They observe him. The annoyed redhead watches Nox's training, considering him a weak inept who shouldn't have accepted the fight. Emma suggests she shouldn't insult him, as he is the son of the master of the house. Talia continues with her complaints, seeing how the protagonist just runs around like a fool without even training a little with the sword. Even though the house vassals offered to train him, she knows that only a sure beating awaits him. Without understanding her feelings or why she cares so much, she leaves cheerfully to present herself to Nox, who is resting on the ground, with his maid fainted behind him. There the redhead greets him with a big smile, while Nox, as coldly as possible, asks her what she was looking for. Talia, surprised by such coldness, assumes that perhaps her beauty made him nervous, which Nox simply ignores. The girl changes her attitude and very seriously tells him that if he doesn't train with the sword, he won't win the fight. So the redhead offers to help him defeat his older brothers. The protagonist coldly rejects her immediately and leaves, which leaves Talia furious at how he treated her, when she was only offering help, leaving with a push. While Lorna watches how her master is hated by women, Nox remains confused, while Lorna calls him scoundrel. And the protagonist decides to check Talia's stats, which are very good. She dominates the fire element, has a lot of charm with positive characteristics like the admiration of heroes, honesty, and is a genius with the sword. However, as a neutral characteristic, he has an undeveloped feeling of inferiority, although the protagonist does not pay attention to the latter, as he focuses only on the incredible resistance of 5, surpassing an ordinary adult man. Also, although she is not the strongest sword genius, she is among those who exceed the lower level. She also has the fire attribute, which in the future will evolve to create a powerful white flame, with which she will burn Nox, that is, the protagonist now alive. Unfortunately for him, she cannot be an ally, as she would alter the game's story too much, and it is better to keep a distance from the one who will kill him in the future. Meanwhile, Talia walks sadly down the hall, remembering how her teachers congratulated her on her rapid learning, being recognized as a talent worthy of her family. This brings her the memory of how she sees her older sister as someone superior to her skills. This fills her with sadness, so she grips her sword tightly, wondering if she can really be a worthy knight. In that world, being a knight means being austere, not suffering from greed, and sacrificing oneself for justice, in addition to learning many fencing techniques. With this in mind, she thinks about Nox again, who has no chance of defeating those who have trained for years. Thus, the training day arrives, where Nox and Alan are in the arena under the gaze of everyone, especially Priscilla, the twins' mother but not Nox's. Theo and Rodwell are also present, to whom Theo asks the difficult question of what he thinks about the duel. Rodwell replies that Alan will be the winner, surprised that Theo seems to think differently, since he knows that even if Nox behaves differently, to win he will need more practice and training. Without any of that, the only way he could win would be with such great natural talent that they doubt Nox possesses it, and anyone else in the world. As for Theo, he still had faith in him. After all, Nox comes from the Reinheffer family, and he trusts that he can have talent that rivals the great masters. Meanwhile, Nox recalls that the day before, despite all his effort, he only reached a resistance of 3.8, resting. His favorite maid expressed how tired she was of running with him, but the protagonist, with a big smile, felt it wasn't fun if he didn't do it with her, which makes the maid pout, and the training continued. But the protagonist's curiosity is so great that he decides to check Lorna's skills, who with the same training as him already has a resistance of 4.5, which makes Nox stop, annoyed by the genetic disadvantages of that family. Lorna reached him and indicated that he should rest, as the duel would be the next day. And so we return to the present, where Alan suggests his little brother give up, before he hits him so hard that it would impress Talia. The protagonist, looking at Alan, had a health of 8 and great interest in showing off. Understanding that he could not win with conventional methods, the moment becomes tense when the referee indicates that whoever loses must accept the result without dispute. If Nox lost, he would lose his last chance to recover his memories, and in just 1 year everything would end. Without further ado, the referee starts the fight. Nox launches himself forward, but when Alan receives him with a blow, Nox dodges by throwing himself to the ground. Then he blocks with a strong blow that makes him step back. His brother did not wait long to continue his attack, while Nox only blocked, thinking that he would lose everything if he failed, until his health increases by 0.1, with only 1 more to unlock his skill. Nox tells himself that he can do it. Alan looks at him as if he were crazy and decides to put him in his place, while Theo's first wife watches him calmly, assuring that Nox has no chance. This would guarantee that her son would be the one to go to the academy and become the head of the family in the future. Theo, for his part, feels disappointed by Nox's pathetic performance, and Rodwell suggests stopping the fight, or Nox will suffer too much damage. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains trapped, managing and recognizing that his brother has decent talent. But far behind the best, especially Germ, the master of the Black Sword, who makes his enemies so terrified that they surrender. Just as Thea gets up to stop the fight, Nox feels his health increase by another 0.1, running through his whole body. At that moment, his ability activates, and he smiles as sparks begin to emerge around him. Under his father's astonished gaze, Nox activates the Genius Time ability, which creates a gigantic shield of light that covers him like an aura. Everything around him moves slowly. Determined, he grips his sword, swinging it to disarm his brother, who cannot believe what is happening, while Nox, with a look of confidence, asserts that he will win the combat. The sword flew through the air. Alan held his injured wrist, watching Nox approach with a confident attitude, although deep down he knows he cannot be complacent, because the ability that gives him an advantage can only be used for 5 minutes, and he must finish the fight in that time, changing his attitude to a more arrogant one, telling his brother that he has been holding back until now. But he was already bored with the fight, so he invites them to a 2-on-1. This suits him, since if he doesn't defeat them in 5 minutes he will lose. And he does not formally request it from Theo to make it official. Rodwell and Talia do not understand what he is doing, while his father watches him, intrigued to see that he still has tricks up his sleeve, and decides to allow the 2-on-1. Despite his wife's complaints, the fight begins. Hats takes his sword and stands next to his brother Alan, angry at being humiliated in front of their father, determined to attack, while the protagonist waits for them with a big, confident smile. The twins launch themselves with a full attack, but Hats easily blocks them, while the brothers seem to want to coordinate to attack as a team. The protagonist moves quickly while dodging and blocking when he hears the system inform him that his dark sword ability has increased. Confidently, he performs a movement so fast that he disappears from the sight of the twins, who only feel a strong blow to their arms. Nox appears in the center of the battlefield smiling. To the surprise of all attendees, including Talia, the protagonist looks at his rivals again, encountering a completely different expression. Hesitant even, they begin to argue among themselves. Nox takes advantage of this to continue attacking, starting to make them retreat, thinking that although the fight is for an important objective, he hasn't stopped having fun. To the stunned gazes of everyone, one of the twins retreats, falling to the ground next to his brother, with both on the ground, with no possibility of getting up. Just then, the protagonist's ability ends, in time to confidently say that the fight is over, asking for the result, declaring him the winner. To the annoyance of the twins' mother, the brothers accept the result without options, as Theo and his son exchange looks of respect. This is how Nox, with a bow at the end, prepares to leave the arena, when a desperate Talai runs after him. Now out of everyone's sight, Nox is seen collapsing from exhaustion and coughing up blood from overusing his abilities, knowing that this ability was temporary. but at the same time it can cause him to lose life, specifically 2 days of life permanently, recognizing it as a good and bad buff. At least he is satisfied that the effect did not occur before because his academy admission would have been in danger. But Talia's voice is heard, approaching very worried, asking him if he was injured from the fight. He feels that his plan might be in danger, asking her not to say anything to his father. However, the girl genuinely congratulates him for winning that fight at a disadvantage with such a damaged body. Nervously, she affirms that she misunderstood, blushing and approaching while remembering how for a month she watched an inept practice with a wooden sword. And now seeing him win, she understands that he has a hidden talent and wants to know how to awaken it in herself too. However, seeing him after the combat, with his look of loneliness, she understands that Nox is not a good-for-nothing, but someone who truly strives to win. Now genuinely worried, Talia wants to understand him, but before she can touch him, Nox stops her hand with a sharp blow, shouting at her not to touch him. Joe John, the real Nox, admits in his mind that being a terminally ill person who is only obsessed with games, he is not very good at interacting with girls. And worse, with a character who will incinerate him in the future. But Talia is not offended. Rather, she is very sorry and apologizes. This surprises the protagonist, who hears her apologizing for finally understanding that the fact that he only did resistance exercises was to counteract his weakness of birth, and that's why he apologizes for thinking he acted like a useless person. The protagonist, confused, doesn't know how to respond, seeing her as a girl with the characteristic honesty of a knight, but with great pride which must make it difficult for her to admit her mistake. So he just asks her to keep the secret of the bleeding, to which she agrees, watching the protagonist leave, telling her it's a promise, leaving the girl blushing. Meanwhile, Theo is proud of his son's talent, talking to Rodwell, who is still confused about the beating he allowed himself to take at the beginning, but also believing that the ability with which he won would be enough to classify him among the best young sword masters. Theo nodded, assuming that Nox was still hiding things, and sent his butler to keep him under surveillance without intervening, thinking to himself if his son could be the next heir of the Black Sword. It is a title he hopes to find in the little time he has left, entrusting Rodwell with the mission to find out. Meanwhile, in his room, Nox sees that despite this world being real now, the game system is still the same, and he receives a reward for winning his first combat, 3 free points, which had been very useful for avoiding his month of training. But now he would need them not for stamina, but for luck, the only attribute that cannot be trained, and the most important one in the game. Then he decides it is time to try his luck. So in a kind of magical gacha, he decides to spin it, hoping that with his increased luck he gets an advanced ability, in the form of a scroll, which can be normal rank for lower skills, silver for intermediate level, gold for superior and even more advanced than that, an iridescent shade, wishing for an advanced level, or more, and his luck helps him, giving him a golden scroll that grants him the ability Supreme Sovereign's Awe, which causes enemies inferior to his stats to receive a 20% debuff with this new ability. All that remains is to decide what to use his single-use skill voucher for, thinking about saving it for the meeting of all the siblings of the family, thinking that the graduation from the Illidan Academy has surely already occurred, remembering Grion von Reinhafer, the second son of the family, who will also bring him trouble in his search for an important family heirloom. His only comfort is no longer having to worry about Talia, confident that she will not break her promise. And there was no reason for her to approach him, or at least that's what he thought for a couple of hours, until the girl appears in front of him again, confronting him this time to find out how he became so strong in such a short time. But Nox, not giving it importance, walks past her and tells her that he already saw her training in secret during that month. This embarrasses the girl, but she doesn't give up and insists that he teach her how to train. Seeing her insistence, Nox remembers something about Talia's character card. She wishes to be recognized by her sister, so he looks at her and tells her that before asking him that, she should think about how talented she is. Leaving her speechless, Nox, not knowing how to comfort someone, gives her a cheerful look and tells her that she shouldn't compare herself to others, leaving her blushing. As he walks, still nervous that Talia is following him, he realizes that it is not convenient for him that she see him in his search for the family peace. From afar, he sees his father with the whole family gathered in the stable, famous for raising the best horses. The father had gathered his children so they could choose their equine companion, who will accompany them forever. In that world, horses are considered sacred companions and are for life, apart from being necessary for riding classes at the academy. And for the final stretch of the game, which involves great wars, where a means of transport not as costly as teleportation magic will be essential, which makes everything seem unnecessarily realistic to him. Determined to choose the best horse, Nox is rewarded by his father for winning the duel, allowing him to choose first, entering the stable, seeing many beautiful horses, approaching a dark gray horse. His choice. This surprises everyone, even his father, who offers him another chance, implying that he might be making a mistake. But upon seeing the horse's stats, Nox realizes it has a high rank. The horse belongs to the obsidian category, which makes it extremely rare and an excellent choice even for his father. If it weren't for the fact that it has a negative trait called expected death, which only grants it 2 days of life. Even so, Nox decides to keep that horse, confident that his knowledge can save him. For Theo, it is a bad decision, assuming his son is projecting himself onto the horse, seeing it as a pathetic feeling and a disappointment, warning him that he hopes he doesn't regret it, and walking away, leaving the twins surprised that he is not staying to watch their choice. Rodwell tells Nox that he must name the horse, and he baptizes it Carl, the name he used when he was a player. They both end up in Nox's room, where they had to do something that no one else could see. Although looking into the horse's eyes, he remembers his own, with that spark that indicates the desire to live. So he begins his plan, calling Lorna, who is eavesdropping from outside the room. Entering somewhat clumsily, she ends up on the floor again, surprised to be caught. Nox only thinks about why the maid is always falling, but the important thing now is that he entrusts her with taking care of the horse, which annoys her because she is only in charge of cleaning the room. However, Nox convinces her, although in his mind he thinks that what he is about to do could be a shock to her, not knowing if she could handle it, since it seems she will grow fond of the horse. 3 days later, Lorna tearfully yells at Nox that Carl had died. The protagonist watches her calmly, and with some pity, remembering that the maid tried very hard to take care of the horse, feeling sorry for her, so he asks her to control herself as she is distracting him, but she insists that Carl had left them. Nox confidently assures her that he will bring him back, which makes Lorna think he is crazy again. He just tells her to stand behind him while he takes out a scroll into which he injects mana, creating a large purple rune on the floor. The rune goes out, and Lorna is surprised to see that he can use mana, thinking that perhaps what he is doing is illegal. Nox suggests she keep quiet if she wants to avoid Karn dying a second time because of her. The girl obeys while Nox concentrates, knowing that he has not yet unlocked his mana detection genius skill, but he remembers that what he is doing is indeed illegal, since it is forbidden for anyone under 15 years old to learn the use of mana, except for those of the imperial family, who are much more competent in magic due to the advantages of understanding the world from a very young age. As for Nox, he can inject as much mana as possible into the scroll, until he reaches a point where he injects his single-use skill bonus, activating his dark magic to use the skill from the Book of the Undead, Necronomicon. With this ability, he will be able to revive Kar, counting that in that world there are 2 classes of undead, those resurrected by dark magic or dark mana, and those who are resurrected and black, resurrecting as beings 1,000 times stronger. In any case, these will be loyal to their masters forever. The problem is that no one other than the dark family of mages, the Marvas, should be able to use skills to revive and control the undead. Although Nox's family is of the dark category, they can only be knights. So using one of these skills shouldn't be possible, but with his single-use bonus, Nox managed to use the Necronomicon, and thus the dark energies begin to envelop them both. Nox feels a lot of pressure, spitting blood from his mouth, which worries Lorna in the street. Since it's almost done, although his mana is running out, it seems he's going to give in, until after being enveloped by the shadows. Carl stands up, neighing loudly at the sight of Nox, who now sees him as a great imposing horse with a fiery mane. Successfully activating the skill, Lorna worriedly approaches, while Nox checks Carl's skills, seeing that his negative trait has disappeared. Satisfied, he tells the horse that he will be his master. At that moment, Lorna throws herself to hug them both, worried about Nox due to the reckless use of mana. And for Carl, who does not accept the scolding, thus starting an argument between the maid and the zombie horse. Now happy, the protagonist thinks about his next move, searching for the piece. So a few days later, in the dead of night, he decides to look for it. With his map, he easily finds a shining rock, to continue his way in search of a special piece of his family, which seems to be a ring, which will be useful for combating his time limit. So he continues his way to a place he fears entering, since theoretically, this is now his real world, and not a game. While reading the warning sign, he realizes that he is about to enter a cursed forest where he could die. The protagonist enters the forest of the missing girl, where he must clear everything or die. This is a forbidden place due to its dense fog, which can confuse anyone no matter how skilled they are, making everyone get lost as if they were children, but that is not the real difficulty. It is the monsters that present the greatest challenge. If an adult faces them, they will not get rewards and their difficulty will increase, making fighting them very complicated. The protagonist recognizes that in the game he died many times before figuring it out, rating it with 2 stars, and a half out of 5 in difficulty. In his past life, he really did it just to learn, without knowing what items were obtained in that scenario. Fortunately, he did, since it is perfect for combating his terminal illness. So he begins by lighting a huge torch that illuminates the ground and takes his first step. Follow the smoke, or rather the direction opposite to it. In this way, he starts searching in that direction, detecting something, to which he tells it to stop hiding. 10 seconds, a notice for people who are not subscribed. Subscribe, it's a small click that helps me a lot. Furthermore, from now on I will upload double the videos I normally make, so it is worth subscribing. And now, let's continue with the video. Receiving no response, he decides to attack with his pup, but we go back a bit earlier, with Talia still annoyed that her beauty had no effect on Nox, which has her very obsessed. Emma is very worried about this obsession, as she might also get a scolding. However, the redhead assures her that she will not lose her job, which does not reassure her at all. Emma then reflects that Talia is so respected that she could be the next matriarch of the family if it weren't for her sister's share. But that is no reason to be impatient, since she can do nothing else, and so she assumes that Talia gave up and went to sleep. However, when she gets to the room, she finds no one and trembles with fear, thinking she went after the protagonist. So she wakes up all the staff to look for her. Back in the forest, Nox stops before attacking, discovering who was following him, asking what she was doing there. But before she can answer, Nox stands in front of her to protect her from a huge gray wolf in a forest full of them. The redhead realizes this and only has a dagger to defend herself. These wolves do not notice him at first, as they only begin to communicate with each other. Nox lunges at the closest one, finishing it off easily, which surprises Talia. The very serious young man asks her why she followed him, since he assumed that if anyone did, it would be his siblings. The girl, still maintaining her innocent girl persona, suggests she was just taking a night stroll. With that answer, Nox, impatient, decides to leave her alone. Talia grabbed his arm, agitated, beginning to explain that she was thinking about how strong Nox had become. Suddenly, when she saw him, sneaking out of the mansion, and decided to follow him to that forest without thinking much. This relieves the protagonist, knowing 3 things: that Talia thinks well of him, that she doesn't want to kill him, and that she is a little girl who doesn't understand how dangerous it is to follow someone in the forest. With no other options, being a main character, he cannot leave her behind. So, using his arrogant attitude, he clarifies to Talia that he is not looking to help her, only wants to prevent his family's reputation from being damaged if something happens to her, leaving her embarrassed. Nox thinks that with that level of contempt, she will never be dangerous again, but she seems rather grateful. Surprising him, she is about to say something important when suddenly hundreds of wolves appear, interrupting the moment. Talia, frightened, clings tightly to the protagonist, whom she leaves because she knows she will be in the way when he fights. Thinking that even with that delay, he must continue his plan, aware that he has not yet entered the main story. So he is only in a prologue, where no final boss will appear, but an evolution of the elite wolf, although he admits that no matter how much he knows what is coming, that doesn't mean it will be easy. And the wolves charge against him, but they are met by the force of his sword, not backing down. Aware that they are not cornering him, cutting down a few, he can recall how when he was Joe Chan playing the game, he always told himself that he was a damned weakling. Meanwhile, Talia watches him with admiration, after seeing all the wolves he has defeated, assuming that he has not yet unleashed all his power, as in the gym fight, feeling that the protagonist sees her as a burden, since she can only keep the wolves away with fire. And the battle continues with the arrival of the elite gray wolf. Back on the outskirts of the forest, a group is searching for the children, finding their tracks heading into the forest. The staff are very worried that they have actually decided to enter, especially Emma, who wants to enter immediately for Talia. But Rodwell stops her, since that is a forest that not even the Reinheffer family has cleared yet. The butler acknowledges that being one of the strongest dark families in the South, admitting that they cannot clear a forest is synonymous with incompetence, which is why they have never announced it. Furthermore, the fact that only children can enter and clear the forest has also not been announced to the townspeople. He doesn't understand why Knox entered the forest, as he doesn't think he was drawn in by a mind-controlling monster, nor by another person who crossed the barrier. And with the caution with which he seems to have entered, he concludes that he entered intentionally. Rodwell must then admit that Knox is no longer the fragile master he was, accepting that the only way they will get out of there is if the young master uses all his wisdom. At this, Emma falls to her knees crying, thinking that she was the one who caused Talia's death. Meanwhile, Talia remained in the forest, now drawing her dagger to defend herself. Knox, at least seeing her concentrated, is calm, warning her not to attack unless necessary. However, the protagonist only thinks that Talia could be useful, as finishing off a gray wolf is not that complicated, and she has learned to defend herself well. Despite this, he cannot count on her to cover his back, therefore, he must clear the area quickly, activating his Genius Hour ability. But a wolf wastes no time and runs straight towards him, surprising the protagonist, who receives it with a direct cut. This makes the wolves stop, until the elite wolf sends more of its troops to surround the protagonist, who begins to cut them down with great ease. However, one passes through his blind spot and runs straight towards his back. With no possibility of reacting, Knox only sees a dagger pierce the wolf at the last second. It was Talia, who shouted at him to be careful. Up in the tree, she recalls Knox's words when he told her to flee if the situation became dangerous, something she bravely did not want to do, surprising the protagonist. He looks at her while she asks him if he was okay. Still in a state of shock from having received help, the protagonist watches her until he senses an enemy, and he finishes it with a single move, knowing he cannot let his guard down, so he affirms to Talia that he was fine, which makes her feel relieved. He thinks he has shown his most pathetic side and tries to stay focused, but his hands start to tremble. The death booth is arriving, and he still has to deal with the elite wolf. It approaches closer and closer, stalking its prey, until looking directly at him, it launches itself at full speed. The protagonist waits for it head-on, when the wolf changes direction at the last second, and passes by his side, making a cut on his arm before hiding in the density of the forest. Talia gets worried, and Knox is also very worried, thinking that this is much more complicated than in the game, with a cunning wolf that took him by surprise, since the elite wolf not only controls the others, but also takes advantage of the terrain's advantages. So now he must get serious, predicting the wolf's movement and throwing a blow. However, the wolf easily dodges it, noticing that it was a trap to create an opening. Now he was unbalanced, added to the fact that his body causes him so much pain that he spits blood due to the exertion. With no possibility of reacting, he sees the wolf's large fangs approaching him, thinking about how he became overconfident. Too much for having played the game so many times before, believing he could handle anything they threw at him, which was a very foolish idea for someone like him. Luckily, before the wolf devours his face, a dagger is lodged in its eye. Knox, surprised, notices how thanks to Talia an opening has been created, so he lunges through the elite canine, killing it. With no strength left, Knox is unable to pull his sword out of the wolf, falling exhausted to the ground, spitting blood before a worried Talia, who quickly jumps down from the tree to help him. He looks at her with a smile and begins to thank her for helping him survive, but cuts off half his sentence when he remembers that she will end up exterminating him in the future. So he reverts to his cold attitude. She, with tears in her eyes, insists on asking him if he is okay with his injury. Hearing that he was fine, Talia feels more relieved, until she feels something on her arm. A spider, which she seems to have a great phobia of, screaming loudly. The protagonist becomes alert, thinking another monster has appeared, but only sees Thalia throw herself into his arms. Thalia, very frightened, says there is a spider clinging even more to her. Uncomfortable Nox, surprised by her terror of spiders, wonders why she followed him into the forest if she fears something so small, so he gets rid of her, and tells the redhead that she has little faith in him as a knight. This makes Thalia pout, and she pushes him, and when Thalia regains her composure, the protagonist coughs up blood again. Nox pretends to be fine, since he couldn't tell her, but he was very grateful for helping him survive. As he recovers, he tells her they must leave the forest, which is starting to light up. Outside, Emma continues to cry for Thalia, and Rodwell is also very worried about the problems this will cause between the families. Added to the bad reputation he already has for not being able to clear that forest before. But everyone is surprised when the fog in the forest begins to disperse. In the midst of this, a gigantic wave of shining mana rises before everyone present, indicating that the forest has been cleared. To everyone's surprise, Nox and Thalia emerge from the forest. Rodwell sees them smiling, as he has confirmed that the hierarchy in the lineage has just changed in favor of the protagonist, who just sees the entire cavalry, thinking that they were truly worried about Thalia, who quickly receives a strong hug from Emma. Rodwell also approaches to tell her that his family is also very worried, which makes him think that the Dark family is softening if they worry about a useless person like him. Emma continues to cry in Thalia's arms until her attitude changes from worry to anger, lifting her with one hand to tell her that her father will reprimand her, reminding her of the family rules. Nox from a distance notices the great strength of that maid, recalling the absent-minded Lorna. Emma tells him that her father will give her the reprimand, and then thanks Nox for taking care of Thalia, who affirms that he wasn't trying to take care of her, which makes Thalia feel like a burden, until the protagonist assures her that she had taken very good care of herself. Then the protagonist rests for what happened, then moves on to what is important, the hidden piece, an accessory he earned by clearing the forest. This ring increases his resistance and mana with a great special effect, which grants him part of the life force of the enemies he defeats, this amount being greater depending on the enemy's rank. With this, he plans to extend his life, although it won't be for long, as he will barely be able to steal small amounts of energy, making it difficult to overcome the illness. But he is relieved to at least have a minimum of hope to keep fighting. And when he puts it on his hand, he calls Lorna, who is spying on him outside the room. She enters clumsily as always, thinking the protagonist can see through walls, and seeing her disbelief, he smacks her. And now, he wanted them to have a pulse check. She accepts, even betting her salary reduction. The maid calmly prepares, but is easily defeated, so she enters a desperate mode where her salary is not reduced. But since Lorna is very fond of gossip, and the protagonist's reputation is not very noble, he doesn't care about those things. Smiling, he gloats over his victory until Karma charges him for the activation of his negative trait, causing her a wrist fracture and the flu. With this, he changes his mind about Lorna's salary and rather asks her for some ice. She immediately notices that Nox is sick, but he tells her he just needs to rest. Meanwhile, something from within the system appears, observing him, knowing his true identity. And so 6 months pass, with Carl and the ring in his possession, both hidden pieces he hasn't even been able to use. Because he is being punished, the punishment is unfair according to him, because clearing the forest should have resulted in a reward. Even Lorna agreed, but she couldn't say anything against the patriarch because of her salary. Nox explains that he is the one who controls her salary, while the maid complains. Nox feels time passing, and with the announcement of the few days he has, he decides to go talk to his father, just as Rodwell arrives to inform him that Theo is looking for him. And we see a flashback of Theo when he was young, standing on a battlefield where a great massacre occurred. As hundreds of flying demons approached, the patriarch furiously used his dark sword to attack. The disastrous day is recognized by Theo, who seems to be sinking into darkness, until he opens his eyes, remembering that one of these days, one of his sons will have to learn to use the black sword, and it needs to be someone of pure talent. It must be soon, because that person will also have to be sent to the other world. But these thoughts are interrupted by his butler, who informs him that Nox will arrive soon. The patriarch gets annoyed by the delay, thinking about his son's feat of clearing the forest, something even he couldn't figure out how to do. That's why he deserved a reward. But the vassals had objected, ordering an investigation into Nox, which confirms that he was the one who cleared the forest. Just after, Nox arrives greeting respectfully. The patriarch, without wasting time, tells him that his actions were not correct. However, it is his duty to reward those who deserve it. So the reward will be a request. Nox, confused, having never seen Theodore give a reward, is afraid it is a trap. He clarifies that he can make him one request, whatever it may be, although if it is something too exaggerated, he will reconsider his offer. Nox affirms that he will not ask for anything strange, but that he must think about it. Theo agreed, letting him go. The next day at the mansion gate, Talia says goodbye to Nox, telling him she will see him again at the academy. He tries to ignore her. Talia repeats her words, continuing with the same game, until Rodwell tells her that she must answer the lady. Nox, instead of responding kindly, tells her that he will only see her if she becomes a complete knight, ceasing to be afraid of spiders. Talia only hit him. Annoyed, she assures him that she will see him again, as a complete knight, telling him to prepare himself, to which the protagonist understands as a death threat, until Malo interrupts to thank him for saving Talia. Nox, still with his cold attitude, affirms that he never intended to save her, and that they should leave at once. As the carriage moves away, Nox seems to feel some nostalgia, feeling that he is starting to like his new life, which immediately reminds him that he only has 146 days to live it, having no time to rest. Days later, Lorna tells Nox that he must hire new staff, just as Rodwell arrives to introduce him to an assistant sent from a Lydon Academy for the protagonist. This will be his exclusive maid, Lavilla. The protagonist recognizes her upon seeing her file, and she had good statistics, being a support genius. The negative part is that she is an expert liar and two-faced, and a spy whose current occupation is to keep the protagonist monitored under his father's orders. He then thought that he only had 140 days to live. Time seems to be moving very fast, although he has managed to improve his stats. He is now very close to entering the academy, while Lorna fixes his clothes, asking him if he is nervous about his school life. He only thinks that he is happy, because that way he will leave her in peace. Lorna pretends to cry, saying she will miss him, but she gets happy when he tells her he won't touch her salary, which annoys him. However, he doesn't have time to intimidate her, since if he doesn't raise his stats, he won't survive in the academy. Reflecting on the thought that he will meet the best cadets in the country and must survive to advance to the next point in the story, and try at the same time to maintain his role as a villain. After seeing Lavilla's arrival, he knows that he will now be watched by her. Nox recalls how Theo reached such heights not only through his mastery of the sword, but also through his ability to distrust everyone. And we see Lavilla prostrated before an imposing patriarch, who tells her that he has high expectations for her mission. She will position herself very well in her family's line of succession. Lavilla swears to help Nox with all her heart, but upon perceiving Theo's aura, she notices that he doesn't want her to help him, but rather to watch him and report all his movements. And so Lavilla remembers how Theo made it clear to her not to forget who her true master is. Once out of the room, Lavilla tries to calm down, while observing a locket that seems to contain a picture of a couple, and she promises herself not to waver while Nox rests, aware that he has a spy nearby, and that Theo seems to suspect that he might be the victim of possession, something common in that world. Furthermore, he knows that the original story is Baal, the first demon, who actually possesses Nox's body, knowing that the problem is Lavia, who is not an important character for the main story, but she does have a sad story behind her. Originally, she was the next head of her family, until her parents were eliminated by her uncle, which made her lose her place in the succession and have to escape as a maid for the Rheinheffers. Lavia seems nice and cheerful on the outside, but rotten on the inside and on the verge of becoming a broken character, who only makes one important decision before the main story begins, taking her own life. This puts the protagonist in a dilemma, thinking if it is really convenient not to alter the main story, saving a character who is supposed to die, and worse still, if this could put the noose around his neck. The next day, Nox makes a decision and takes his two maids to hunt monsters in the territory. Lorna tries to get out of it by pretending to be sick. Lavilla accepts immediately. Lorna tries to convince her not to obey. In that way, but Ladilla seems calm, although Nox knows that it is normal for a maid to be scared when hunting monsters, and he realized that it was a ridiculous request, and even though Ladilla's hands were trembling, She accepted immediately. The protagonist decides to play a little with Lorna, telling her that she won't be able to get away by claiming illnesses, or he will deduct part of her salary. Lorna, with no other option, asks tearfully if he needs a bow or a sword. Knox smiles, his joy being interrupted by the blonde, who asks him if she can inform Rodwell about their trip. Knox has no choice but to agree, since his priority now is to increase his life expectancy, and so they set off on the adventure. And so a few days passed in the previous forest, which was now a normal forest. Knox was in charge of eliminating the creatures in the area, finishing off all of them. After a considerable hunt, he managed to extend his life by at least 2 hours, feeling that it was working. However, Lavilla interrupts him, offering him water and asking if he is not tired after an hour of it. This disappoints him, since taking so long and not activating his ability, he only gained 1 more hour of life, adding to the problem the limited number of opponents there are. During his day's hunting, he has finished off all the wolves, whose bodies are in the wagon as he walks. With this in mind, he feels his plan is failing, thinking that it is bad not to have monsters, which surprises the maids who see him as someone a bit strange. With no other option, he decides to return to the mansion. Lavilla, very proactive, tells him she will prepare his bath. He thanks her, and she smiles. At this, Lorna tries to be proactive, but the protagonist is not interested, focusing on Lavilla and asking her a very simple question. Who did she serve? This leaves her frozen, not knowing how to answer. So Knox is clear, no matter how big and beautiful a sword is, if he cannot use it, he will not hesitate to discard it. With the maid's hesitation, he knows the answer. She tries to explain, but he no longer has any more questions, happy that at least she did not lie to him. Ladilla does not stop trembling, but affirms that she does not care who she serves. She will continue to see him as one of her own, and she will offer him help if he needs it, leaving a maid stunned and kneeling on the floor. With the arrival of night in the maid's room, Lorna complains about her master. Ladilla goes along with it, thinking that since she has been with the family, she has heard about Knox's change, not understanding how someone could change in such a short time. Surprised by his achievements in climbing his position in the family, unlike her, who was sent to the bottom despite being the legitimate successor, tightly clutching her locket, she reflects on what Knox told her, although she doesn't understand what he meant, believing that she is also not worthy of serving that family. And with hers looking for her to finish destroying her, she knows she will soon be dismissed. Despite all that, she does not drop her cheerful facade and enters where all the staff are, who seem to be aware of her situation, remaining firm. She feels the contempt in everyone's gazes until Lorna arrives, as always scandalously. To look for her, she thinks that Lorna either doesn't know her situation or doesn't care. Whatever the case, the scandalous maid is making a mistake by acting like this with her. Lorna doesn't seem to care, as she takes her by the hand and starts leading her away. The blonde maid follows her with a slight smile, and with a dull look, thinking that both Lorna and Knox are just doing foolish things. The protagonist reads the letter from his room, in which Lavilla's father is accused of many crimes that he knows are false, a letter that Theo has surely already received. With this in mind, he is aware that even if he wanted to, he cannot help, as this could cause a butterfly effect on the rest of the game. Sometime later, Lorna and Lavilla, hidden in the bushes, watch Knox hunt the wolves. Lorna is the one who notices that her master has changed a lot since that day, showing a total lack of mercy, which worries Lavilla. On the other hand, Knox is worried, since despite having eliminated many monsters, the area's random boss has still not appeared, which only appears when few monsters are left, and he needs to face it to raise his stats, thinking that once again it doesn't appear, until something passes at full speed, which is just what he expected. A large elite hornet, which seems fast to him, but nothing he cannot handle, starting to fight the creature, which makes him retreat. Knox, confident, waits for the next attack. Before the impact lands, Lavilla intercepts the giant hornet with her body, being seriously wounded before the protagonist's stunned gaze, who doesn't understand why she intervened with a blow that really wouldn't have hit him, deciding to run towards her, admiring her bravery, since few people would jump headfirst at a monster to save another, knowing that he must return to the mansion. Meanwhile, Lavilla lies on the ground, with a large wound in her chest, thinking that Knox's concern is a lie, knowing that she is just another person trying to take advantage of her. However, she is confused because Knox's voice has a tone broken by anger. Meanwhile, Theo finishes reading the letter about La Villa's father's crimes, information that Rodwell confirms. The patriarch thinks that since his goal with the blonde maid was always to take control of the La Villa family thanks to her, however, his peace is about to be expelled as the letter implies, stripping her of all rights as a descendant of the direct line, which thwarts his plan. So now he argues with Rodwell about what they should do with her. He suggests that putting a maid without a family next to Knox at the academy would bring them a bad reputation. And right at that moment, they are interrupted by a servant who reports that Knox returned with a maid in critical condition due to an injury and poisoning, for which the protagonist used a very expensive antidote without permission. Rodwell thinks it's the mandrake potion, which is indeed very expensive, which makes Theo think that his son has grown fond of the maid, worrying about what those feelings might bring. Meanwhile, she, with blurry vision, begins to wake up, strongly hearing the screams and cries of Lorna, who is by her side very worried. The blonde maid, still confused, asks about Knox and remembers when she was injured. Lorna explains that they took her there, and Knox used a very good antidote on her, although she doesn't even know how to pronounce which one it was. But he even argued and threatened the doctor for it, thinking that his master still has a very good side. She is confused and wonders why he would do something like that for her if he was only using her. So she gets up to look for him, but Lorna was in charge of taking care of her, so she asks her to rest. She doesn't, instead she gets up and takes out her suitcase to start packing, thinking that she doesn't deserve to be anywhere, taking out the photos of her parents from her locket, leaving this next to a letter for Knox thanking him for saving her and paying him for the antidote he used, while secretly trying to flee when she runs into the protagonist who asks her where she was going. Here we go back a bit in Knox's argument with the doctor, who cannot use the antidote without the patriarch's permission. So Knox tells him to administer it and that he will take care of Theo, and thus they gave him the antidote. And Knox leaves, being watched by Lorna, who is very surprised. She receives the order to inform him immediately when the blonde maid wakes up. Upon meeting Theo, he knows that Knox is there for the maid. The protagonist prepares for the conversation, activating his master of acting ability and using his eloquence to ask for the wish he granted him before. And Theo decides to accept his request. Knox, somewhat agitated by the effect of his fading ability, asks his father more personally to stop playing with his mind. And we return to the present. He insists on knowing where she was going. She, trembling, thanks him for what he did, but says she has to leave. He insists on knowing why she wants to leave that place. The blonde confesses that from the beginning the patriarch ordered him to be watched, so she deceived him. Starting to cry, the protagonist doesn't even flinch. She repeats agitatedly that she deceived him. In this agitated state, Knox recognizes Ladilla's true personality, a girl who doesn't want to give up, even in dark times, so he tells her that deception is very normal in that place, reprimanding her for committing a great offense against him. And now she wants to leave without paying him. She doesn't understand, so the protagonist explains that she will stay there even without a surname, since he is not interested in her family, but in her talents, expressing that he wants her to assist him until she pays for her deception. She feels great relief, illuminated by a light, and bursts into tears, understanding her master and agreeing to stay with him until the end. She remembers his previous question about who she will serve. Returning to the protagonist, with a big smile and eyes full of tears, he knew who he really served. And Knox smiles and says he already knew. The next day, Lorna is, as always, gossiping about the protagonist, when Knox arrives to tell her to at least say it behind his back. Seeing herself caught, she decides to focus on Labilla, telling her to rest while she runs off to wash the clothes. Knox thinks about how troublesome Lorna is, then talks to her and tells her that in just 2 months they will go to Illidan. She affirms that she has all the preparations ready, while her master notices that the maid no longer strives to smile, because she got tired of it. This way he trusts that even if they are under pressure back to back with each other, they will not betray each other, giving each other a sincere smile. Although Ludilla is not very calm due to the new rumors about Knox, he worries because that means they are worse than the ones that already existed, something he thought was impossible. The maid tells him that some people think he kept her as a maid because he likes her. The protagonist is relieved to hear that it is only that, since he doesn't consider it serious, but apologizes for involving her. She affirms that she only told him because it might make him uncomfortable. He is very calm because, with a reputation as an idiot, spoiled, and incompetent, no other rumor could affect him. And he tries to minimize another rumor. He threatens to fire her if she isn't sincere, so she reveals her biggest rumor, which is that he is a pervert, which does end up embarrassing Knox. Despite these rumors, Knox thinks his reputation is improving, going from being useless to a capable, spoiled brat, which is not convenient for him as the game's villain, who must make the protagonist shine, so he must stick to his plan. After putting the rumors aside, he asks her for help studying magic before entering the academy. This shocks her, as she knows it is illegal. However, she decides to accept it, upon seeing her master's brazen and carefree attitude, for which she will look for books for him to study, cheering Knox up, who is quickly distracted by the commotion outside the house, as the servants rush with preparations for the welcome of the family's second son. Grind, an event of utmost importance for the protagonist, which he plans to use to prolong his life, informing his maid that he is going on a distant mission, which makes her look worried. Then we move to dinner where Theo and Grain are talking. Knox is also present, who, looking at his brother's skill sheet, he notes the skill-effective tension, quick and meticulous thinking, in addition to his negative traits such as lust, materialism, hypocrisy, contemptuousness, and opportunistic aristocrat. Knox sees him as someone with a good facade, but also a terrible person, since his negative attitudes overshadowed him. But knowing that he must be careful of his political, social, and gambling skills, since these were what allowed him to graduate from the academy easily, a place where very few enter and only half graduate. While Theo was talking to Grine about his trip to Chathers, the older brother confirms that he was assigned a monster hunting mission in the neutral zone territory, on the border of Tahallan, an undeveloped desert used as a border, which, besides being barren, is a place plagued with monsters. And that is how Grain received the mission from the Archeheim Empire to become a knight. He was supposed to have a monster ally in the area, a dangerous mission for Grain, but it seemed easy for him. Theo, on the other hand, is worried, but only about ensuring he doesn't fail so as not to tarnish the family name. Knox sits observing everything, remembering that this mission is vital for the story, being a side story that connects with several plot lines, in which he decides to intervene, standing up to ask his older brother to go with him. Graham explains to him that there will be monsters and bandits, but he doesn't seem interested, to which the older brother, surprised, tells Knox what he has heard about him lately. This alerts the protagonist, who must be careful with his precise tension ability, which allows him to recognize people's intentions, thus beginning an interrogation about Knox's achievements since his victory over the twins, how he cleaned the forest with Talia, and harboring a maid without a family. To all this, Knox only nods with a big smile. Theo ends the discussion when he strongly interrupts to order Grain to take Knox on his mission, this being an order, affirming that he will give him everything necessary for the mission. This makes Knox uneasy, who suspects that his father is plotting something. Grain interrupts his thought, ready to attack him, when he accidentally appears spilling wine on Knox's jacket. This makes Grain release him, causing the protagonist to go to his room. And when he leaves, he tells his brother that he will see him in 3 days for the mission, managing to get out of that trouble. The protagonist thanks the maid, who only acknowledges that her boss is good at getting into trouble, expressing her concern for his mission. The protagonist tells her not to worry, but the one who is very worried is Lorna. She greets Knox with a loud shout about the mission. He remains calm, but the maids join in their concern, given that Chatter is a place full of monsters and bandits, which the protagonist celebrates internally, as he will manage to extend his life, although he maintains that calm attitude on the outside. Affirming that he will go alone, the blonde interrupts him, telling him that as his exclusive maid she must ensure that he is safe. So she will go. She didn't care if she could get hurt, since she knows she must take care of Knox, who should be very sick. With this, a bombardment begins that makes him feel useless, reminding him how weak he is, forgetful, and apparently not very good at keeping his own clean. All those small things he forgot when playing because they weren't part of the gameplay, plus the fact that if he died, the blonde maid would be in danger. So he accepts with one condition, that she learn to use the sword. She accepts. He also recognized that he was already close to the horse, which annoys Lorna, asking how he got close. She had used her salary share to earn its affection with sugar cubes. First level. With this, Lorna considers the horse an interested beast, just like its owner, who gives her a flick on the ear, before indicating that she will indeed stay. And right then, he is interrupted by Rodwell, who informs him that Theo sent him a book. Knox decides to go see him, believing that Theo was plotting something. Once there, the Arcanofather hands him a sword, which he doesn't know if Knox will really be able to lift. When he sees it, he is surprised because it is the first sword of the family leader, an item that had never appeared in the game before. Since he never found it in his 25 virtual crusades, this makes him doubt, confused, and undecided about whether he should take it. Theo notices and explains that he has before him the sword that the first leader wielded his entire life. The confused protagonist asks what kind of test this is. This is simply lifting the sword. The protagonist accepts, gripping it immediately. Then the sword begins to absorb his pure magic, changing color and turning into a black sword, exactly what Theo wanted to happen, since this absorbs the wielder's magical powers and multiplies them to make him much stronger with the sword. With this, Knox understands that it is a difficult sword to use, but at that moment, his eyes open in surprise upon receiving a warning. This indicated that his magic was overcharging, so quickly that even his ability has started to go crazy. This way he knows something bad will happen if his magic runs out. But Theo tells him that if he wants to receive that sword, he must hold it for at least 10 minutes, indicating that the sword is called Stormbringer. The sword continues to absorb his power at the same time. The system tells him that the sword's attributes highlight that it absorbs the wielder's magic and enhances it, and that it can absorb mana from defeated enemies, and Knox's magic runs out. In compensation, it begins to absorb his vitality and strength, decreasing his life expectancy every second. This fills him with fear, wanting to let go of the sword so as not to die. However, his hands do not respond. Knox curses Theo, who continued to observe him with a severe look, thinking that sword leads its wielders to destruction. In exchange for power equivalent to that pain, the sword of the first patriarch who founded the family has not found among his descendants someone who could wield it since then. Most users had collapsed just by touching it, even he only lasted an hour using it. With this, he knows that if Knox resists the 10 minutes he can have it, risking the useless member of the family using it, accepting that Knox has grown, and he could have as much talent as the 3 sword emperors, confident that he could be the next patriarch, and the one in charge of ending his life. Seeing Knox with a look of hatred and exhaustion drive the sword into the ground without energy, Theo feels satisfied, recognizing the protagonist's power and confirming that the sword is now his. Knox, for his part, is weakened and annoyed by losing more days of his life. Luckily, the 3 days pass quickly, and his journey to Chatter begins in the middle of a caravan of knights led by Grain, riding alongside La Villa, who seems happy to carry all her luggage in a subspace bag that she gifted to her father. And she also carried the sword there, and she also observed Grain, who is carrying several items from Theo, which she assumes are his payment for escorting her. The caravan stops when discussions begin between the guides, who seem to be lost. Grain arrives with them, annoyed because he specifically hired Knight Ron to guide them. This one seems to confirm that they are lost. Knox notices this and approaches with a big smile of confidence and offers to find the way. Grain clearly doesn't believe him capable, since he has never left the mansion. But he knows that if he makes a mistake, he will feel humiliated. So he lets him try. Later, already settled in the camp, Grain yells at his guides for having been defeated by a child who has never left home, not understanding how he did it. His shouts echoed throughout the camp, reaching Knox's ears, who calmly thinks it was easy for him to find his way, since he knew it by heart from the game. Although for the blonde girl, Knox's explanation is that he followed the trail of the hooting monster, whose habitat is in the south. The maid fears if it is dangerous to be near a being that is half owl and half bear. But as long as there is fire, everything will be fine, affirmed the protagonist. Later, many in the squad begin to state that the younger brother is surpassing the older one. Grine, upon hearing this, speaks with his butler Charles. With him, he plans a scheme to test Knox's strength. For this, his butler takes out a mysterious bag, which he affirms will make the protagonist have a very long night. And so these two go to sleep in their tent. Although Knox doesn't sleep but waits seated with the sword, listening to the sounds of the forest, thinking it was time, leaving the blonde there. And when he goes out, he finds 4 male ogres and easily notices that in the tent, there are female ogre pheromones mixed with dirt, which attracted the ogres. For his brother, these would be intimidating monsters, but for him, they are just mere life points. Preparing for the attack while charging his dark sword, which seems to react very well, the ogres rush at him, and he, with great speed, jumps to attack from the sky, finishing off one of the ogres. The others rush in, being eliminated with great speed, noticing how useful his sword is. Although he is a little afraid that it will leave him without mana, despite this, confidently he climbs up and rushes against an ogre, finishing it with 1 slash, leaving him full of confidence when he sees that only one remains, which terrified tries to flee. So he calls Carr, who quickly appears with his great mane of fire to charge Nox, and go at full speed to destroy the ogre. So his combat gain was 9 hours of life. Then she comes out of the tent, worried by Nox's complaints, who told her to stay inside. The maid, upon seeing the scene, suggests alerting the others. The protagonist tells her that no one else is in danger, since Grain used pheromones to attract the ogres. With this, the maid supposes that he sought to keep the protagonist in check, which he himself accepts, since his older brother surely wanted to test him. But dirty tactics are not important to Nox, who collects some blood from the orcs, this being another way to attract more ogres. Because these are like humans, they will seek revenge for their fallen comrades. A little further away, the rest of the camp sleeps peacefully, and Grain is awakened by the loud sound of a mana detector, which detects nearby monsters. But it makes no sense to him, since they haven't entered the forest yet, assuming the detector is defective, until his frightened butler enters saying they must evacuate. Both leave the tent agitated, only to see what his butler informs him: the ogres had invaded the camp. Grain only watches the scene terrified until dawn arrives, and so we see defeated ogres and also many wounded, for which they must reorganize somewhere else. Grain continues to scold his butler for mistaking the tent and attracting the ogres towards them, but he swears he was not mistaken. On the other hand, Nox very calmly prepares to eat with his maid, who affirms that she cannot eat with him due to protocol, but he convinces her when he tells her that it is not convenient for her to be far away when dozens of ogres appear. As happened in Grain's camp, she sees him as shameless, and the protagonist suggests she get used to it, and Grain orders the camp to be dismantled, which Nox, while eating, sees that the tents still have stains of orc blood. She also notices this and asks him if he will help them when more ogres come. But Nox had no intention of doing so, but of course he couldn't say that because she would get angry. But his intention is that more ogres come to continue increasing his life. And so, upon finishing eating, he sees the sun rise with a big smile and tells his maid that it is time to leave. Meanwhile, an ogre walks through the forest and is easily destroyed by a complete stranger. And so the second day of the journey begins. Nox rides while hitting the ground with a stick, recognizing the terrain. Then his brother approaches, asking him what he will do with the ogres. The solution the protagonist gives is to get out of the forest quickly to avoid problems. Gree is not very convinced. Then the protagonist gains the trust of the soldiers by taking command, and they seem to admire him and speak well of him, until one asks him why he keeps hitting the ground. He replies with a big smile, "It's just that at any moment that monster will appear." Just when everything begins to shake, a gigantic worm emerges from the ground, known as a malformed dragon, which the protagonist expected, which had a high level despite having no magic. It was only brute force. Its danger level is higher than that of a dozen ogres, a difficult opponent he wanted to face. Although it is not convenient for the squad to know that he summoned it by hitting the ground, now his battle plan is to hide. The soldiers are surprised by this decision, but Nox prefers his enemies to fight among themselves, since he just had a plan that involved the ogres following them. These just appear, putting them between a rock and a hard place, which terrifies La Villa. Her master calms her down by telling her that the confrontation will be between her two enemies, since the worm feeds mainly on ogres, and the orcs were only seeking revenge. And indeed, the worm begins to devour the orcs. They defend themselves by rushing into attack, while everyone else is hidden, and Grain doesn't understand how Nox had all that information. On the other hand, still surprised and scared, she watches as the protagonist begins throwing rocks at the orcs. But the protagonist cannot explain this to her, stating that attacking the orcs at least once allows one to steal the experience from the worm's kills, slightly increasing his stats, gaining 8 hours of life. However, everything had ended too quickly. Nox doesn't want it, and neither does the rest of the team. Graham thinks that even though he used the ogres, they lost, seeing no possibility of victory, intending a retreat. But Nox orders the squad to attack. The strategy was for them to throw arrows or spears towards the worm's mouth, which the brave soldiers obey, distracting the monster, while the protagonist activates the Genie Hour skill, feeling time slow down, running through the arrows to cut the worm again and again, flying over it, only to return and keep cutting it, falling to the ground with a big smile as the gigantic worm explodes, gaining 10 more days of life, leaving him with 122 life remaining, and also achieving resistance level 5. The curse of the week disappears, along with his growth blessing, and suddenly everyone starts congratulating him. He courteously thanks them for their help. They congratulate him again, but everything changes when the ground shakes again, with the appearance of another worm, which surprises Nox and everyone gets scared, moving to their positions. But before reacting, a person appears at full speed, cutting the worm in a single stroke. The protagonist recognizes him, wondering what he was doing there. The newcomer introduces himself with a big smile, to everyone's astonished gaze. He was the sword genius and the strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the sword emperors, along with Theo and a student of Celsius, whose name is Paracelsus. With a big smile, he patiently awaits the noble's gratitude for saving them. His attitude towards the protagonist reflects his clear hatred for nobles. Schultz happens to feel that his master was insulted, to which the monocle boy only introduces himself as a mercenary. Nox continues to observe him without saying anything, thinking that he understands his hatred for nobles. His only concern is that he shouldn't have met him until the academy. Not understanding how he should react to that, he continues his journey with him anyway. Discovering that he is also going to Cheddar's, Nox follows from a distance, listening to him, supposing that the monocle boy is on a mission before entering the academy. Meanwhile, his older brother, seeing the mercenary's confidence, decides to offer him a job to help them with the hunt. He is not interested. However, he admits he is curious about both brothers being the sons of the sword master. This seems rude to Grain's butler, who confronts him, but his boss stops him to tell the mercenary what he is thinking about offering. However, his real intention will downplay Nox's importance. Sometime later, they arrive at Cheddar's, a place that, according to the protagonist, looks much more deserted than it looked in the game. There is a very dirty little girl asking for food, but Grain is haughty. The protagonist just ignores her, a little uncomfortable, and Paracelsus looks at her with concern. But his face changes to surprise when a man appears in front of them. This is Tegan, the town's security chief, who welcomes the pair of brothers, while Paracelsus watches them from a distance with curiosity that despite being sword masters, and they can deal with a giant worm with good techniques, they are still protected nobles, which makes them a disappointment, especially in that city that is clearly barely functioning, and whose administering knights embezzle funds to fill their stomachs, causing the town's famine. And Tegan shows them where they will spend the night to give them their mission the next day, and everyone begins to settle in. Paracelsus approaches Graham to reject his offer and proceed with his initial plan, wishing him luck, which annoys the older brother, who recognizes him as a simple, annoying commoner. He simply says goodbye, stating that rumors follow the competent ones. Nox sees him from a distance, feeling sure he will see him again very soon. With the arrival of night, Nox prepares to sleep in his room, where from a window he manages to see several small children around a bonfire. Faced with this, he ends up going down to bring them food, being clear that he cannot do much. Feeling that this is a form of kindness from his true self, seeing the little ones crying with happiness while eating, he thinks that he wants to create a world where they don't have to beg for food. But to do this, he must survive. From a distance, someone watches him while he distributes the bread. It was Libilla, who is happy to see that her master only acts cold, but really isn't. The next day during their tour of the village, Tegan explains that during winter they ask the imperial family for help to protect what remains of the village, which clearly needed repairs. Nox listened, remembering that when the first wave arrives, that place will be annihilated. Since it is a sub-story, he can actually decide whether to save it or not, and it will not affect the main story. However, he always saved it because that city will have great value in the future. Tegan continues explaining about the increase in monsters, which according to the protagonist, will also bring him future benefits. The real problem is the sighting of a griffin, which everyone knows will complicate things, since even he knows it was a monster created to scare away, not to defeat, recognized as the king of the desert. But for the protagonist, it is his next target. Arriving at the desolate area that connects the neutral zone with Tagilin, observing the place, starting to talk to Tegan about why a griffin would be in an area so different from its natural habitat. The city guards start sweating cold without answering, which makes Nox recognize who the traitor might be, thus beginning a new submission to eliminate the rotten part of the city. Returning to the village, Schultz is upset by the humiliation Nox caused him in front of his master, and he wants revenge, coincidentally seeing the maid aggressively approaching to cut her off, and then grabbing her by the arm. She asks him if he has a problem, to which he replies yes, because due to Nox, he has lost his master's trust. Now he will have fun with his maid. With a sadistic smile, he begins to touch her. She wants to react, but stops when she remembers that if she does, it will bring trouble to her master with his family, and she decides to give up while crying. However, an attack surprises her, hearing a voice indicating that if he had a problem with her, he would pay for it. He only had to indicate the method, seeing him completely furious. This one, completely confused, threatens him saying that Grain will not let that aggression pass. However, this makes the protagonist even more furious. For the threat, he cuts off his arm in one move. Jules continues to insist that he will not get away with doing that, as he will be punished by the family. But Nox was calm, and with a sadistic touch, tells him that he doesn't understand his place, ending by sticking the sword in his back, before a worried maid, who thinks about the consequences when Grain finds out. He happens to appear annoyed with his entourage behind him. Grain notices what Nox did, starting to confront him, but after that fight, he asks him to explain the situation, stating that his butler tried to take liberties with his maid, something he would not let pass as a master. Grain does not accept this, as she is just a commoner. This word unleashes the protagonist's fury, which, releasing a dark aura and an intimidating look, terrifies his brother and everyone in the room. And so the situation ends, expressing that his father will punish him if necessary, but when the mission is over. His terrified brother agrees. Nox leaves with his maid, while Grain doesn't understand how his brother had become so strong. Now Nox, outside the inn, sees Labilla still dismayed due to what happened, thinking that this will also further divide the squad, wondering who they will follow, him or his brother. But putting that aside, Nox approaches his maid to tell her that, as the maid of the useless younger son of the family, he orders her not to bow her head anywhere. At the inn, the soldiers celebrate with beers while Graham, annoyed in his room, notes that Nox is a very real problem, and no longer having someone he trusts, he thinks about who he will give the mission to, especially since he thinks the sword he carries is his father's. His thoughts are interrupted by Ron, the guide, who informs him that she has the situation under control, and that Nox is completely different from what he had heard. Graham also distrusts Ron, seeing that someone who only read books is better than a soldier trained in the area, wondering if he can really trust him. But he agrees to use it after the monster wave, so he orders him to clean up the surroundings and watch Nox, who is very calm with his maid collecting potions, preparing to go look for a new ally, the only cool character in the village. Elena, the potion expert, looking for her through a dark tunnel in the basement. The maid doubts that this is the home of a potion expert. Nox knows that she has her reasons for being there, besides the fact that it is a secret route from the village, which will provide the only opportunity to recruit Elena before she gets another master. This does not clear the maid's doubts until they finally see a light, and in a room they find Elena, who is completely drunk, so much so that when she sees the duo enter and Nox introduces himself with the best smile he has, she only proceeds to get exaggeratedly scared. The genius's attitude disappoints Labilla. After the initial scare and Nox introducing himself as a noble, the girl calms down and listens to the protagonist's proposal. He checks her stats, Lena being a half-elf, 21 years old, main element wood, a genius with growth potential, who has many good qualities with potions and craftsmanship and the blessing of fabrication. However, her big negative trait is that she is a complete lover of drink. This annoys the protagonist, who thinks that this is the best for a good-for-nothing like him. That's why he wanted to recruit her, although poor Lena is a bit scared, apologizing. After a debate with the maid about whether it is good to recruit her, Nox decides to ask her to go with him, offering her whatever she needs. She refuses since she still has something to do in that place. The protagonist asks her if it is because of her friend May. Startled, she stands up to ask him how he knows. He calmly tells her that he knows that May will be executed soon, but if she accepts his offer, perhaps he can save her. And with a malicious look, he asks her if she has changed her mind. Helena thinks about Nox's offer and her only friend, who apparently was a girl who fought against injustices, and who confronted the captain of the guard for embezzling the funds given by the Empire. She suffered for not being able to save her friend at that time, and doubts that she can save her alone, even with the protagonist's help. Despite this, she knows that she will not be able to forget this matter for long. Meanwhile, the soldiers enjoy the good wine, especially the guide Ron, along with his group, who are actually not knights, but only some swindling bandits who deceived Grain, and they plan to kidnap him to ask for a ransom. Although one of them doubts whether it is convenient to get involved with such a dangerous, dark family. After a discussion about being in trouble, the leader calmed them down since they would have a life of luxury, returning to drinking. And suddenly the entire place goes dark. The bandits quickly become alert. But before they can react, the leader feels a liquid splash on his face, without noticing that in the darkness, one of his companions has already literally lost his head. Trying to reorganize himself, he moves only to find another completely finished one. Nox appears behind the leader. Furious, this one, completely bewildered, tries to attack, but the protagonist moves easily, calling them rats even though they outnumber him. The bandits make it seem like they are at a disadvantage, but the protagonist knows their crimes, their alliance with Taejin, their behaviors, and his attempt to trick his brother. Although upon hearing this, they try to negotiate since he will gain a better position in the family just by looking the other way without the need to enter the conflict. And then the soldiers jump on him, but they are easily defeated with a victorious smile. He knew that he could not hide his murderous intentions. This annoys him, and two more try to attack him together, but they are dodged. Then, with light and elegant movements, he sends them beyond. Nox, without any effort, stands in front of Ron, who is frustrated realizing that he did not know the boy's true power. Deciding to attack with everything before dying, preparing his stance and emanating a great, the protagonist waits for him along with a minion of Ron, and the captain launches an attack, a gigantic mana slash called Southern Sword Cut of Traitors. The protagonist sees it coming, annoyed by the naivety of his enemies, and with a simple sword cut, he disperses the bandits' mega technique. They cannot believe it, especially the one on the ground, who regains his senses. But Nox eliminates him, and now the protagonist walks imposingly towards Ron, lamenting that the bandits were so idiotic as to ask him what he wanted, because he had already achieved it. Nox smiles as his eyes flash with a slight purple aura, learning Chater's sword technique, and so he closed his eyes while reflecting on what it meant to be a genius. In his mind, he transports himself to a white setting where he sees his reflection and wonders if a genius is someone exceptional, or if it is one who can reach a level that no one else can. Looking at his reflection, he remembers that ever since he risked his life, he has always wondered what it means to be a genius. Touching his reflection, which explodes, revealing the darkness behind it, which makes him happy. Returning to the fight, Nox unleashes the cut of Chater's sword, which destroys all the bandits in its path. They try to escape uselessly, looking for help from their captain, who is on his knees. Watching Nox master a technique that took him 10 years to learn, observing as he approaches him, jumping backward, shouting that if he finished him, Taejin would take revenge. Nox is amused because he knows there are no witnesses in that place, although he still hopes that some bandits survive. The protagonist very seriously tells him that this is simple murder, smiling sadistically. He explains that if no one lives to tell the tale, it will just be a simple extermination. At Ron's lost gaze, the protagonist with a big smile tells him that's what the world will think. Moving his sword forward, somewhere else, May is chained to a wall, enduring the mistreatment of Taejin, who is annoyed because she doesn't want to work or be sold. Despite being hurt, the woman still smiles, stating that she will never obey guys like him. Taejin grabs her face, preventing her from speaking, and clarifies that she has no other options. The only option for humble people like her is to fight on the ground. At the spit, Tegan is confused and enraged, and he hits her hard, threatening to sell her to a dark mage. The girl, whose eyes have no shine, begins to remember how her teacher told her, upon failing a lesson, that she had no talent for potion mixing, which meant the last attempt for her, confirming that she had 0 talents, failing in alchemy, in fencing, and in everything she tried. Unlike Lena, who at a young age already received praise from her teacher, who considered her a genius, May saw Lena as someone who didn't belong in that place, with a brilliant spark that shone. Despite this, Lena always looked for her to play, so May was always envious of her. But that smile of her friend always captivated her, and that's why she decided to sacrifice herself instead, because her friend would do more in the world than her. With this accepted, she tells Tegan that she didn't care about fighting from the ground, because that's how her whole life had been. And what happened after death didn't matter to her, mocking him, sticking her tongue out. And Tegan's blows continued, hurting May, when a voice interrupts them. It was Nox, who tells the girl to stop doing things that hurt her, or he will put Tristalina if she comes out lifeless. Tegan sees him smiling, while the protagonist explains that, by authorization of the imperial family, he will be executed, as the bandits' force had been annihilated, suggesting he surrender. The corrupt soldier only sees it as a mishap, accepting the situation and noticing that he had arrived alone. To Nox's affirmation, the corrupt guard feels belittled by the noble and at his rival's big smile of confidence. He draws his sword furiously, calling his troops and ordering them to eliminate him. They rush towards him. Nox just waits, closing his eyes to activate his ability. Genius time. The gears move and the soldiers slow down. With a 5-minute countdown, the protagonist begins to pass among the soldiers, cutting them without effort in less than a second. By the second two, he is in front of the cell, where Tegan was. He is still in the attack position. For seconds 3, 4, and 5, he enters the cell and caresses the prisoner's face. Deactivating the technique, with 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, he gives May a potion, who, sending blurs, only manages to ask him whose it was. He introduces himself and assures her that when she wakes up again, everything will be over. Tegan, on the other hand, surprised to see that he was left without soldiers, tries to move, falling heavily to the ground. Nox reveals that they were simply weak for him. Tegan, turning around, sees the massacre his rival caused and tells him he won't die so easily. Seeing himself destroyed, without his legs, and in the terrifying presence of the protagonist, the corrupt soldier fills with fear and disbelief upon seeing how he lost to a brat. Nox, on the other hand, wonders again what it means to be a genius. Returning to his mind, where he broke the mirror, he now sees a shadow enveloping what remains of the humiliated Tegan, preparing to finish him off. While looking his rival in the face, he realizes that the question is for the real Jachin, not for Nox. The genius character, finding his answer, proceeds to exterminate his rival. Before the cut, Tegan sees his death, remembering how he was the strongest mercenary in Shaders. Inspired by his father, the city leader, a respected man everyone wanted to be like. But in his memories, we only see a violent man who hurts a woman and asks his son why he thinks everyone follows him. Young Tegan, innocent at that time, doesn't know why. His father grabs him tightly by the head while holding the woman by the hair, and explains that it is because of strength. With great power, one can do whatever they want and get away with it. That was the law of the strongest in the Empire's border towns. The little one asks him if he was the strongest on the continent. He completely changes, letting go of the child and the woman, admitting that even he is a nobody on the continent. Since there are powerful swordsmen, and even kids Tegan's age who are already geniuses, his father assures him that he is still alive because he decided not to confront them. Returning to the present, Tegan is a corrupt soldier who did not follow his father's advice, and seeing that he has an unattainable genre in front of him, understanding why he was dying now. Receiving the last stab, exhaling his last breath under Nox's cold gaze. On the secret route, Aileen is sad, until she hears Labilla's voice, which surprises her, since May was next to her, wearing a big smile. The alcoholic Alpha throws herself crying to hug her friend, who comforts her thinking about her selfishness in wanting to do things alone. Leaving her friend behind, Ludilla watches them happily when Alina asks where Nox was to thank him. She casually comments that the master was busy, having a sincere talk with his brother. However, inside she is very worried, since Nox did not want a peaceful talk. Precisely, Grain is sitting waiting for Ron for his report. Nox arrives in his place, asking to speak. His brother rejects him at first, until he notices the red stains on Nox's clothes, who carries a murderous look and aura. Accepting the talk, but first we go back in time. At Reinhardt's mansion, Rodwell reads the letter, where Nox essentially asks for authorization to eliminate corruption in Chaders, and requests a reward for it. After much thought, he finally admits to Rodwell that the bandits in Tegan are dangerous. Not even Graham could handle them. That's why Theo grants him authority over the place if he manages to eliminate corruption. But he knows that Ron's bandits are dangerous and sees a victory as unlikely. So the protagonist had put in place, in case of failure, that he would be willing to give up his rights. As the youngest son of the Rodwell family, he asks if he will accept his resignation. Theo is truly happy, seeing the confidence to clean up the city and take over it, being the perfect opportunity to see how his son is in territorial management. Rodwell understands, and he begins the procedures for the Empire to grant Chedars to them, leaving Theo, who wonders what his son is really planning. Back in the town, Graham hears his subordinate's betrayal plan. Furious about the traitors and Nox's competence, he begins to fear him, but feels he must remain calm, since if he fails this mission, he won't be able to become a knight. So he accepts his brother's offer. Nox suggests that he doesn't want much, only control of his troops. Graham immediately accepts, feeling that his life depends on him anyway. But in return, he asks that he guarantee his life and the credit for the victory. Nox agrees, and since they are two requests, he asks for something else, so his brother ends up giving him his mine. Later, back in Lena's lab, she reads the protagonist's requests, which include a metallizing potion and a corrosion. The half-elf, along with her friend, state that they have never done it, but it is possible. This cheers up La Villa, who, although she is only a maid, asks her master why he wants to defeat the griffin. The other girls also feel the same way, as they cannot lose their hero in vain. Nox affirms that if it were impossible, he wouldn't try. Internally, he is aware that everyone will be in danger if he dies, so he understands their concern. That's why he prefers not to tell them that he really wants to obtain something from the battle, and tells them to stop asking. The Via and the rest accept, but don't seem very convinced. Even Nox thinks to himself that defeating the griffin at the start of the game is something he has never achieved. And so he sets out to tell the girls the plan, and the girls remain attentive to his explanation until he finishes. Asking if they understood everything, the girls affirm it, and all that remains for them is to prepare for the execution, thinking it will be complicated, but it will also have a great reward. Later, while feeding Carl, he keeps thinking that defeating the griffin is the only way to survive. At that moment, the winds change. The protagonist sees from the heights how the monsters approach in large numbers. Behind him are all the defense forces, from Lena and her friend to Green and the soldiers. Nox, as the leader, indicates that everyone must be prepared, as they will not have any more chances. Everyone strongly affirms they are ready for battle. Faced with this, Nox feels a strange sense of unfamiliarity, feeling that he has truly become Nox von Reinheffer, the ultimate strategist who stands in front of the troops. Lavia approaches to insist on the danger. He interrupts her with great confidence to tell her to trust her master, as he will not die. Leaving her speechless, he launches himself from the wall. As he does so, he thinks that the moment he truly changed was when he made that promise, one he can never keep because he is terminally ill. Yes, he goes against the monsters, launching a small purple sphere, which hits an iron monster exactly, which begins to melt and liquefy with ease. With this, his stats in the sword skill are increasing, while Pinza, without his promise, might probably die. Seeing a horde of monsters rush towards him head-on, asking them to be his stepping stones to gain more life. While tearing them to pieces, confidently with a big smile, he finishes them off, thinking that if he manages to beat them, he can spend more time in that game than in real life. His joy cannot be contained when he sees a gigantic figure appear in the sky. The protagonist sees it as a victory. That battle was finally coming, taking his position. The giant escape approaches to Nox's smile and the concern of everyone else. The protagonist moves, leaving several monsters easily destroyed. In the distance, Lena is amazed that a human can fight like that, and May is also astonished that his movements are so fast that she can't even follow them with her eyes, wondering what kind of people the Reinhefers are. Lavia intervenes, affirming that they are a family full of sword masters who have internal struggles to determine the next heir. also very excited, she affirms that young Knox is the most talented among the candidates. Green listens to this with a tremendous headache, while she wonders why Knox doesn't get rid of the rumors. And just then, May understands that the rumors about the protagonist are not true, assuming that he has his reasons for keeping him as a good-for-nothing, something she doesn't fully understand. But she still asks them to keep the information that the master is capable a secret, whatever the case may be. Alina understands and very excitedly affirms that her lips will be sealed, and the warm atmosphere is replaced by fear. When the griffin's loud roar floods the place, filling Graham and the troops with fear, the griffin stands in front of Knox, observing from afar. Graham recognizes him as a true madman. The combat begins with the bird attacking. The protagonist dodges and at full speed seeks to execute a cut, but his enemy is faster and dodges by flying. The older brother, for his part, decides to stick to his brother's plan, ordering the troops to attack the griffin with the crossbows when it gets close to the walls. With this, Graham feels confident, just when the griffin flies into the air, coming within range of the weapons. Graham orders them to shoot. The giant bird takes the full impact, leaving a hole in its wing and plummets to the ground. Before Knox's eyes, who knows that the only way to defeat the griffin is to take it down. Drinking the metallization potion that increases his resistance, he launches the attack, remembering how during his conversation with his brother, they decided that he would take care of the ballista, which Graham found base and cowardly, asking someone else to take care of it. But after valid arguments, he accepted, taking command of the ballistas on the battlefield of the griffin on the ground, thinking that now all that remains is for Lena's potion to take effect, observing how the griffin reacts to take flight, rising until something in its wing doesn't react and it falls suddenly, kicking up a cloud of dust. In it, Knox's shadow approaches, asking the griffin if it feels frustrated because a small wound is affecting a high-level monster. However, he explains that the attack they gave it was full of potent poison, which will hurt badly for the next 5 minutes. The griffin seems exhausted, yet it gathers strength to attack, lunging at Knox, who watches him smiling because he only needs 5 minutes. His purple aura and shining gears begin to emerge from his body, activating the genius aura. Seeing a gigantic claw approach him, noting that playing it is very different from seeing it in reality. With a big smile of excitement, he decides he will not die, launching himself against the griffin at inhuman speed, executing several brutal cuts that leave it heavily wounded. Once he finishes his attack, he shouts at his brother, who is still surprised to see Knox so different from how he knew him. He decides to obey, ordering the attack, peppering the griffin that is agonizing on the ground with more shots. And so a protagonist brimming with power is ready to finish everything. Despite all its wounds, the griffin gets up to charge at full speed against the protagonist, who accepts the challenge and runs straight to face it. With a great movement, he cuts off one of its legs, and then, with a great spin, finishes it, tearing the bird to pieces, which falls lifeless at his feet. With victory secured, he puts away his sword just before his ability ends, bringing him the rebound effects of the debuff. He still remains standing before the cheers he receives from the townspeople. The system indicates that for his victory, he managed to gain 60 more days of life, increasing his life expectancy by 179 days. Seeing among the joyous tears of the townspeople the admiration of his new allies and the tranquility of Libilla, Knox can only enjoy this victory. Krahen, for his part, looks at him with astonishment and fury, seeing how his little brother defeated a monster that only masters could eliminate. Recognizing his strength, realizing that the family hierarchy might change, thinking that he must be on the winning side. Later, he approaches Knox to tell him that he will clean everything up, while deciding to marry the lute, and sends him to rest. Knox notices his brother is scared. However, his priority now is to continue with his plan, looking at the reward for the mission. A Griff Heart, which can be used by alchemists to increase someone's stats, or decrease them, quickly taking it to Alina, who is amazed by the possibility of creating weapons and potions she has only heard about. The protagonist, without time, specifically asks for an elixir, giving her all the tools to create it quickly, and also taking the opportunity to offer them if they wanted to become maids for the Reinheffer family. The girls don't know how to answer, as they are only commoners. He affirms the same thing he told La Villa. He would use them as long as they have something to offer. And in compensation, they can do the same, however, he will not allow betrayals. When he says that, he thinks about how complicated it is to create a monster core, something that had never happened, and even less with a hidden boss that was not even designed to be defeated. The girls, on the other hand, swear to follow him to the ends of the earth. With this, the protagonist leaves satisfied and happy to have acquired two good characters, informing them that they will leave in 3 days when they must prepare the secret elixir. Then, walking down the hall, he goes to La Villa, who stops abruptly to tell him that he is very different from what she had heard about him, since he is not someone who only thinks of himself. So she asks him to promise her that if he ever sees things difficult, he should count on her despite her status. She accepts, and he continues on his way, saying to hurry up or she might catch a cold. She sees him blushing with a big smile because of his concern, but not long passes before her blushing face turns to embarrassment when she sees that Knox is the one who ended up catching a cold. He asks her not to say anything to increase his embarrassment. She tries to comfort him, but he only sees ailments literally numbered, even with their levels, without being able to do anything. Time passes, and everyone returns to the mansion, where Rodwell sees the protagonist's new maids, who enter with him. In the Nobles' Parade, the parade of rumors also begins. Everyone talks about the younger brother's old perverted tales, some with fear and others simply not believing his feats. With all this, he knows he cannot change his image, so he takes advantage of it, adopting the villain's attitude. And with an intimidating look, he sends everyone who is talking to work. They leave immediately, and Rodwell informs him that the Patriarch has summoned him for a private meeting. Knox appears before his father, who asks him if he has nothing to say. He then proceeds to tell him that he found out about his feats, both for getting everyone back safely and for eradicating the corruption in the city. He also mentions that even his brother recognized his skills, which leaves the protagonist strangely surprised, who thinks that Grine is plotting something. Theo quickly moves on to what is important, which is not those insignificant things, but the almost impossible mission that Knox proposed. And he fulfilled. Therefore, according to the agreement, he hands him the papers confirming that Chatters is now his. Knox notices that Theo still has something else he wants to talk about, and indeed, after much thought, the Patriarch asks his youngest son if he wants to take his place. This statement completely catches the protagonist off guard, who does not understand his father's attitude. Meanwhile, in the distance in the desert, a strange figure holds a kind of necklace that shows him several things, among them Knox and the dead griffin. With this, he tells a wise old man that the Reinhardts are starting to, now that Chatters is in charge of the youngest son. This mysterious masked man tells his assistant named Kremser to prepare for war. Seeing his doubts, his boss tells him that now they have nothing to lose, so he will go all out. Kremser approaches the little girl, to whom he says that this is the perfect opportunity to take over the country. Then returning to the mansion, Knox is still bewildered by his father's question. Rodwell saves him, saying it's too soon for him to answer, but Theo wants an answer right now. Therefore, the protagonist decides to decline the offer, claiming that he does not feel capable of assuming all the responsibility involved in being the head of the family. His father listens to this somewhat confused, but decides to respect his decision for the moment, ordering his son to retire to rest, saying goodbye politely. Once in his room, Ludilla asks him if his father scolded him. Knox tells her that nothing happened that he couldn't refuse. She moves on to the next topic. His new allies are already settled in, to which Knox thanks her, and she replies that she is only doing her duty. And Knox knows that finding people who do what they have to do is difficult, so he thanks her again. And the important thing comes up, the Academy of Illidan, where he must become the best. Theo, for his part, feels that it was complicated to discuss the succession issue with his son. Rodwell sees it as normal for someone so young and unprepared, thinking that his refusal would be greater if he had mentioned the implications of the position. Theo gets upset upon hearing this, as he knows that Knox's eyes are not those of someone who has decided his future. He doesn't fear the position or him, but something bigger and more serious, a fear as great as looking into the bottom of the abyss. Believing that he was afraid of death itself, the butler believes that perhaps it is due to what happened to his mother, which Theo seems to understand with a resigned smile. Believing that perhaps his son blames him for not being able to protect his mother. After this, he shifts his attention to his other son, Grain, who also seems to be making moves that they must monitor, bringing back memories of that great massacre in which he fought. Now we move to Talia's home, who is very worried about her dress. Emma notices that she has tried on 20 outfits, suspecting that she is very excited about something else. The little redhead continues looking for accessories for her dress, while telling her that she is nervous about her admission to the academy. However, her maid believes that her excitement is for seeing her fiancé now, who was Knox. With this, Talia blushes up to her ears, evading the question, with another one relating to her clothes, which annoys Emma, who also ignores her, which ends up angering her, waking up the little redhead's tantrum. Returning to the mansion, the protagonist finds his new ally, Alina, sleeping on a table. Waking up, she shows a face that reflects her overwork, which makes Knox, who is going for his elixir, prefer to know if she feels well. Maya appears to tell him that her friend gets like that when she is very focused, but that she is taking care of her. And Alina cheerfully interrupts them to show them the elixir, which is just glowing on the table. Knox is surprised, slowly approaching it until he takes it in his hands, revealing all its characteristics. This increases resistance and dexterity when taken in his hands. Alina asks him what he thinks of it. The system reveals that the elixir's effects increase by 200% when made by a genius like Alina. Knox looks at it happily, as dexterity is a hidden statistic that combos excellently with the genius's work. Determined, he drinks the elixir, which causes a gigantic blue wing of mana to emanate from his body, which is absorbed into him. With a big smile, he feels that all preparations for the academy are ready, so he marches with the owlet. While all his current positive traits are shown, from sword genius and mana perception, also insight genius, memorization genius, acting genius, and zero mentality. With 150 days of life left, and his mana sensitivity genius skill activated. And finally, the day arrives, appearing at the academy imposingly, getting out of his carriage to be recognized by all the students who start whispering all the rumors. Of Knox, the protagonist enters villain mode, and loudly says that all that noise sounds like dogs barking, intimidating everyone. Lodia sees this reception worriedly, noticing someone approaching. It was Emma, who greets him cheerfully. Knox starts trembling, but activates his acting skill, greeting her, knowing what is coming. Just then Talia, who is in her carriage, gets nervous upon hearing her fiancé's name, touching up her appearance before getting out like a refined lady. Upon seeing him, the protagonist thinks that although he knew something like this could happen, he didn't think it was likely, remembering that, before leaving, Lorna gave him news that completely terrified him. It was that he had been engaged to his future enemy. News that, according to her, made everyone knew, except him, of course. After checking with the rest of the family, he resigned himself to being engaged to Talia, who in the present approaches to greet him very cheerfully, maintaining a rather awkward exchange of words. With a cheerful Talia and a nervous Knox, luckily or unluckily for the protagonist, they are interrupted by the arrival of a character that puts the protagonist on alert. Another academy genius, the star of the merchants and head of the Rivalin family, who has enough money to dominate the continent. Another redhead girl with a severe appearance named Alina Rivalin, who immediately recognizes Knox due to an old grudge she holds against him. He, having no other choice, greets her, only for the girl to remind him that she is the noble from the merchant family whom he scorned in the past, giving him a malicious smile. Knox is aware that Alina is the only daughter of the Rivalin family. She has a fortune capable of moving the continent. In the future, she will become the main financial dominator of the game, known by her nickname, the Fox of Wealth, which makes him tremble nervously again. Knox recalls his first meeting with her, when, like any spoiled child, he scorned her because of the way her family achieved their status, finishing with "Die, you idiot bitch, get out of my sight," which left the poor girl crying. With this, he realizes that it is bad karma from the old Knox, which means it is now his own karma too. So he lowers his gaze, powerless. Talia looks at him with confusion, and Knox can only think about how he ended up between two redheads, who might stab him one day. Alina notices his nervousness. Knox tries to compose himself to tell her to get lost. She recognizes him as the old Knox. Without hesitation, he asks her if she wants some recognition, causing the girl's hostility to surge, expressing that she expects nothing good from the shame of her family's son. Then he decides to check her stats. Despite being a 15-year-old girl, she is a genius at calculation and acting. She also has the Gumel Northern Sword technique as a negative factor. She is vain and proud, with an active skill called Rich Merchant's Eye. He recognizes that the Rivalin family acquired their noble status, since her father bought their surname. Although the girl doesn't really like her status, she has to use it. This keeps her in a constant state of anger, which has increased further thanks to Nox. The hostility continues to be felt, while they part ways impolitely. But Nox takes Talia to arrive at the opening ceremony. Already at the ceremony, Nox thinks that if he cannot get rid of Talia as she is his fiancée, he will try to take advantage of the situation. Seeing the place full of nobles' children, he thinks about how he should maneuver to recruit the strongest ones, of whom he only knows two, Eleanor and Paracelsus, thinking about his need to gain allies while maintaining the main storyline. Although his current concern is that many nobles are staring at him, Ladilla, very nervous about the nobles' hateful stares, tells him he is very popular. The protagonist feels it, but Talia doesn't think the hostile stares make him popular. Luckily, a nervous voice interrupts. All the service staff bow at the appearance of a girl eating a lollipop. Very cheerful, white-haired, and extremely small, so much so that everyone can only focus on her stature, wondering how a child is at the sacred ceremony, thinking she is lost. However, the protagonist knows her identity, a monster that cannot be trusted by her appearance. Noah von Trinity. Age was unknown, and with the ice attribute, she is one of the four sages. Her positive traits are being a mana detection genius and carefree, and as negatives, she has an inferiority complex and laziness. Nox thinks aloud that she must be on his side, confusing Talia, who hears him talking. The protagonist only suggests that she not talk about her if she wants to live. She greets them by introducing herself as the new and happy dean, until her attitude quickly changes, warning that whoever mentions her stature again will be sent to meet St. Peter. Then she informs them that the welcome event will be a mission. Everyone is surprised to hear that, as it was not in the contract. However, it is a new rule indicated by the dean, and she invented it that very day to filter talents. In this way, she opens a gigantic magic circle at her feet and asks all the students to survive. The protagonist knows that this is exactly where his stay at the academy begins. Then on an island, students begin to fall unconscious under the gaze of a bald man with a shining head, who yells at them not to sleep in front of him. His shouts are in vain, as no one was actually conscious, or so he thinks until he sees the only one who managed to stay conscious after the fall. Nox, who despite managing to stay conscious, is still feeling the effects of the forced teleportation. The bald man sees the protagonist approaching with the intention of confirming something, verifying that the instructor's baldness, named Vernon, is as bright or brighter than in the game, remembering that the story says his head was once covered in hair. This instructor, who was one of the first graduates of the academy, is jokingly nicknamed Takaki Vernon because of his baldness. Despite this, he is very skilled in combat. However, as their gazes meet, the instructor notices that he was looking at him with pity, feeling sorry for the way they mock him. For his shining head, Nox immediately decides to change his attitude, activating his acting skill. The bald man thinks he is mocking him, but Nox diverts the topic, talking about the test. The bald man agrees, telling him to cover his ears as he will wake up the sleepers. He obeys when Vernon claps. It generates a large sound wave that wakes everyone up, annoyed by the noise, especially one of the overly annoying students who insults the one who caused it. Unfortunately, the bald man was right behind him, hitting him, thus directing his attention to Vernon, or rather to his brilliant forehead that hurts their eyes, further annoying the bald man. Then some time passes, and after moving those who did not wake up to a safe area, he proceeds to explain the admission test, which the protagonist simply summarizes as hunting as many monsters as possible on the island, from which a colored jewel will fall, whose value will increase the less mana it has, which should usually be the opposite. But this is because the test has two objectives. On one hand, to measure the amount of mana each student has, on which depends the speed with which they wake up after Noah's magic. The second is to detect mana, no matter how weak it is, with which they must filter the rocks in that labyrinth created by the dean. Vernon finishes his explanation by saying there are more monsters in that place than they have seen in their entire lives. So for this time, he will give them the advantage of making teams of 8. All the students turn to look at each other, while small daggers appear for each student. With this, the instructor suggests they start moving. Many still confused try to talk to the instructor, who quickly disappears. Celsus and a boy who, according to Knox's information, is one of the strongest, assess the situation. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl asks for help to assist a blonde princess. Eleanor uses money to get her team, and many look at Knox with some discomfort. He ignores them, thinking that in that place, teaming up is useless if he wants to keep growing, he must monopolize all advantages, so he heads to the forest, determined to go alone. In the distance, Vernon continues to be surprised by what the protagonist had done because he managed to stand up against the Dean's magic, and even more so now that he sees him rush alone into the forest, thinking he does not fear danger, although his gaze tells him something else, remaining intrigued by what the hidden dragon of the Rhinehavers will do, who is precisely leaving a field of defeated monsters, and a large quantity of jewels, which they do not even bother to collect. Continuing his journey, Knox begins to be followed by a strange figure with white hair and long. Elsewhere, surrounded by monsters, is Talia next to the pink-haired girl from before, and the princess named Penelope, who is in an attack formation. However, Talia only thinks about her fiancé having escaped, asking for concentration. Because of this, the princess's assistant tells her to calm down and be happy about protecting the princess. After a tough battle, they manage to defeat all the monsters and collect a purple crystal full of mana, which makes the princess think it is the greatest reward. But both her assistant and she suppose that since it is a sage's test, it shouldn't be that easy, so they must continue. However, most of her team is in very bad shape to continue, which annoys the assistant, since he thinks that if they don't proceed, they might fail in their goal of promoting the princess to the leadership of the Archegem Empire, which is rotten to the core, thinking that Penelope can change it. Talia, completely fresh, suggests gathering those who can continue to move forward, a plan that the princess, with some frustration and feeling a great weight because of a figure that appears. Because of her older brother, she decides to accept. Meanwhile, the icy atmosphere reminds the protagonist of his negative traits, with the effect of cold hands and feet. Also, he lacks air and moves slower, so he has to use a basic fire spell to stabilize himself and continue climbing the mountain. As he approaches the summit, he feels colder and colder. From there, he uses his magic to sense the presence underground, discovering the truth. The entire island was formed by magic, from the mountain to the monsters. Not knowing how much mana Noah might have to do something like that, but he decides it's not important for the moment. Continuing his path, he runs into several ice trolls, which he recognizes as the main killers of rookies. For him, they are not complicated, starting to fight, easily dodging their blows, until one almost manages to hit him. The protagonist ends up destroying their weapons in combat. He realizes that Noah is obsessed with talented students. He also doubts that she decided to send them against ice giants, as they are too difficult for normal youths, so much so that this training would be a massacre in terms of difficulty. With this, he deduces that there is something else. While the white-haired figure continues to observe him, Knox launches himself against them, which curiously are in a repetitive formation, recognizing their patterns, being able to dance easily among them. And so he reaches the end, managing a strong thrust against the last troll, which ends up shattered on the ground. From the monster's body comes out a gray crystal that Knox takes. He knows very well that this was exactly the piece Noah had hidden, which he will use to exchange for the scroll he needs most, the one he will use to strengthen his Genius Hour ability. Then we switch to the location where Eleanor is, hearing how her team collects one more pink jewel, with which they think they have an advantage. Although the rich girl agrees, she remembers how the protagonist left alone, which worries her, recalling her past after her fight with Knox when her father scolded her, saying that they could only be a family that no one looked down upon if she rose higher, and that they needed all the support. For this reason, she had sent the young girl to give the young Knox everything he wanted. Returning to the present, Eleanor assumes that Knox knows some secret. Using her cheerful attitude, she proposes to everyone to accompany her to the top to continue obtaining jewels. Of course, all for a generous payment. Some listen to her, others refuse because it is dangerous. She insists on increasing the pay, convincing a couple more, thinking that everything is solved with money. Although what is important to her now is discovering what Knox thinks. With her cheerful facade, she decides to continue. On the other hand, Knox thinks that taking that risk is worth it to improve his ability. Genius Hour, which is very complicated to improve, unless you unlock the dexterity attribute. so he must continue with his plan, not caring if he draws attention. And when he is ready to continue, he feels something approaching and dodges the attack. His face fills with fear when he sees Paracelsus's big smile, who tells him he is happy to see him. The protagonist sweats cold in the exchange of glances, thinking that this shouldn't happen, observing the stats of the sword genius, and the combatant, who is also a genius in medicine. Furthermore, she is also competitive, but with the strong and kind to the weak, a compulsive, lazy person, and disdainful of nobles, and she shouldn't even be there, since in the story. In that chapter, she should be facing the real protagonist of the game to draw inspiration from his personality, after he saved Alina from falling against a monster, seeing. He worries that the story is wrong, and his nervousness increases when he has to take a knife thrown by his rival who asks him for the jewel. The protagonist activates his acting ability to remain firm, defending himself as best he can from Paracelsus's heavy blows, thinking that since the game's protagonist doesn't exist in this timeline, he must stop her himself. To Celso, without understanding anything, continuing his attack until they separate, and she offers him a deal, the jewel in exchange for letting her go on her way. Nox refuses, determined to continue the fight, knowing that despite facing one of the strongest characters in the game, her talent has not yet matured, thinking that at that moment the genius's work could win. His eyes turn serious, remembering that if the real protagonist of that game does not exist, he must save Alina from her destiny. Decided to take a psychological gamble. He tells Paracelsus that he knows the reason she joined the academy is to uncover the truth behind her master's death. Celso. This infuriates her. Alina, for her part, climbs to the top of the mountain, meeting the princess and her group, including Talia. There the millionaire affirms that she must not interfere with her princess's path, but she is more focused on Nox and Paracelsus, who continue to have a brutal fight in which Penelope has no intention of participating. The employee also wanted to fight, but they clarified that none of them could be defeated individually unless they were severely wounded, and even less so if they decided to unite. However, the princess seems to give her an order she cannot refuse. Alina is also incredulous, seeing the strength of the person she thought was useless. Talia, worried about the fight, asks the dangerous girl who Nox is fighting against, clarifying that he is called the Destroyer of the East, the Grey Wolf, the famous young man known for massacring groups of Great Eastern bandits. Paracelsus, although what surprises the princess's assistant is how capable and strong Nox is when he sees him fight. Feeling that he would make an excellent knight if he weren't a lecherous good-for-nothing, Talia tried to defend him, but she fails to make an argument against the lecherous part. Returning to the fight, Paracelsus continues her furious attack, which Nox could read very well, glad to have lost control of her by mentioning her master. However, she quickly starts blocking stronger attacks, which he barely manages to stop. He gets into his rival's mind again, by telling her that he feels attacked, as if he had annihilated her master. This makes her rival's fury increase, as does her speed, attacking wildly. Although Nox easily dodges, managing to identify her patterns due to her immature technique, dodging a blow to deliver a strong knee strike to the stomach, making Paracelsus retreat, only to rejoin with ease. With a smile of confidence and anger, she counterattacks faster, against a Nox who can only block, and maintain his arrogant attitude, while inside he thinks he won't be able to prolong this fight for much longer, because it was getting harder and harder to block his rival's blows. Paracelsus, for her part, adopting a psychopathic attitude, activates a blue aura on her sword, which Nox recognizes as her living sword technique, a technique of the same Emperor level. If she manages to activate it, it will mark his end. So Nox endures as much as he can while blocking, dodging, and getting under the Grey Wolf's skin, saying that her attitude towards people makes her look like a petty commoner. But Zeltsu replies to her that the world is screwed up thanks to the nobles. Continuing the exchange of blows and words, Antonox seems increasingly tired. The protagonist tells her that her attitude is just an excuse to look for someone to hate, which only wastes time. The clash of swords continues, with a protagonist who keeps using the dead MasterCard, getting more and more nervous, thinking about how he just needs to hold out until 9 o'clock so that Alina will be attacked by a monster in just 2 minutes. However, the Grey Wolf is willing to take a few of his joints before extracting whatever she knows about her master. The protagonist does not find that convenient, unless he wants to be punished for attacking a noble. This makes his rival reconsider, especially since she notices that there is a large audience. But Nox has no interest in this, as he knows the next move will be the end. Paracelsus regains confidence and decides to test it by attacking at full speed. Nox just smiles, activating his Genius Hour ability, and with an almost unpredictable move, he intercepts his rival with such a strong blow that it sends her flying, while a shadow moves across the ground, straight towards a distracted Aliner, who is more focused on Nox's victory against the strongest in the academy, until her attention returns to the black shadow rising from the earth, materializing into a night walker from which she cannot escape. With no other options, she resigns herself to death, trembling with fear until a sound surprises her, easily cutting the shadow, not wasting the opportunity to call Aliner pathetic. She asks him why he saved her. Nox maintains his villain role, mocking the team's ineptitude of girls who couldn't handle a simple monster. Although inside, he knows well that that monster shouldn't be there. It's something that triggers the original protagonist of the game, who is also important in the fate of Paracelsus's master. But none of that matters now that Nox knows there is no original protagonist. Penelope hears this and reprimands him for the way he speaks to Aliner. Nox recognizes her as the princess and greets her cordially, but she continues her scolding, saying that a night marauder is not a monster that mere students can defeat. Nox replies that one cannot always choose their enemies, something he thought the princess would understand. The assistant gets angry at Nox's tone, intervening and asking him why he spoke if he himself had seen that the situation was out of control. And that's why he decided to intervene. The protagonist immediately recognizes the dangerous woman as Echidna von Janos, the person closest to the princess, and the next head of the sacred Janos family, nicknamed the Serpent of Greed, who, due to her contrast, does not get along well with her dark family. And in his villain role, Nox ends up calling her a dog of the sacred family, which enrages Echidna. But before the argument escalates, Vermont's loud shout interrupts them, making them stop fighting. Vernon falls among them with great speed. Nox asks him if the trial is over. The bald man nods, and Nox hands him the black stone. Surprised by the result, Vernon declares him the winner of the trial, and everyone who found the pink stones gets second place. Penelope does not remain silent and asks him about the Night Walker attack, demanding an explanation. He agrees that an investigation will be carried out, although he knows that will not be enough due to the great danger. So he promises external compensation for Aliner and also for Nox for saving her. Arrogantly, Nox rejects the compensation and retreats, wanting to avoid further involvement with the troublesome girls. Especially now that he knows his world is being imported, he must maintain that role so it doesn't look like he tried to save her. Aliner follows him to ask him more, but Nox only pretends that he eliminated the monster because it was nearby. Leaving her confused, he knows she doesn't believe him because the so-called Fox of Wealth is a cold and calculating person who believes any will can be bought with money. Then, very confused in her carriage, she talks with her young butler, doubting everything that had happened, deciding that she must investigate further on her own, although the butler offers to do it for her. She refuses, considering the risk of going against the Rheinhefers, and her butler accepts with a smile. While reading the study modules, on the other hand, Nox is exhausted, being attended to by La Villa, who is worried about his hands and cold feet. He assures her that he is already cured and tells her not to worry, at least about the illness. But he fears what will happen now, since he knows there is no protagonist, and without him the story will not advance. And he knows he won't be able to recover his memories, as the system had indicated. Luckily at that moment he has an idea, which makes him shout out loud, scaring the village. Joyful Nox finds a way to be both the villain and the protagonist of the game. Meanwhile, in the middle of a battlefield, a woman with blonde hair stands imposing over a pile of bodies. This is Luna, who is informed that the demonic humans have started to move, which indicates that he will awaken. Hearing this from her assistant makes Saul think that the entire continent will be stained with blood again. So she sends Du to prepare, putting on her jacket with a symbol. She moves forward, thinking that everything she does is for the end of the Al-Kejim Empire. Then in the city, Nox recalls his time as a gamer, in which he and his gaming companions agreed that the line dividing protagonists from villains is very thin. Except in some cases, like beings of supreme evil. Many people prefer deeper villains. This popularized the creation of villains with great traumas, similar to those of the protagonists, which makes them fascinating characters for players. Thinking about this while walking through the dark streets, analyzing that a villain cannot be the protagonist. And if that is the case, there is only one way that world has not been led to destruction: by lacking a protagonist, and that is that he must take on both roles, and this is how he arrives at a strange magical alley that he enters, without enjoying risking his life, but being necessary to find the strongest villain organization that wants to destroy the empire to which Luna belongs. The Lunatics. Back at the academy, all the high command are very worried about what happened during the trial. A mustachioed man blames Vernon, starting a fight that is not settled amicably. The men stop fighting to move on to the next point. Noah is upset because they haven't even let her speak about the issue. They ask her what they will do about the Night Walker's summoning. Noah assumes that was the beginning, since by attacking the richest woman on the continent, whoever did it clearly has one objective: to attack the Empire's finances, telling her men to prepare for what's coming, and also warning them that they will deal with great talent within the academy, remembering how he pursued Knox in a more adult version of himself, recognizing him as the most talented man in the academy. What surprises everyone is hearing Noah admit that Knox might even be more talented than her. Back with the protagonist, he arrives at an inn, where a bartender named Crayon asks him if he is lost. Knox, knowing his identity, ignores him and recites a secret code that the bartender immediately recognizes, letting him pass without knowing how that person got it. Knox continues on his way, moving some potions in code that activate a large blue flash that envelops him. This high-level magic deactivates his mana genius ability, forcibly transporting him, appearing dizzy in a secret place, where he is greeted by a threatening sword at his throat. Held by Luna, the protagonist names her Luna, leader of the Lunatics, member of the Three Sword Emperors. Of unknown appearance, this surprises her, and she asks him whose he is. Knox introduces himself and asks to join the Lunatics. Back at the academy, Paracelsus watches the sky from the window of her room, thinking about Knox, or rather how he knew about his master's fate, mocking the rumors that say Knox is a disappointment to his family, since he even managed to surpass him in speed, perhaps matching his master's quickness. Paracelsus analyzes how everything she knew about Knox before entering the academy was manipulated to make him look weak, without understanding why someone so skillful was hidden. However, that doesn't change her plans to trample anyone who stands in her way. And if they are noble, even better. After this, she falls asleep and remembers her master, who tells her that the Empress of the Kingdom went mad while ruling tyrannically, dividing the imperial family. In opposition, Princess Penelope appeared as a benevolent leader, willing to take the throne instead of her not-so-benevolent brother. Celso told Paracelsus that she would have to choose a side upon joining the academy, which was the last task he gave her. The next thing she sees is her master telling her he has given her everything he has, before falling to the ground with a fatal wound, caused by a mysterious hooded figure, leaving the gray wolf in shock, who wakes up suddenly, only to notice his hand glowing, annoyed that his dead master keeps appearing in his dreams. Back with Knox, he observes Luna's statistics. Who is 20 years old, her element is lunar, sword genius, aggressive, and she possesses a mental eye. Among her negative elements are her madness, her agitation, and her berserker state. Her passive abilities include fighting spirit, piercing eyes, and intimidation, while her active ability is lunar sword and mana explosion. Knox recognizes her as a formidable warrior who is part of the Three Sword Masters at her young age, with an unattainable skill. Although black sword techniques can only be learned by being the patriarch, the lunar sword technique can be learned if Luna's trust is earned. For that, Knox must join the Lunatics. However, Luna distrusts him, asking him what a Reinheifer is doing joining criminals, while driving the tip of her sword into Knox's neck, making him bleed and startling him. The protagonist screams that he wants to destroy the Empire. With this answer, Luna lets him go, listening as Knox tells her that he must first destroy the Academy, which is the base of the Empire, and that he is there to serve her as a spy. Luna belittles his abilities, but Knox's confidence catches her attention, so she orders her assistant Dove to prepare a lunar trial. And so Dove gives Knox a hood, and then guides him to the depths of the forest where there is a combat platform. There Dove tasks him with entering and defeating all the monsters, making sure to never lose the hood. Because if he does, he will fall into madness. Nox knew this, as he knows that the Berserker trait is one of the worst in the game, affecting the player's judgment, but increasing his characteristics in compensation, which could be worth it even if it costs him his mind. The cause is a large crimson moon, which drives everyone exposed to it insane. Nox sees this as a two-part test, fighting madness and facing the monsters, something he had never attempted, because in a game with a protagonist, who would think of joining the villains? Just as Luna orders him to become a corpse or join them, Nox is in the middle of the platform, while Dove casts a spell that floods the circle with a red light that attracts the monsters. The confident protagonist, who clearly cannot win against so many creatures, uses the second plan, deciding to take off the hood. This is madness for Luna, but the protagonist wants to take advantage of the situation to quickly increase all his stats. The main problem will be maintaining sanity, thus entering the berserk state with the risk of losing his mind. He feels euphoric seeing his stats increase. Doof and Luna are surprised. The latter thinks he is crazy, and Doof suggests stopping him. Luna replies that they won't, since he wouldn't listen anyway. Besides, they didn't care if he died. Her assistant wonders if it is convenient, as they could get into trouble with Theo. But Luna doesn't think Theo has any paternal affection, so they decide to just watch, waiting to find out what Nox's plan was. He waits in the circle, watching as all the monsters approach him aggressively, launching himself against them, starting to attack, as the world around him turns red. Feeling that this is the perfect description of this trial, noticing how not only his stats increase, but also his body has become bigger and stronger. Seeing them approach in a great wave, he decides to launch the attack, moving quickly to annihilate enemy after enemy, who do not stop appearing. The protagonist reflects on his current situation, understanding that although the Berserker state may be one of the worst traits of inner lunatic, which only occurs with the Crimson Moon, he intended to use this from the beginning. Thanks to his two genius traits, the Combat one and the Mana Absorption one, he is able to neutralize the normal state of the Crimson Moon, something that from the point of view of justice in the game is not at all fair, but he really doesn't care. Launching himself into the sky, enjoying himself in front of the moon, seeing the monsters, he launches towards them with a black execution move, with which he sweeps away all the creatures like a whirlwind. To Luna and Doof's surprise, Nox behaves a bit crazy, laughing hysterically, enjoying how the massacre of creatures gives him 2 more days of life, thinking that it is unfair that he can control this state, but if someone wants the advantages he has, they just have to be terminally ill, destroying everything in his path until all are eliminated, stopping until he hears something indistinguishable from Luna, which seems annoying to him, getting up, and walking among the remains of the monsters with a terrifying attitude and stained with blood, heading towards Luna to ask her if the trial is over. Going back 10 seconds, Luna sees Nox's talent and decides to admit him into the lunatics, telling him he passed the trial, although his attitude worries her, thinking he has been consumed by madness, and she might have to eradicate him. However, Nox, after finishing off a creature and cleaning his sword, approaches them with a tired face just to ask if it's over. Upon confirmation, Luna thinks Theo raised a monster, while Nox only thinks he succeeded, and Luna asks her assistant to give him something, a hood worn only by distinguished members of the lunatics. Nox receives it, seeing its characteristics, which include increasing his will by 1, identifying him as a member of the organization through the oath of the lunar light, and neutralizing all anomalies of the light attribute. The hood has a pattern that only members can recognize and will increase the user's strength once it gets dark at 1.2. With this, Nox is euphoric and happy about his victory, especially about his new hood, and unlocking the will statistics, staring intently at Luna. Noticing his expression, Luna thinks he is asking for something more, and indeed, Nox expects to receive an additional reward. This audacity seems funny to the blonde, who agrees to send her assistant to bring him an artifact they recently acquired, a kind of mask called Lunar Shadow. This artifact literally creates a clone of the person, which could make him useful for his spy work in the academy. Luna asks if he is satisfied now, to which Nox feels so, thanking her while observing his new item, which was the main reason why he sought out the lunatics. With this in his hands, he now has the possibility to create a clone, and he will use it to be 2 people at once, the protagonist and at the same time the villain. Luna explains the structure of the lunatics, who are organized into 5 ranks: captain, vice captain, and then the normal members from 1 to 3, and he will start at rank 3, the lowest. For now, she tells him to withdraw until she assigns him his first mission. Once he leaves, the lunatics remain talking. The blonde thinks he is very interesting, and her assistant is surprised how he could tolerate the crimson madness, since those who are not geniuses cannot resist for more than 5 minutes. Considering this an achievement, they decide to watch him to see if he is entertaining and useful. And so Nox returns to the tavern, where he is greeted by a cheerful Crayon, who assumes he got what he was looking for. Meanwhile, Nox reflects on how, due to his talents, he might be the only one capable of using the Crimson Moon. And upon going outside, the bartender seems to have something against him. Although it is something simple, he told him his name before, considering it fair that Nox do the same. So Nox introduces himself. With this they say goodbye. Crayon warns him to be careful when scheduling his classes at the academy, suggesting he not stand out. And so Nox returns to his room, tired, seeing how his plan progressed without problems. The first thing he encounters upon entering is Sumate having a tantrum for having left without her. Surprised by her complaints, Nox only sees Labilla suggest that even with all the rumors in her family, she can still rehabilitate herself, thinking that she was doing lustful things. However, the tantrum ends when Nox asks her about her days in the exclusive classes for maids and butlers. Her hands tremble, indicating that something happened, supposing it is because most of the service staff are low-ranking nobles. Unlike her, who is a commoner, Nox gives her a small pouch that she should use when she has any problems, assuring her that he will resolve the situation in a very reasonable way. Although she doubts it and wants to know what is inside, she finally agrees to use it, only in case of danger. With this last action, the system freezes everything to notify him that he has officially joined the academy, completing that part of the main mission, and sending him a voice message that Nox immediately opens, seeing an angel suddenly appear that he lightly sees. The letter says it has been a long time since he saw her, and she is glad he completed his first mission. It also says that the problems have just begun, and that they will surely hurt even more, warning him that he is the only one who can handle what is coming, because only he can see the end of the story, giving him minimal help in the message. Although Nox doesn't get much from the letter, he supposes that the being he is talking to is capable of changing the game at will and contacting him, so he is surely a master of the game, reflecting on how he must now set his target on the main storyline. But for the moment, he sets aside the problems of the future and prefers to see the gift he received. This was an option in the menu, called View Character System. Upon clicking, all the characters he knows are displayed, which surprises him to see that he can now display the file for each character with the Insight skill. This could only be used when he had the target right in front of him, and now he could see the progress of all the characters from anywhere. In this way, Nox notices that Theo has gotten stronger in a short time, recognizing that being already a sword master and of advanced age, this surprises him. While seeing his true face in the mirror, Nox recognizes that this world is similar to the video game, but it is not completely the same, this being an infernal difficulty. And he consoles himself by making a good choice of classes, which are combat techniques, image, equipment, imperial history, and equestrianism. Then the next day comes, and the students on the service side are gathered. Among them is Ladilla, with her head down, listening to the rumors and whispers around her, especially from a pair of girls who speak ill of her for being a commoner, and still attending the academy. They also speculate that with her cute face, she could conquer anyone to use them. A third maid appears who finishes by saying that being precisely the maid of the useless youngest son of the family known for being lustful, she would use her pretty face to convince him. This is the last straw for her patience, who accepts any insult towards her, but not one that could harm her master, so she approaches them. And one comes out to confront her, Jacel being the daughter of an earl. Lavilla hints that she should apologize, but the gossiping maid is supported by all of them, saying that it is not their fault that rumors exist. Refusing to apologize, Lavilla, understanding that status is too important their nose, she cannot win. So she uses that strange little bag that Nox gave her, which releases a large puff of smoke, from which a miniature figure of Nox in Chibi version emerges, appearing as a hologram. Frightening everyone, the mini protagonist begins to speak, saying he doesn't know who he is talking to, nor what they did to her. But if Sumai decided to open the pouch, it was enough for him to appear, declaring that whoever receives the message is dead, and that he will personally send their heads to their families. Although he looks cute, he leaves the blonde completely disappointed by how immature his master was. But full of fear, Giselle throws herself to the floor worried, asking his name, which he gives her with sighs. With this attitude, the gossipmonger feels that if Nox's family wished it, she could disappear in an instant. So she is filled with fear, asking for forgiveness on her knees. With this, the problem is solved. But for the blonde maid, it was a terrible way, as it will increase more negative rumors about them. With no other option and very disappointed, she leaves. Later, Nox and she walk together. She notices that her master has huge dark circles under his eyes. Although Nox says he feels fine, mentioning that he spent the whole night solving the class selection. Continuing on their way, but they are interrupted by the appearance of Aliner's little servant, named Rick, who introduces himself with a big smile to a confused Nox. He quickly starts to feel uncomfortable with the situation, beginning to tremble, so he has to activate his acting skill. This is because despite his innocent appearance, Rick is known as a dangerous character. Nicknamed the Deceiver, Rick will have a big impact on the story in the following chapters, betraying the rivalin merchants, and thus advancing the demon's plot, being a servant and worshipper of him, and responsible for stabbing the millionaire girl in the back. For this reason, Nox looks at him with complete distrust, thinking about how an inner lunatic the saying, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," does not apply at all, especially with Rick, whom he considers a piece of trash. Nox reflects that being close to him will bring him more harm than benefits. Meanwhile, the apparently innocent boy hands him a gift from his mistress, a rare artifact. Without wasting time, the protagonist tells him to get lost. Rick looks at him confused. Nox reiterates his request, taking his sword as a threat. The frightened boy backs away and Nox, turning around, leaves. Lavia apologizes to Rick for her master's behavior, also leaving, worried that he might hurt himself walking so fast. This annoys him, but they tell him they saw him very sick recently, having an overly weak body. The protagonist recognizes this and calms her, telling her that he won't die suddenly. Although she knows it, she worries because Nox is always at the center of all the problems. To which he replies, considering himself popular to them, which does not reassure the maid. Nox understands that due to his maid's characteristics, it's normal for her to worry about separating from her master. Besides, she is the person who saved his life. And as they continue on their way, she asks him why he was aggressive earlier with the little butler. Nox, very worried, holds her by the shoulder, telling her to stay away from him. She, a little confused, decides to obey, supposing there is a good reason and thinking that she should also stay away from Aliner. Knowing that from then on they must be more careful. Then now he is in class thinking about the excessive amount of problems he has encountered by entering the game's story, not knowing that those problems are about to increase. When the professor announces that the first thing they will do in class is form teams with whom they will work immediately, the worried protagonist realizes that being antisocial will eventually catch up to him, even in a game. The professor instructs them to find 4 people in the next 30 minutes. The protagonist, seeing that his reputation is finally catching up to him, tries to ask the classic question of the quiet person in the room. What happens if they don't form teams? The professor's answer is clear. He will fail without the possibility of retaking, seriously indicating that he cannot work alone. Nox resignedly does not argue further, thinking that if he fails, he will be expelled. The others, on the other hand, are doing well. Many ask for Penelope. The same happens with Paracelsus, who is liked for his great skills. Also a character named Leon and Aliner seem to be very popular. Whereas for Nox, time passes while he wonders how to make friends in 30 minutes. However, to his surprise, a rich girl walks the entire way to stand beside him. Upset that she didn't receive her gift, she offers him another way to pay her debt for saving her life. With a perverse smile, she proposes to form a team. Nox sees the redhead's arrogant look, understanding that he has no choice but to team up with her, not knowing that just at that moment, another red knight appears to join, Talia, alias another gargoyle for Nox, who despite being lively at first, becomes shy because of the looks, and murmurs around her. Nox sees her as a very kind person, who must have felt bad seeing her fiancé as a loner, while Aliner is surprised that someone like Nox genuinely has a friend. The protagonist hears this realistic statement, but for some strange reason it bothers him. With Talia taking a spot on the team and a leaner as well, he only needs one more member. Nox, after much thought, accepts the team, knowing that Chapter 1 is approaching along with the first boss battle, and his double performance as hero and villain is also approaching. Luckily, the selections end with the inclusion of a normal guy named Pearl, which is at least a relief for the protagonist. And looking at his stats, he finds positive traits like Art of Living, Submissive, and Believer. As a negative trait, he is simply stupid, but that doesn't matter when Nox notices his active skill called Blessing, which is a tremendous buff for his team. Although it doesn't directly benefit him, it will be useful. It's strange that a student has that power, which is usually only held by saints from monasteries. Putting that aside, the girls introduce themselves to the new member, Eleanor being haughty, Talia being shy, and Nox basically threatening him. With all teams formed, the professor ends the class, assigning as the first task that they get along, since they won't be able to change teams for the entire semester. Nox then loudly calls him a crazy old man, which worries Talia, who fears the professor might hear him. But that was exactly his point. After this, Nox leaves the classroom, with Talia following him to ask him, not very discreetly, about his schedule. Nox understands, but wrongly, and confusedly pokes her forehead, reprimanding her for wanting to ask for information about the easiest classes for free. Then he leaves, making it clear that he doesn't understand women. Then we move to District 4, where the protagonist walks with Levia. They both see that they need to buy books, equipment, and grimoires, which are very expensive, which would make it difficult for the pre-nobles to buy them, and therefore it would be harder for them to graduate. But the protagonist has no problem with this, since he has plenty of money. He knows well that if someone at the academy has talent, they will get sponsors, so money won't be a problem for them either, with everything bought. He decides to leave when a scandal breaks out in the crowd. Apparently, it's a fight, which he already worries about seeing. But Nox is not interested and keeps walking. However, his expression completely changes when he sees Leon, who is arguing, and receiving insults from a vendor. The protagonist recognizes the boy as Leon von Marbas, the third son of the Dark Marbas family, whose family must be bankrupt. Thinking he is a kind boy who will solve the problem, Nox is surprised when the merchant yells at Leon for weighing the products to see which one has more content. Calling him a beggar, this triggers something in Leon, who, feeling humiliated, manifests a green aura and takes out his grimoire, starting to summon the dead to defend his family's honor. The protagonist runs at full speed, surprised by what Leon is doing in the middle of the district. While next to Leon, two gigantic undead rise. Levia worries about her master, but he doesn't stop, as he notices a look full of trouble in Leon's eyes. The maid doesn't understand how he can know that just by looking at his eyes, to which Nox replies that he is already used to problems. While the merchant, terrified in front of Leon's summons, is protected by Nox. He suggests that he leave, or he will die by either of them. The merchant remains arrogant, so Nox has no choice but to uncover his face so he understands who he is. We pause that to return to the academy, where Emma has to deal with Talia's romantic complaints, who is sad, worried, and annoyed despite having allied with Nox, because he didn't reveal his schedule to her, which makes her think that perhaps puberty has made him shy. Poor May doesn't even know what to say. Talia feels disappointed because even though she is so mature and never holds Nox back, he doesn't pay attention to her. Emma thinks that if this continues, her mistress will fall into depression, blaming herself, since in the past when her mistress was worried that her fiancé was cold towards her, she suggested it was due to puberty, which gave Talia a lot of hope, complicating the present. So she sweetens the truth again, telling her that Nox only acts that way to keep his private life as a fiancé and his academic life separate, which is enough to convince the tall girl, who is very happy, cheerful, hugging, and playing with Emma, whom she considers an expert in relationships and from now on her counselor forever. Emma, seeing her so happy, cannot help but think that she has never actually dated anyone, and they are both interrupted by the sound of the door. On the other side is Eleanor, who introduces herself as his teammate in the magic combat class. Emma is not interested and tells her to make an appointment for a meeting, but Eleanor, very cold and calculating, tells her that she is there to talk about Nox. Talia immediately leaves. Returning to the protagonist, he sees the merchant finally recognize him. Leon holds back his attack and the merchant apologizes for not recognizing him sooner, asking for forgiveness. Knox suggests he better leave. The subject keeps insisting he is right, until he sees the protagonist's hateful gaze, which makes him flee at full speed. Leon looks at him confusedly, saying he was having a talk with the merchant, launching his skeletons. Knox, annoyed, uses his magic to disintegrate them and asks him, "Do you usually talk with that dark magic?" In addition to basically asking to be arrested. Leon reacts upon realizing that it is illegal to learn magic before the academy, not having considered it before. Apologizing to Knox and thanking him for his help, Knox replies that now that he understands, he should buy what he needs and gets lost, giving him a bag of money to help him. Leon looks at the bag confusedly and asks him why he is helping him, as he is not interested in having debts with him. Knox tells him that those pennies are nothing to him, but he cannot deny that he has some intentions. Leon understands and accepts, putting away his skeletons only to approach, raising a green combat aura again, holding the money in his hand, recognizing the money as payment for his silence, and places a coin in front of Knox, charging it with dark magic, telling him that the deal is cancelled, since what interests him is knowing how he has his family's power. At the academy, the two redheads have tea. Talia starts the conversation in a refined manner, which surprises Alina, who for a moment wonders if Knox might be interested in her, but she dismisses it immediately, since for someone like him, commitments are chains, so she will be direct, telling Talia that Knox is dangerous, leaving her surprised. The story continues, with Alina listing the reasons why he is, from being the son of a dark family, to all the rumors surrounding him. Talia listens to everything, restraining herself until she explodes, saying that Knox is not a bad person. At this, Alina goes back to the day Knox humiliated her, furious, smashing her cup on the table, saying that most people do not think the same. The conversation becomes tense with Alina, puzzled by Talia's attitude, which does not seem compatible with Knox. With this, her attitude becomes hostile. Talia, in a refined manner, clarifies that although Knox is cold to others and can be misinterpreted, he is not a bad person. Alina gets even more agitated by this, suggesting that the fact that they are engaged is no reason to support him. Talia interrupts her, telling her that she doesn't support him for that reason. Starting an argument about whether people change, the brave redhead reminds Alina that Knox saved her life, which confuses the millionaire, and she decides to get up, disgusted, and leave. Outside, she continues with that frustrated attitude when Rick appears to ask her if the conversation left her like that. She asks her butler what the greatest quality of a merchant is, to which he replies that it is having eyes that doubt everything. With this doubt, she knows she achieved her status and wealth, but now she doubts whether Knox has really changed. The memories of how he humiliated her keep resurfacing, and before that doubt, she accepts that perhaps he could have changed. Returning to Knox, he sees Leon is angry, flashing a large amount of magical power around him. Knox asks the villagers to run away, and they all flee in fear of the dark mage's power, who ends up creating a large dome of dark energy, where only Knox and he are. Knox recognizes the complication of facing Leon, who approaches him angrily, telling him that if he wanted to negotiate with him about the use of his family's magic, he should have brought something suitable for the deal. However, the protagonist knows that there was nothing he could exchange for the family's honor. Leon seems to think he knows him, to which Knox replies by talking about the Marva's family, and how this was one of the most important dark families. Speaking in the past tense annoys the necromancer, since Knox knows that his family has gone bankrupt, since the Wild Group took advantage of the territorial war to defeat the patriarch of the Marva's family, stripping them of all their territory. Leon assumes that Knox will use that information to avoid the problem or as revenge, but Knox doesn't care about revenge. What he wants is for the Marva's family to be reborn, using Leon as a new patriarch who reaches the peak of the continent. Leon, surprised, realizes that Knox knows him very well, since that is precisely his own goal. With this, he only has one more question: how did he obtain that power? The protagonist confesses that it was simple chance. Leon believes him and calms down immediately. With this, he finally understands that Leon only wanted to know how he had learned his magic. Without further ado, Leon thanks him for his help and tells him that he will pay his debt as long as it does not involve money. And so the next day, in a large building, Knox walks across a small bridge to come face to face with Noah. Being there to improve his skill, Genius Hour. They later said that one of the strongest abilities in the game came in a DLC, which he obtained after finishing it 10 times, obtaining the title of Inner Lunati. This ability only activates when 2 genius traits are active, and Nox is now face to face with Noah, who is sitting on an ice throne supported by a troll. Nox can only think that if he didn't have that ability, he would already be dead, a thought that sends chills down his spine. Noah finally speaks, surprised by Nox's results, believing that the Rheinheffers have raised a monster. An exaggerated statement according to the boy, but she has no other explanation for everything he has done. And yet they consider him the useless one of the family, even if his father is severe. She doesn't see it possible. With a persevering and playful attitude, Noah hints that she suspects something about him. He immediately feels under suspicion and activates his acting skill to concentrate and to respond seriously, expressing that his past is not important. The smiling Dean accepts him, although she cannot help but tell him that the talent he has shown intrigues her, proposing to steal him while provocatively biting her lollipop. Faced with such an insinuation, the protagonist pretends not to have heard anything, changing the subject, revealing that he always knew she was following him in the test, which leaves the Dean surprised, intrigued by how many more secrets she might be keeping. And Noah uses his magic to give him his reward, the Golden Scroll. Nox cannot contain his excitement, eagerly listening to how the Skill Enhancement Scroll increases the power of any skill, pretending he had never heard of that before, taking the scroll excitedly, although he feels an uncomfortable sensation in his arm. But he decides to ignore it, thinking it's due to excitement, opening the scroll, which increases the power of a skill by 1.2. And by obtaining it so early in the game, it doubles his power, and he uses it on his Genius Hour skill, extending the duration to 10 minutes, thus achieving a great advantage. Noah from a distance asks him if he is satisfied with the result. He nods, but the Dean does not let him go without first reluctantly admitting that he saved her colleague. The protagonist asks her not to disclose it so as not to attract attention, thus leaving the Dean alone on her ice throne, wondering how dangerous the protagonist is, but also interested in what monster he will become. Breaking the fourth wall to ask the audience, "Don't you agree?" The next day, Nox has a basic magic class of the Empire. It is a simple class that doesn't matter much. What matters is the professor who teaches it. Raz Bon Celestia, a man with pink hair and a mustache, with positive attributes such as being a thoughtful scholar and talented in hidden weapons. However, the negative is that he is obsessive, has trauma, and a cold heart, being a very important character in the chapter. His basic abilities are nothing special, which surprises the Academy professor. He now sets his eyes on Nox, who seems arrogant and uninterested. Raz announces that today they will learn about his main element, starting by asking Nox what his element is: darkness. He answers quickly. Raz doesn't give up. He asks about its characteristics. Nox answers quickly again, explaining that it is different from basic elements, since it is corrupted and does not combine with others. In return, it has great destructive power, being difficult to control, so few families master it. The next question is, what is the opposite element to darkness? Which is divinity? Raz takes the opportunity to ask, what would happen if darkness and divinity clashed? Nox, without hesitation, replies that divinity would undoubtedly win. This starts to annoy the professor, who hasn't been able to make him look bad. So hitting his ego, he asks him, what would you do if you faced someone with the divine element? Nox, like a true villain, proposes finishing off his rival before he even realizes it. Then we move to a room where a shirtless Rick injects himself with blood, which alters his body and causes him a lot of pain. This excites him greatly as he looks in the mirror, smiling at his vein-filled body, admiring his demonic tattoo on his chest, thinking that if he pushes a little further, he could become a real demon. Not just an attempt, watching as a demonic hand emerges from the mirror, and he sees a gigantic red demon in his reflection, which tells him that he will soon stop being human to become a demon that transcends time, life, and humanity. This statement brings a smile to Rick's face, who falls to his knees on the floor, declaring that he will find and eliminate the Duke. While the demon smiles, Rick prepares to return to being the smiling butler he always is. Returning to class, Nox maintains his answer of finishing off the divine attribute before it appears, an answer that amazes everyone, even Raz. Seeing the protagonist's attitude and penetrating look of confidence, Raz begins to understand why the dean is interested in him. However, he now tasks his assistant with preparing a magical aptitude test. The assistant doesn't understand, but Raz seems annoyed, thinking he must break the protagonist's attitude, seeking to forge the sword through blows. Now outside the classroom, the assistant brings a cart with low-category mini-demons, called imps, which are caged. All students panic upon seeing them, because although they are weak, they are still too much for first-year students. Raz calmly tells them that the Academy's ultimate goal is not just to create mages or knights, but to exterminate the demons of the world, so they must familiarize themselves with them. The students are still nervous, but seem to accept. The exercise consists of imbuing magic into the mini-devils to subdue them. Before the explanation is over, Nox is already near one, staring at it, feeling uncomfortable by something so simple, but confused because these anti-demon classes shouldn't be taught until the second year. Raz starts the exercise with 15 minutes to complete it, confident that despite Nox's talent, he will not be able to deal with demons, falling prey to their whispers. However, when he turns around for a second, he sees that Nox's demon is completely terrified. While others like Talia run crying, thinking the demon is dying, others see visions of food, or are very dizzy. Nox, for his part, asks for a change of IMPS because his is already very scared without him having done anything. At that moment, he begins to hear loud moans flooding the sacred classroom. Seeing this, they come from an ecstatic professor, who looks at him with shining eyes, asking him how he subdued the little devil. The protagonist insists that he hasn't done anything, although Raz doesn't listen to him, only concentrating on his talent. So excited, he proposes to be his main student. The protagonist remembers from the donations that this is not a good idea, since that is the equivalent of the so-called assistant. In other words, slave. Everyone seems envious because it is a position of honor, but the protagonist does not want slavery, and he rejects it, annoying Raz again, while Leon, Eleanor, Penelope, and Echidna are tired from the exercise. A few hours earlier, Vernon tries to talk to Raz about Nox, considering him the most talented boy in the class. However, Raz is not interested in what Vernon says, even though even Noah recognized him. The professor prefers to see it for himself, although he doesn't really expect much from the student, feeling confident that it won't be a big deal. Returning to the present, Raz is furious because Nox has just rejected his offer. Around him, everyone complains that Nox didn't accept, when many would wish for the position of learning magic with an award-winning professor. Considering this typical of the spoiled child, Daller Rinhafer. Nox, really annoyed by the comments, thinks he won't accept, remembering that he already has problems with Eleanor, and a student interrupts by asking Raz why he wants to give this position to Nox, when there are so many other outstanding students, suggesting Echidna or the princess. The portal recognizes him as a bootlicker, but astute and intelligent, remembering his face in case it is useful in the future. However, the professor does not seem to back down, suggesting that it is his job to judge whom he designates as his main disciple. And so that they do not suspect his favoritism, he proceeds to look romantically at Nox before stating the reasons why he will be the main disciple. Despite being rejected, Raz begins his explanation, summarizing in his head as a fascination with the way he subdued the labyrinth without touching it, things that he himself doesn't understand. As a studious magic professor, Raz believes he knows how to recognize a genius. When he finishes his explanation, Nox rejects him again, but Raz does not give up. He tells him he has time to think about it and not to make a hasty decision, while grabbing him by the shoulders and drooling on him. Nox withdraws from the professor's pursuit, which makes all his acquaintances uncomfortable, especially the princess, who is surprised by how different Nox is from the rumors. Echidna apologizes for the incorrect information, and the princess becomes curious, wondering if Nox will be a light for her family, or a cloud of darkness. The protagonist escapes what already seemed like harassment, thinking that at least he has clarified everything and has nothing to worry about. Later in his room, completely exhausted, he hears Sumai ask him what happened. He terrifyingly begins to relate how Raz kept insisting that he become his main disciple. In the hallways, in other classes, in the middle of the cafeteria, even in the bathroom, despite coldly rejecting him, the professor doesn't seem to want to give up, always with a big smile. Hearing this, Willow understands that it is something that could indeed be punishable by law. surprised that his professor was supposed to have a very good reputation, which makes Knox suppose it's because of one of his negative traits. Meanwhile, in the mansion, a blood-stained sword belonging to a subject who appears to be from the Renhaffer family. Garen, Theo's eldest son, with a cold and soulless appearance, finishes off several guards who try to dissuade him, using the Patriarch's orders, but he simply doesn't listen to them. With a refined yet brutal air, he uses his black aura to make his way past everyone, feeling hurt in his feelings because his father won't let him pass. Finally reaching Theo's office, where Rodwell is standing next to him, the latter freezes at the sight of Garen. Theo, surprised that he has returned, sees his son feel at home. Garen tells his father that his time is up, seeing how behind him peeks a gigantic black shadow called the Great Duke, who embraces the Patriarch, ready to consume him at any moment. Theo believes his son was waiting for this moment, but for him, that talk is meaningless. All Garen wants is the sword his father hid, the sword of the first Patriarch, the Storebringer. Upon hearing this, Theo becomes enraged, but Garen doesn't seem to care. The only thing that interests him is strengthening the family, something Theo dislikes. His son doubts his father knows what is important, since after all, he didn't prevent that woman from dying. Rodwell, surprised, knows that this person should not be mentioned in front of the Patriarch. Theo, offended, asks if that is how he refers to his mother, but Garen replies that he only recognizes Priscilla, Bon Oral, as his mother, considering the other woman a mistake by his father and an infiltrator in the family. Theo expels him from the mansion, but Garen insists, causing the Patriarch to release an aura of evil, ordering him to leave before he loses his head. Garen leaves without further ado, issuing his final threat. Once he leaves, Theo realizes that he let his dark side out. Rodwell tells him that although his side is with him, if others find out about the demon, it will bring many problems to the family, suggesting that he choose a successor, giving him the news that Knox was the best student in the admission test. Theo is surprised, as he knows that the dean is Noah, one of the four sages who recognized Knox's talent. With this and what he himself has observed, he considers the possibility that his youngest son could take his place, a thought that Rodwell supports, seeing how Knox could soon sit in that chair. Back at the academy, a cheerful Raz continues trying to convince Knox, who keeps rejecting him, even though he offers him money and fame, things that Knox already has, at least the money, since he is famous for other reasons. Raz insists so much that the protagonist fears his ears will bleed, recalling the chat with Labilla, who thought that Raz only looked for strong people, and if he found out that Knox was a good-for-nothing, he would leave him alone. Now doubting that this is the case, he asks him why he wants him as an apprentice. Raz replies that because he is outstanding. Knox, sweating, asks him to tell him the truth. With this, he asks if he has time to listen. Knox knows he is the famous, useless person of the place. It was obvious he had time to spare. He serves him herbal tea, telling him that he wants an outstanding student to help him complete his research, which seeks to help the weak who cannot use mana. With a serious face, he asks for help to fulfill his dream of preventing someone from dying in battle for not having power, as happened to his son, thus beginning his story, explaining how he was admitted to the academy as the first son of the Celestial Viscount, heir to the family leadership, without physical skills and excelling only in theory. That is why he was looked down upon by his peers. Feeling that disdain, he drowned his problems in research, managing to become a professor at the academy and get married. Even so, he was viewed with disdain. He even had to use someone else to publish his research. Despite everything, he had a son who overcame adversity to be admitted to the academy. Raz remembers him with joy because his son told him that he would work hard to improve his father's family reputation by joining the squad under the Emperor's orders, seeking to excel. But from the start of the battle, he ended up being hit by an arrow with barely any mana. Knox does not see this as justification for Raz's obsession, since there are hundreds of similar stories in that world. Still, he admits that seeing the professor's melancholic sword on the screen is different from having him in front of him. Feeling his loneliness, determined, the protagonist rejects his offer again, asking him to find someone else who empathizes with his story. As he withdraws, the professor looks at his son's photo, noticing a certain resemblance to Knox. Upon arriving at the room, the protagonist receives the news that Garen has returned, wiping out the mansion's guards. His brother, being the king's heir, says he is the pillar of the worst endings in the game. Knox is worried about this because his maid returned to the mansion under Rodwell's orders. Now the protagonist is scared, thinking that Garen hates Theo for having a second wife. He doesn't know if he hates him too, fearing for Ladilla, so he asks if Garen did something to her, to which she admits yes. In her memory, Garen passes by Ladilla and Lorna, with only the blonde drawing attention since he sees her as an extraordinary maid. Approaching her and greeting her, she introduces herself as Nox's head maid. But Garen, without further explanation, asks her to be his personal maid, seeing her as an ambitious person capable of satisfying him. She rejects him immediately. Faced with this, Garen reminds her how influential he is, but the villain does not back down, even when he offers her a generous amount of money. She had already decided to serve Nox. Garen, annoyed, demands that the servant cannot make decisions. To which Lovia, with a big smile, tells him that precisely because of that, feeling respected by Nox, she decided to accompany him on his lifelong mission. At the academy, she tells a much more summarized version, saying that he simply tried to hire her for triple the salary. This is enough for Nox, worried about losing his maid since he doesn't have that much money, to decide to give up and accept it, tripling her salary, extending her trembling hand. She smiles, but her smile soon turns into an expression of sorrow. Nox assumes she has already changed jobs, but she tells him she won't leave, nor does she need a raise. Nox asks her why she is recounting it then, to which she pretends to remember something funny, which makes him think she is mocking him. Leaving La Villa with a satisfied smile, Nox comforts himself by thinking that at least he hasn't lost her, speaking out loud that he will finish Garen, although in his mind he clarifies that it will be when he becomes stronger. Then, on the training ground, the protagonist explains that at the academy they must take 5 mandatory classes. The first is History of the Empire of Archeheim, which talks about its creator god and the unified kingdom that people have forgotten. The second is Horse Riding. The third is the Code of Knights and etiquette within the academy. The fourth is Magic of the Empire. And the fifth, the one that costs him the most, is Endurance Training, in which Nox almost dies while trying to keep up. Looking pathetic at the trot and the pull-ups, collapsing on the ground exhausted, the instructor approaches him, surprised that he looks like a mayfly. Ashamed, Nox asks what he means. He tells him that although in the short term it is good, his resistance is so low that he seems to be fighting an invisible wall. Nox recognizes his observation as worthy of an academy instructor, as he knows that due to his terminal illness traits, his resistance is stuck at 15, half the limit of any character. Out of pride, he decides to act offended by those words that discourage students. The instructor apologizes, asking him to consider improving, or he could reduce his life expectancy. The protagonist is clear about it, seeing how his terminal clock advances faster every moment, which irritates him. In the distance, Paracelsus observes him, surprised that after excelling in the admission exam, he hides his true resistance, assuming it's part of his act as useless. However, Nox, almost out of breath, feels his gaze and, already very annoyed, plans to finish him again in their next confrontation. Later, walking through the town, the protagonist moves discreetly through the crowd until he is identified by Rick. The two-faced man, who seems to be stalking him, recognizes him by his real name, Hal Schultz of Nefer. The Demon Boy, master at creating bad endings on the level of Prince Lois, Bonarch, and him. The boy nicknamed Rick is 15 years old. Among his positive traits is being a businessman, eloquent and skilled with weapons. On the negative side, he is a manipulative traitor. Theoretically, he is weak and only has one passive skill: negotiation. Even so, he manages to cause a chill to run down Nox's face, remembering how this little boy will soon attack the rival patriarch and betray Eleanor, being one of the main characters to avoid. Nervousness makes his act waver when he asks if he is the same one who tried to give him a gift before, reminding him of his threat. He, with a big and kind smile, tells him that he was just surprised to see him walking around without his staff, offering to help him with the shopping while they are together. Nox tries to get rid of him, sending him to his boss, but it seems Rick will not yield, saying his boss is not expecting him yet. Recognizing his malicious gaze, the protagonist, having no other choice, decides to accept the company to find out what he was looking for, suggesting he remain silent, to which he feels. Now in the academy, we see Alina receiving documents with information about Nox, reading them to try to discover the reason why he saved her. And she is confused, as there was no logical reason for it. Her relatives have no dealings with each other, and he refused the reward Vernon offered him, slamming his fist on the table, upset that she cannot find answers about Nox's sudden change in personality, which occurred after solving the case of the missing boy in the forest. She also notices something strange in the recent movements of her butler Rick and his meeting with people at the merchandise. Although in the end, she thinks she won't find anything. She gets up resignedly and looks out the window. Immediately, a feeling takes her back to the past, when her father scolded her for what happened with Nox, violently suggesting she give the boy everything precious to her to keep him happy, which traumatized the girl. Then we switch to a church, where little Alina is in the middle of her mother's funeral, a memory that moves her and leaves her melancholic as she watches the sunset. Returning to Nox, he is dealing with Rick's shopping advice, who prevents him from buying an expensive orb because he will be given one for free later. He also doesn't let him buy a very costly alchemy pot, suggesting he go to an affiliated shop of the rivals with a discount. From a distance, Nox observes Rick, recognizing his talent as a swindler and negotiator, thinking he would be an excellent ally if he weren't a demonic human. Finally, they seem to be done, with Rick cheerfully telling him that they have done all the shopping. Nox nods, but there is still a but. Grabbing him by the neck, he slams him against the wall, directly asking him why he was looking for him. Rick tries not to answer, but Nox increases the pressure. Finally, Rick gives in and proposes a quick talk, while a giant wristwork envelops them, creating a barrier that stops the sound around them. Grabbing Nox by the arm, he offers to betray the Rheinheffers and join him as a servant to the first prince. Nox tries to break free from the grip, which suddenly increases in strength, while Rick's body transforms with veins protruding, and a large center of darkness in his chest. The protagonist tells him that he knows he doesn't serve the prince but a demon, which wipes the smiles off Rick's face. And in a clash of dark energies, the annoyed butler, because Nox knows too much, releases a large demonic aura, and two huge eyes appear behind him, saying they doubt his master would like Nox knowing so much. She recognizes the demon as Baal and asks Rick if he really thinks he will grant his wish. With a demonic shadow behind him, Rick replies that yes. Nox lets go of him, telling him he hopes he doesn't regret it, warning him one last time that if he insults his family again, he will eliminate him. Back at the academy, it is the day of classes with Vernon, who gathers everyone to prepare them. The students recognize him as the bald, crazy teacher from the first test. A boy with glasses comments that it is disrespectful to call a bald man bald, which only sparks the professor's anger, who tries to calm down so as not to annihilate the students. Once he regains his composure, he explains that they are in the plains of Clarelais, a place famous in the academy for the large number of trees and plants. Here they will learn the principles of equipping, the first thing being mounting their horses, or choosing one. Many are confused by the environment and the part about choosing horses, as some have never ridden one. A blonde clears her throat, while her friend complains about having to learn to ride. However, she has no choice, as if they fail, they are expelled. Nox, for his part, calls Carl, who arrives quickly. For him, it's simple, but the others struggle to learn to ride, except for Celsius, who has experience living in the East, but most students focus on him, stealing glances because of his horse, which is obsidian, which they consider too good for a useless member of the Ringhafers. Nox feels proud, knowing he was lucky to get it thanks to his knowledge from the game. And in the end, many manage to mount their horses, but Vernon gives them no time to adapt when the race begins. Although many are novices, or their horses almost cause them to fall, everyone assumes the instructor is annoyed about being called bald, which causes him to hit the one who said it out loud on the head, before explaining the simple rules. They must ride to the corner of the nameless forest and return. The winner will earn extra points. Nox sees it as simple, although he knows that doesn't really matter now. Talia hears him in the distance, but the protagonist ignores her, thinking about how that chapter of the story will be his first confrontation with a demonic human, who should usually be banished by the game's protagonist, in a sequence where Rutger, the demonic human, is defeated by the true protagonist with the help of the cadets. But now, without the protagonist, only he remains, and a series of important characters without a leader. All his thoughts are interrupted when Talia, somewhat apologetic asks him to go together, not out of fear, but for safety, or at least that's what she says. This seems to annoy Alina, who mocks the idea of them going together in a race, starting a staring contest with Nox before continuing on her way. Talia, even more apologetic now, tells him that since it's a race, he should go ahead, as she is not very good at riding. Nox replies that the race is not important and leaves, confusing her. Vernon starts the race, and the horses set off at speed. Nox tries to gain an advantage until his horse neighs upon feeling something. And thanks to his genius trait of mana sensitivity, the protagonist detects a large red circle beneath them. Everyone is confused, but he indicates that since it is transportation magic, it is best to stay still to survive. The circle begins to glow, taking them all away just before a gigantic red-horned demon appears. Returning a few seconds earlier, the protagonist tells everyone to stay still while sending Carl out of the circle. Back when they were transported, everyone arrives at a new location, still confused, and scared, thinking it's another test. Nox is also confused, exploring the remains of mana energy left by the teleportation, recognizing it as unstable. Penelope sees him and approaches to find out what happened. Although Nox keeps many things to himself, he makes it clear that an external force brought them there. Annoyed, Echidna tries to get more information from him, but Nox arrogantly tells her that she is not the princess, and that he doesn't have to answer her. Annoyed, Echidna is interrupted by Alina, who doubts they were transported by an external source, a doubt that she also shares with Talia. Nox is irritated by how complacent and confident the rich are, especially in a game considered one of the most difficult. So he begins to explain that the magic of whoever transported them was very careless. Leon supports this statement, recognizing that the way it was done could endanger all the children of the influential families. With Leon agreeing with him, Penelope, although it hurts her to admit it, understands that it is true, thinking it could be a plan by her brother. Leon suggests that everyone get out of the circle. Echidna raises her voice, annoyed that the Dark families wanted to lead. The princess, irritated, tells them they are right and supports the idea of leaving the circle before they destroy it. With this, everyone sides with the princess, while Paracelsus draws his sword upon smelling the stench of blood, recognizing the presence of an intermediate or higher-grade monster. At that moment, a gigantic bird appears above them, and Nox jumps to attack it, cutting off one of its wings. Once on the ground, he declares before everyone that he will take command of the battle, surprising his companions, who still see him as the useless one. The princess is surprised not to have detected the monster, and even more so that the useless one from the Ringhafers was the first to sense it, not understanding his sudden change. While watching him finish off the bird, Vernon, for his part, thinks his generation is terrible with horses, as none have returned in so long. Raslo interrupts, agitated, asking about the students. The bald man doesn't understand at first until he has a bad feeling. Raslo warns that they saw a person with demonic magic nearby, who activated a magical transportation circle in the plains. This imposing and annoyed man regrets that this is happening right when the dean is absent. At that moment, he recognizes a horse. It was Carl, carrying a note from Nox telling him they were in the nameless forest, and that they needed help. With this, both mount their horses and gallop quickly, as they must travel a 2-day journey to reach that place. Returning to the students, Echidna tries to apologize for not believing Nox, but he doesn't care about her apologies. He only wants the princess to grant him command according to imperial law. She refuses, saying she should be the leader. Nox, seeing this as problematic, asks Pell to explain the steps in emergency cases like this. Pell tells him that the priority is to protect members of the royal family, and that the most exceptional mage or knight should take command. The Proto explains that she is the only one from the imperial family present, believing they must protect her above all because they need her help for the fight against demons later on, due to her lightning mana and executioner power that is only found in imperial blood. With this, he tells her that the law requires them to protect her above their own lives, and that he was the one who reacted fastest, so before a surprised princess, he asks for authority over the life and death of everyone there, including her. Talia, for her part, is surprised by Nox's proposal, seeing him as a true role model. With a great illuminated smile, she falls more and more in love. The protagonist ignores this and insists on taking leadership unless someone is better than him, but no one seems to challenge him. In the distance, a boy thinks that taking charge at that moment is very complicated, and even more so if he has to protect the princess. Thinking that everything can get complicated, thinking that Nox is drinking a poisoned holy grail, saying out loud to do whatever he wants, only to receive a piercing look from the Proda that terrifies him. With everything decided, Nox threatens that anyone who disobeys him will be punished according to the law, his first order being to move from there. Elinor disagrees with following him if he doesn't tell them where they are going, but he asks them to follow him closely instead, since he doesn't know how to explain very well, but thinking that he has done this mission many times. In the distance, in a glass sphere, students are seen hunting a wild boar. Dirgers observes this smiling until he is interrupted by a black rock from which a shadow materializes. This shadow tells him to devour the students of Nidhin. The shadow opens hundreds of eyes before a kneeling demon, paying respect, extending its hand. He hears the demon indicate that if he succeeds in this mission, he will share his power with him, even if he considers him unworthy. Dirge happily receives the power, which is marked on his body, thanking his master. With this, he joyfully looks at the orb with his new power, thinking about how the academy is the perfect mission for him, seeing it as an opportunity for his revenge, especially against Raz. Returning to the students, they seem to be gathering what remains of the boars. Nox begins to assign roles, taking Paracelsus and Leon with him. The former gets annoyed but decides to follow him, and Leon is kind and willing to help. And so, with the strongest students by his side, he indicates that there are two ways to get out of there. One is for someone to destroy the barrier outside, and the second is to defeat the subject who sent them there. The princess understands immediately, but Nox doesn't let her speak when he explains that it will indeed be very dangerous, with the second being the only real option from his position, as help won't arrive for another 2 days, thinking that although the first method exists, it was never an option, since they can only get out by finishing off the demonic human Rutcher, who lives inside the forest. With that settled, he starts by collecting food, beginning with the boars, although Paracelsus immediately tells him they cannot, since those are infected with demonic energy, which would poison them. The Proda is aware of this, as well as the fact that the surrounding plants might have the same. Confusing Umaza for Celsius, who admits he would never do it, because although he has been desperate before, he doesn't want his stomach to hurt. Nox worries that this is his only problem, but decides to continue with his plan, sending Leon to summon the dead, the living to protect the students, and Paracelsus to protect the princess, because ignoring his big mouth, he is the best there, which infuriates the gray wolf, who promises to leave them half-dead later. Now he begins his work, putting some good pork cuts on a campfire he quickly makes, although the others see the meat as a sure trip to the afterlife, until he throws leaves from a small plant that changes color with it, and it is now edible, explaining that it is a crimson rake plant, which is good for eliminating poison at medium range. Or low, with this he surprises everyone who seems to believe him, so Nox asks the princess for her meat portion, but for some reason, she seems to be blushing while looking at him. Then the professors speak with Noah through their device, informing him of the situation, thinking that if they were second years, there would be no problem. But they must rescue them, freezing when they hear chewing, doubting whether their boss is eating during an emergency like that. Raz asks for clarification, and she replies yes, she is tasting snacks, expressing that everything will turn out fine, even though Vernon doesn't trust the first-year blockheads, who don't even know the basics of magic. He gets bored and hangs up. Vernon, with no other option, decides to increase speed to save his students. Raslo follows closely, thinking that he will not let his best apprentice end up in a place like that like him. Returning to the camp, Leon doesn't understand why Nox is spilling the boar's blood. Paracelsus explains that the blood of strong monsters scares away the weak, since they are more vulnerable while sleeping. It is a good security mechanism they used a lot in the East. Penelope, for her part, approaches the Proda to thank him for helping her keep everyone safe. Nox, for his part, knows that there are still many monsters, and they are nowhere near finding the mage who teleported them. However, the princess only cares that everyone remains alive, also apologizing for how Echidna treated him due to her prejudices against dark families. The Proda becomes uncomfortable seeing the princess worry about him, trying to push her away by saying it won't look good talking to someone like him. She doesn't back down and tells him that it really isn't what matters, because if she can save lives, She is capable of allying even with a demon, something Nox finds dangerous to say out loud. She pretends she was just joking. The Proda observes her recalling her character sheets, known as Penelope von Arkheim, the renowned princess of kindness, who only has one big flaw: her extreme utilitarianism, which makes her a dangerous character who would sacrifice her life to maintain her beliefs, causing her nickname, Princess of Kindness, to become Princess of the Cold-Blooded in a matter of seconds. And later she takes out what is necessary from her dimensional bag, so that, in groups of 4, they can set up the tents. The others are surprised that she carries such an object, assuming it is due to the demands of the Dark families, of which there are rumors that they throw their children off cliffs at 5 years old, very excessive rumors according to Nox. And when everything is done, he thinks out loud that they must be careful. Talia hears him and asks him why, but he gives no further details, preferring to start with the selection of guards. But that is just an excuse to keep moving fast because of something he hasn't told them, that if they don't finish off the mage quickly, he won't be able to lift the scenario. Therefore, while everyone falls asleep, the Proto walks towards the forest, determined to finish this mission. After some time, this subject wakes up agitated, looking for Penelope to warn her that Mana is approaching. Echidna rushes to protect the princess. Paracelso prepares himself, supposing that the boar blood doesn't work on stronger beings. They ask Nox what he will do, and Talia immediately notices that he is not there. Leon, activating his grimoire, indicates that Nox is not there, so he will be in charge of the battlefield. Echidna is furious at the escape of the one who is supposed to lead them, until she hears Leon tell her that he didn't escape. Echidna doesn't believe him, and even worse, she sees few possibilities with so many monsters nearby. Penelope backs him up, saying there are too many for them. The Lord of the Dead tells them not to worry, releasing, according to everyone, a ridiculous amount of mana. And he remembers how the Proto left him the responsibility of protecting the group, along with a black diamond. Curious why he did that, he knows he will give his all in the fight in the name of Sumit, to be the next patriarch of the Marva's family, launching themselves to death, who begin to devastate the monsters, with a Leon sure that he will win the battle. Returning to the Proto, he reaches a cave protected by demonic magic, but his mana skill allows him to enter easily, while receiving a strength boost from the lunatic's robe, yelling at the demon to stop hiding. He is amused to see that a mere student found him, and even more so to see that he seeks to confront him, launching himself in front of him. But the Proto, with his acting skill at maximum, smiles disdainfully, telling the demon to know his place, which enrages him, launching himself into the attack, being repelled by the black sword, which sends him flying. The demon is surprised to see his hand burned, wondering who the hell he is. The arrogant Proto indicates he won't tell him. Rutger assures him, and he will get the information out of him by force, launching himself into the attack, but before he notices, his hand is detached from his body. Nox knows that what happens from there is what is important, noticing that perhaps he doesn't even need to use his special ability due to the great level difference, since despite having the borrowed power of a demon, he is still a human. Rutger uses his energy to regenerate his arm, telling him not to think he has won. His arm stretches out attacking, but the Proto calmly blocks, activating his swordsman's skill, and managing to end the attack, getting closer to impregnate his energy into the demon's arm. Subduing him, the demon thinks he was careless with the good-for-nothing Elo Reinhafer, not tolerating being humiliated. While wielding the Archduke's power, his complaints only annoy the Proto, who is determined to finish him. But before delivering the final blow, Raz, almost breathless, stops him, saying not to do it, since that subject is his apprentice. Nox doesn't believe it, but the professor begs him to believe. Hearing this, the demon can't take it anymore, and asks him if he really considered him his apprentice when he kicked him out of the academy after he lost his arms in the war, leaving him alone without having any worth. These words hit Raz hard, admitting to having abandoned him, but it was all because he worried about him, since he didn't want the same story that happened to his son to repeat itself. Knowing he couldn't stop him from going to the battlefield, he found no other option than to expel him. This angers the demon, who tells him that everyone makes their own decisions, and what he did caused them to see him as the Academy's abandoned trash. Taking refuge in the forest, Raz, not knowing this, apologizes, asking him if that was the magic they both saw. Remembering his time as disciple and master, the demon decides that even if it's late, he will take him with him. Hitting the Proto to break free, he goes straight for Raz, who can only await the blow, which never comes. Seeing a great light illuminate the Proto, who affirms that he has done things he cannot change. Understanding him, he decides to move quickly, appearing behind the demon with inhuman speed, activating the acting genre to the extreme, also increasing his compatibility with the character, recognizing that his emotions are not elegant. However, this causes him to potentially lose his own consciousness. In a final move, they split the demon in two, who vanishes in a large trail of black smoke under Nox's gaze. And Raz, when nothing is left of him, the professor falls to his knees with a look of sadness. And helplessness, he asks Nox what he should do. He doesn't understand what he means, but Raz continues to ask him if it made any sense to continue with his research and thesis, which he began to protect the weak. However, he himself couldn't even protect his own apprentice. Doubting whether to continue, furiously he tears the earth to pick up sand in his hands, watching it fall. While thinking about how he lost the direction of his life, Nox looks at him coldly, changing strategy. Covering his mouth, he tells him that he doesn't understand his relationship with the demonic human. This attracts Raz's attention. The Proto only thinks that what he is about to do is the lesser of two evils, as he needs him to continue his thesis to unlock artifact creation and the strengthening system in the game. However, before continuing, Joe Chan's emotions begin to interfere with the original character. As the rain falls, Nox thinks that although he knew what and he didn't care about having used Professor Raz for that, he decides to tell him that his research is not useless. The agitated professor replies that it was seen how powerless he is. Nox recognizes him as pathetic, but inwardly he keeps thinking that every word he says affects him, making him doubt everything, so he understands that he has managed to touch his feelings. He simply tells him that his natural state is laziness, so he shouldn't expect him to do many tasks. He doesn't like tea, but coffee. He doesn't want money or fame. This confuses Raz. Nox tells him that his research is useful, thinking how he truly envies the professor, because he contributes to fostering love in that world. On his knees looking the professor in the face, he tells him that he will be his #1 apprentice, promising to stay with him, while crying inside and talking about his son. With this, we return to the field where the students are surrounded by monster corpses. Paracelsus seems exhausted, thinking that in the end there is another lunatic there besides Nox, referring to Leon and his living dead, which are at a higher level than any he has seen before. Penelope and Echidna, from a distance, also comment on how destructive an army of the undead can be, surprised by the power of the Dark family, and thinking that the rumors that the Marvas have become strong again are true, leaving Leon well imprinted in their minds, whom they will begin to monitor. Leon, for his part, holds that black crystal, which seems to have high-grade mana, without which he doubts he would have managed to win, thinking about how it seems the Proto managed to see the future to prevent that scenario. And through the rain, a voice cuts through the path, marking the appearance of Vernon, who comes out from among the bushes with his shiny, bald head, asking if everyone is well, and shaking a poor boy, asking him if anyone has died. Penelope tells him no, receiving a shining greeting from the professor in return, clarifying that someone left the battlefield. That is Nox, whom they know is fine because he helped them survive and the crystal he gave Leon helped in the battle. Paracelsus admits that he also organized the camp and food, accepting that he basically did everything, surprising Vernon. With this, the class's perspective changes, seeing him as useful but problematic with women, and a flirt with service, among other rumors. On the other hand, the bald man is surprised to realize his ability, noticing that the barrier disappeared, doubtful that the weak Raz did it, assuming it was Nox. After the incident, the Proto ended up becoming the assistant to the strange Professor Raz, in whose office he is now, writing, while the acting genie is at full blast, even more so when the professor arrives holding his wrist to try on a bracelet, approaching with heavy breathing and a flushed face, which doesn't even let the acting genie stand. And he lets out an elbow, apologizing. He tells him it was instinct, although the professor knows well that he did it on purpose. But he has no problem and keeps his big smile. Nox is surprised that he knew his reaction and still approached, clarifying that there are laws against sexual harassment, something very smart for the good-for-nothing of the family, according to Raz. However, he is not always worried about it. And when he doesn't report him, which gives the Proto terrible cringe. Raz tells him that he recommended him, along with Leon Marvez, to go to the Empire's treasury vault to take an object. Surprising the Proto, Raz tells him that he has the power of persuasion, but that he doesn't feel the pressure. Nox stops feeling pressured. He feels joy and overwhelming excitement, which even confuses the harasser Raz. And it is that Nox simply cannot contain himself before such an unexpected prize. Almost immediately he reaches the vault, property of the Empire and the Rivalins, where there are many useful objects. But he goes for one in particular, which will help him grow faster. On his way, Alina appears congratulating him on his new influences to manage to get there. Cold Nox tells her not to bother him, although he knows very well that she is the one who must open the vault door. Alina takes the opportunity to act as if she were paying for having saved his life, opening a door from which a gigantic golden glow emerges. Alina asks him what object he wants. Upon learning the answer, she is surprised that he wants an antiquity like that, thinking it's just a rich kid's hobby. But he insists that she give it to him. She agrees, however, first with a smile. She tells him that he must prove if he is worthy of taking something from the place. The confused Proto did not expect this, since it is a special right of Alina as a donor of the objects. In this way, he continues with his test. Transporting him from the place to a room, Alina sees that he is not even flustered by this, assuming it's because of everything he's been through these days, so without wasting time, she tells him to sit down to start the test. Nox feels that since it's a mere formality, it shouldn't cause him trouble, so the test begins with a question from the millionaire. Why did you save her? The Proto, upon hearing this, wonders if that is really the test. The determined girl continues. He tries to lie again, until she tells him that she can see through lies. Something Nox had forgotten, since an acting genius cannot be fooled, which makes her tremendously annoyed. The confident girl seems to insist before a cold Nox, not knowing what to say. Alina asks him if he is looking for a fight. Nox understands that everything was a plan from the beginning to choose to arrive. There, she knows it, but what matters to her is that if he doesn't answer, he will lose. He knows this, even more so because she will suspect him if he tries to escape. So he decides to go straight, answering that he saved her life because it was necessary for him. The cold girl asks why, and he answers with doubt that he needs her for his plan, leaving Alina in shock. And doubting what that plan is, that is precisely the information he will not reveal. Annoyed, she tries to calm down to ask him another question. Hesitantly, she asks him if he didn't save her to compensate for what he did in the ballroom years ago. The answer is a cold no, leaving Alina even more confused and doubting why. Nox clarifies that he is sincere, something she knows, although she suggests not having so many secrets, to which the Proto tells her that she is not one to tell him that. With this, the girl's serious expression changes, and she tells him that many think that he has changed. She doesn't believe it. With an expression full of resentment, she tells him that she still remembers what he said in the past. Looking at him with contempt again, Nox tells her to do whatever she wants. Leaving the girl confused, he asks her to hate him and blame him for whatever she wants, since she is free to do so. After all, her feelings must still be there towards him. Having said that, he leaves the place, leaving Alina very confused, who accepts that he has really changed. Later, Alina drinks tea while discussing with Rick why Nox took such a simple artifact, since there were many better ones. Her cheerful butler, as always, also doesn't understand why. Of everything he could choose, he chose an orb. In her mind, the redhead thinks about how, having weapons, armor, and the best quality elixir, he chose an orb with an ancient appearance, not really understanding why. Her butler tells her to stop thinking about it. After all, it didn't cause him any problems. She accepts this, not entirely convinced, and asks him how business is going, which according to Rick are going very well with the Rivalin store products, selling in massive quantities thanks to her. She simply thanks him and entrusts him to keep watching Nox. Rick accepts the job with a malicious smile. On the other hand, Nox along with his maid enjoys the orb he got, looking at it with a big smile. Observing its characteristics, it is a superior grade object from the Great Sage, which when the conditions are met will level up to the most advanced one, increasing his mana and stamina by 2, and grants him the passive ability of magic self-correction, which improves medium or high-grade magical abilities. The Proto sees it happily, thinking that Alina was very confused, not knowing that the object he chose is a good one. That can be improved by raising it with his mana, but the object indicates that the conditions are not yet met. He knows it, since the way to raise it to the highest grade is by saying the name of its original owner. An orange-haired girl, very powerful, who belongs to the Four Sages and who is also Joe's favorite teacher, or Chan, when playing the game. However, he did not plan to activate it yet, as it would reveal his identity very early in the game. So he will stick with the base effect for the moment. Seeing him observe her, she decides to ask him why he chose the orb. Having so many objects for knights, considering that he also planned to be a mage, so he needed something like that. Although then he thinks that he forgot to mention it, subtracting importance before a worried Ladilla, who wonders what to do with her teacher, doubting that he can handle both practices. Nox doesn't care, since if he fails, he will live off his family's money. This disappoints his maid, who has boasted about her master's hard work even though he told her not to. This angers Labilla, telling him that sometimes he is unpleasant. The Prota thinks it's fine. What he doesn't accept is when they tell him that he doesn't like playing with women. And Labilla reminds him of the story of the womanizer Tio, who was a Casanova when young and who regrets it nowadays. Nox didn't know about this, but he doesn't care either, and better. He decides to rest, but cannot do so since his servant hands him a letter that comes from the imperial family asking him to read it himself. This makes Nox uncomfortable and worsens when he knows that Chidna brought it, worried about attracting the princess's attention, tired of generating unknown variables in the game. Starting to read the shiny letter, worthy of a princess, who thanks him for keeping her alive. So according to the laws of the empire, she offers to reward him, inviting him to the capital, Talonfeather, indicating that they will leave in 3 days. Nox, surprised by the invitation to the capital, being a member of a dark family, awakens the fear of the Odilla, since due to the conflicts between the divine and dark families, it could be a trap. Worried, she grabs his sleeve, asking him not to go. Nox quickly moves away and orders his maid to stay there, remembering how the capital is the Emperor's base of operations, controlled by the divine family of the East, being a danger to the dark families, still not understanding why Penelope invites him. But he will go anyway, remembering his time as a player. He thinks about everything learned, remembering how important the main attributes of the character were. Also about the choice of skills. If someone chooses to be a sword genius, the most convenient thing would be to specialize in combat. And if he is a mana detection genius, the best thing would be to become a mage. Another important point was the camps, having to choose between different sides and complete missions from there. As a carriage with Penelope passes in front of him, she asks him what business they have together. He quickly tells her that someone as insignificant as him cannot have business with her, but she with a big smile tells him that saying that could hurt his feelings. And remembering how the strongest commands are the imperial faction, led by the princess, the radical faction, led by the dark families, and the merchants faction, who have enough money to move the continent's dynamics. All factions work differently, and among them the worst relationship is between the Renhafer family and the imperial family. The princess stares at him and tells him that exactly what Nox thinks, that he is stepping into the lion's den, to which Nox prefers to be the direct good-for-nothing, accepting that he is not happy to go there. She maintains that she is only taking him for his reward, but Nox knows it's a lie, so she accepts. As they enter the capital, Nox asks her what she wants from him, and she with a big smile tells him it's simple, she only wants one thing. Once they get out of the carriage, both look worried as they are greeted by Prince Louis, who is happy to see the guest, the last sword of Elon Ruffer. Penelope, worried, wonders if he shouldn't be in the Northern War. Louis very happily says that it was cancelled somehow, being him his host now. Looking at Nox, he says he hopes to see him often. The Proto would elegantly accept the honor, although inside he only thinks how bad it is to meet that lunatic right now, feeling the pressure of the prince's gaze, remembering that he is the only heir who surpasses Penelope in the hierarchy of successors to the throne, and that he is the specialist in creating the bad endings of the game. He leaves, leaving the princess very worried, who is assisted by Echidna until she regains her composure, telling the Proto to talk inside. He knows that the relationship between the princes is like heaven and hell, deciding to try to take advantage of it to return alive. Then night falls, thinking that he will have to wait until the next day for the reward, determined to rest, until it occurs to him that a mercenary might attack him, but he closes his eyes, until a sound alerts him, making him jump to grab his sword, but it was the princess knocking on his door, asking to enter. With no other options, he gets up to open it for her, asking what she was doing there. She, uninvited, suggests that it is not good for her to be seen in the hallway, so she enters. Echidna promises him privacy, watching the area from the imperial family's eyes. The princess sits down, indicating for the Prota to do the same, but he remains standing listening to her. She is only there to ask him a question, and depending on his answer, he might never return to the Renhafer family. Her request is for him to become her shadow. Nox understands immediately. She needs a shadow to defeat the prince and easily sever the tie with darkness. Seeing himself as a useful piece, just another pawn in the game. Sitting down, he is told there is a but, leaving the princess bewildered, who watches him as he smiles, telling her that clearly she doesn't think, that he has no options. Later, Nox finds himself greeting the Emperor of the Empire, who seems to be on the verge of leaving this world, emitting only strange noises. This decadent emperor is Esteban von Archeheim, a powerful knight of divine energy, and Thunder, founder of the Empire, recognized as a great warrior who has now lost his prestige. Known as Esteban the Clumsy, awkwardly staggering next to his son, Prince Louis. And his other daughter also greets him, asking him for a favor. He asks her what favor she wants to ask of her father, emphasizing that it must be a reward, in line with saving the princess. Nox, nervously knowing that he is now basically dealing with Esteban's first successor, moves cautiously, admitting to being intimidated. Lois agrees, telling him not to worry, that he can ask for anything for saving his sister, to which the Prota, without thinking twice, asks to immerse himself in the Arcer. This annoys the prince and all the other nobles. The surprise is not understood, since the Arcer is a hidden river intended only for the use of the imperial family and the sacred families, whose waters grant an absurd increase in power to whoever submerges in them. With this request, he earns Prince Penelope considering him a troublemaker with nothing to lose, trying to fake a smile while hiding his fury, seeing him as just another member of a dark family. The other nobles also react angrily, denying his request, since those waters are intended for the sacred families. They didn't care that Nox had saved the princess. Upon hearing this, Nox thinks that with so much opposition it is impossible for them to grant it, this being a polite way of refusing his reward. Penelope reacts angrily, shouting in front of His Majesty, arguing that there is no law that prohibits Nox from immersing himself in the Acer. Despite the others' refusals, she remains firm, Nox surprised by her support. He assumes she just wants to have the last word, remembering how the night before, after rejecting her offer, the princess approached to whisper in his ear that someday he would have to decide on a side. Nox knew this well, having already decided to support the princess and not the sure bad ending, without being too obvious in his choice. He asks again if they will grant his request. Louis angrily tries to restrain himself until, with a victorious smile, he admits that his sister is right, and that there is nothing preventing him from using the river's waters, even if he is from a dark family. To everyone's surprise, however, he does not think it is right to break the traditions of the imperial family and the ministers that they have followed for so long. So he will make an exception only if he passes a trial to prove that he is worthy of entering the river. Penelope is amazed, while Nox, freezing at the development of this event, confirms that in that world they love trials. So he directly asks Lois what this trial will consist of. He tells him it will be a duel against him. Seeing Nox's astonished look, the prince tells him that he wants to test his sword skills to see if he deserves to enter a river like the Acer. Nox understands that it is not the best idea, but cannot back down, confidently accepts before a prince with a triumphant smile who tells him the time and the place of the fight before leaving. Nox leaves the imperial hall to the princess's astonished gaze, asking him clearly if he wants to die, shouting at him that her brother only seeks to show off. Win or lose, he is only really looking to trample on Nox's family honor. He knows this because if he wins, he will surely be imprisoned for hurting a prince, while if he loses, Lois will take the honor and the fame of having defeated the rising star. So Penelope doesn't understand why he accepted, to which Nox looks at her confidently and tells her that he has another option, that of winning and surviving, asking her if she counts on his support. On the other hand, the service prepares the prince for battle, putting on his armor, narcissistically asking one of his maids, "Who is he?" She replies Lois von Archeim, the second son of the Empire, With this, the narcissistic blonde remembers his position of power in the city, so great that no one could ignore him, which increases his sense of unease regarding Nox. One of his maids tells him he shouldn't worry about that. He hears her looking at her with contempt and brutally hits her, annoyed because he thinks he is worried. Worse yet, if he thinks he feels nervous about a simple dark bastard. The terrified maid thinks she will die, but he seems to calm down. After all, he feels that he will soon be at the top of the empire. The maid promises not to make a mistake again, but the prince knows she won't, as he will instruct his butler to take her away. As she screams terrified, she is dragged out, begging for a chance. Chances are just something that, in his opinion, she won't have, as those are reserved for the royal family. And even though she is noble, she does not have imperial blood. And Louis gloats at the servant's desperate screams, which he ignores, only thinking about how much he will enjoy when Nox faces his fate. And he will delight in seeing him beg. Later in the arena, it is packed with spectators, among them Esteban and Penelope, watching Louis and Nox look at each other face to face. The prince tells the Proda to give it their all. Nox accepts, unaware that the prince plans to put on a show. Thus, the albino declares the start of the combat. Louis confidently rushes forward at full speed, preparing his attack, certain that Nox will not dare to raise his sword against someone from the royal family, being just a minion of the Dark family. But his attack is easily blocked. Distracted, he asks how he dares to raise his sword. Nox, sending him flying, with a push tells him he is just following his order to give it his all. An incredulous Lois hears the excuse of following the prince's order to fight with strength. Annoyed to hear this, he decides to complicate the game, underestimating him because despite being a prodigy at the academy, he is still a novice, thinking that someone who hasn't received the excellent preparation of the imperial family could not defeat him. While the referee watches and clarifies that the combat ends when one falls or surrenders. With the rules clear, the prince, crackling with lightning around his body, rushes forward at full speed. Nox easily withstands his attack, seeing that despite being the biggest maker of bad endings, his combat skills are not at his level at that moment. Calmly, Nox prepares a spin to surprise the prince from the side, who cannot react. Resigned to the blow, he closes his eyes, expecting the impact, which never comes, leaving him confused. Seeing that the Proda is calm, putting away his sword, the confused prince asks him why he stopped. Nox tells him that winning according to the rules would really be boring if there is nothing at stake. Proposing to bet, Lois finds this agreeable, as he sees an opportunity to profit from the situation. Nox asks that the conditions be stated at the end of the combat, but the impatient prince tells him immediately, stating that when he wins, he wants Nox to serve him, leaving his sister. Confused, Nox does not understand the bet, but Lois is sure that his sister's charms have him bewitched, this being the reason he saved her in that forest. The Proda, surprised by the crazy prince, makes it clear that he only acted to protect her according to the law. This excites the prince even more, igniting and lightning and making it clear that when he wins, Nox will become his shadow, leaving the Reinhafer family launching the attack. And as a contingency, he thinks that if he loses, he will take it out on Aladdin, the Reinhafers, and Penelope, who watches everything very worriedly. The Proda knows that with his current skills, he won't manage to pierce that armor, as it is the strongest in the game. But luckily, he doesn't have to do it. While dodging the blows, his sage orb begins to shine, giving him the opportunity to say the key to unlocking his power. Thinking that everyone will be surprised how he found out the name, but he has no choice but to keep dodging Lois's blows. So closing his eyes, he thinks that will be enough to destroy the armor, shouting the name of the orb's owner, Astrid von Caligud. With this, the orb begins to shine, registering Nox as a second owner, increasing his mana, which envelops the orb, concentrating so much power that the wind it generates violently hits the prince, leaving him confused without knowing what is happening. Nox asks him if there was any prohibition against magic in that duel, leaving a prince speechless, who sees that a Reinhafer was not only a sword specialist, but also uses very powerful magic. Nox explains that what he has before him is a magic missile, and the orb's power explodes in the sky, opening a gigantic black hole, from which rays begin to emerge that go straight towards the prince. The Proda ironically asks him to please survive. Terrified, he dodges them, backing away little by little, using his sword to deflect an attack, wondering how it is possible that the famous Reinhefer sword families now have a magical talent. And at that moment, a ray hits him in the back. With that impact, he believes Nox is cheating. Nox's gaze lets the prince understand that there is no trick, while he continues to form magical crystals that he launches like lightning arrows, clarifying that his tricks are the same as the enormous armor covering the prince. Lois, feeling insulted, tries to speak, but the Proto replies that the prince was the first to insult when he dragged him into an unbalanced fight to attack the Dark families and deny their achievements, even embarrassing them. But now this will surely tarnish the reputation of the imperial family. These words strike the prince's ego, who furiously, with no other option, takes out a small light die, which envelops them in an energy star that forms a barrier. Inside it, the prince unleashes a series of insults against the Proto, telling him he is not worthy to speak to him like that, promising him that when the combat ends, all the guards will go for his head. With this threat, Nox asks the dean if she wants her cute student to end up dead there, and Noah's voice appears in a hologram-shaped orb. And although Noah accepts that Nox is cute, she looks directly at the prince to clarify that if he plans to go against her not-so-cute but valuable student, she will risk her power as one of the four sages to destroy him. This terrifies the prince. Nox, with a smile, recalls when he went to talk to the mini-dean, whom he asked about his invitation to the capital, and how he was sure he would die there. However, the dean didn't pay attention to him while eating her cookies, so Nox took one, causing her to throw a tantrum, but at least taking things more seriously. And the Proto begged her to intervene so that the princess would leave him alone, or he surely wouldn't return. However, she didn't agree that he shouldn't receive his reward for his great work. He asked her if it was better to go for his reward and return headless, to which Noah calmly tells him that magic is so advanced that she can rejoin the limbs, although she has never tried it with the head. Nox took this as a macabre joke, to which she replies with a question. If there were a way to go and return safely, would he take it? The Proto doubted that such a thing existed. Just then Noah took out a blue crystal full of mana. Returning to the present, Nox says that the crystal not only serves to communicate over long distances, but it is also heavily loaded with mana, with which he can attack from wherever he is. Furthermore, despite being a prince, Lois cannot go against the dean. The Proto murmurs that the dean is finally useful, which she hears suggesting he leave her alone, making him retract immediately. With no options, Lois tells the dean that everything has been a misunderstanding, assuring her that it will not happen again. The prince's tone annoys Noah, who tells him that she appreciated his father but not him, calling him a brat. Feeling the pressure, the prince asks what he can do to appease her anger. She asks for an apology for her student, to which he immediately agrees. Nox accepts them for her great generosity, which she doesn't even recognize as shameless. The dean's last instruction is that the duel ends fairly, and that Lois removes the barrier. The prince agrees when Nox appears behind him, hitting him with the hilt of the sword, knocking him out, to the surprise and indignation of everyone for seeing someone from a dark family attack the prince, including Penelope and Echidna. The latter wonders if Nox really thinks he is immortal. Penelope doubts that someone would do that with just guts, knowing that the authority of the dark families does not apply there, thinking that he has some hidden card, and admiring all of that, which is why she is determined to stay with Nox. Even Echidna, who doesn't appreciate him, recognizes that his abilities are superior, as seen in the forest during the first trial, and now they also know that Lois will not follow. Then Penelope, with a big smile, approaches to whisper something to Echidna. In the arena, the scared staff runs to help the prince. Both knights and maids who take him to the infirmary. The butler makes it clear to them that they must not say anything about what happened that day, and that they make sure Lois has no after effects. For her part, Penelope happily watches Nox leave, while everyone attends to her later. That night, the Proto is grateful to have gotten out alive, remembering how crazy the prince was, and understanding why he is a final villain, recalling fragments of their fight. Although the good thing is that he saw the great power of the orb and object. That will be useful to him until the end of the middle of the game, which was vital to relieve with the prince, relieved to get out of that situation. And he is interrupted by the sound of his door, thinking that it is the prince coming for revenge, preparing to fight. But it was Echidna and the princess who wanted to talk to him alone. The Proto worries about this. He feels that something complicated is about to happen, and Penelope does not hesitate and enters. Nox asks her if it is about the prince. She says she is not there for that. Determined to do what she has to do, she takes a seat. While Nox suggests that they talk at a better time, her smile indicates that it is the perfect time, which worries the Proda, who thinks that her presence at those hours will bring new problems. And rumors. Penelope sees her worried if there will be a scandal, which is exactly what Nox thinks. The happy princess admits that she came looking for that, terrifying the Proda, who doesn't understand what the crazy princess is saying. Although in reality, she asks him in a more polite way. The princess does not hesitate much. With a serious look and a bright smile, she asks Nox to marry her. Nox asks her why she would do something like that. She replies that it is because of her position in the imperial family, which reassures Nox, at least knowing that he didn't make her fall in love with his charms. The princess tells him that the family is divided into two factions, and with rumors that King Stephen will leave the throne. Lloyd's faction will position itself as the strongest, and her front is weak compared to him. Also being his older brother and having better relations with the nobles, he has already negotiated rewards when he ascends the throne. That's why Penelope had every reason, that's why she needed his power, but he immediately rejects the proposal, which leads the princess with melancholy to look at the sky, asking him to stop making excuses. She will no longer believe things like that he is not strong enough or about his previous engagement. Faced with this, resigned Nox sees that she will not change her mind, expressing that everyone will know about his bad reputation for being a womanizer. She doesn't care and triumphantly explains her plan, making up the story of how their love began, making up that it all started when she rescued him in the dark forest holding his hand, to a nervous Nox who only listens. And she asks his opinion on who fell in love first, her or him, to which the Proda asks her if she was sure, receiving a brilliant smile, in which she says that according to imperial laws, she can choose her husband. That's why they had to have a credible story. Besides, she doesn't deny falling in love for real in the future. Meanwhile, in a hidden room, they asked if it was true that their new recruit was heading to the Arka River. He affirmed it, since it seemed that the imperial family had made an approach to him. She didn't understand. Wasn't he afraid of the humiliations he could suffer there? The blue-haired girl named Marin affirmed it. That's why children were not good. She knew that her captain had reasons to welcome him, but she still wasn't entirely convinced. But they challenged her. Did she feel that the captain needed to consult with someone to recruit? He was Kyle, but they denied it. He didn't mean that, starting to argue, but their captain stopped them. However, someone with a hook felt he agreed with Marin. He was Rigoyle, and he felt that Lunatic was a place that hadn't had new recruits for a long time. So why did he decide to accept someone like that now? Upon hearing that it was because he sparked his interest. She denied it. It was impossible for her to have romantic feelings for someone so young, or was it related to his house? She denied it. It had nothing to do with the Rheinhafer home. Although it was true that Theo had worked with a lunatic, it seemed that the new recruit hated his own family. Kyle thought that was weird and asked if they didn't need to investigate a bit more, not understanding why a member of the Rheinhafer house would help a criminal organization. After listening, she agreed. What they were saying made sense. They had to investigate him, giving him a mission. They should see if he performed exceptionally well or if he betrayed them. The blue-haired girl was jealous, since in her first year she didn't even receive a mission. But there was no other option, accepting, so everyone in the room began to agree. And since everything was ready, she gave the mission to Marin. This mission was for the hidden floor beneath the academy. She had received a report that an executive from Edding had hidden a secret in that place. This was the demonic essence stone Payman, one of the 72 demons. While the new recruit bought them time, they would steal the essence stone. Marin should support the recruit. She accepted, and a tall woman named Isel gave her congratulations because she had finally stopped being the lowest in rank. She had to do her best, and that's what she felt. Meanwhile, Nox seemed completely calm, but she needed explanations, since apparently the news spread fast. And the newspapers already said that Penelope had fallen in love with a knight of opposing strength, and that she would marry him. This surprised the Proda, due to the princess's strange ability to set things in motion, although this statement did not clear up her doubts. For this reason, Nox explained to her that the princess was basically using him so they could help her in the succession war, since she was very interested in snatching the throne from Lois. She understood this because of rumors indicating that the prince was gathering allies. However, she was surprised that she had decided to work with a dark family. To this, Nox, with a serious and empty expression, explained that precisely for that reason they were using him, being a useless and ignored harbinger of the Dark family. His presence was convenient for her. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him, and his reputation and Nox's anger increased at feeling used by the princess, just for being the black sheep of the family. However, this took a back seat when suddenly, he jumped out of bed to grab his weapon, also alerting his maid, and looking out the window, he saw a figure enveloped in a sinister red aura. His glow was reflected in his pupils, and a smile drew on his face upon realizing that the time for his first mission had finally arrived, which would begin by contacting his contact person, Marine, who would be in the library. She, not understanding anything, looked out the window while Nox seemed nervous, and in the distance, Marine observed them with binoculars, confirming the rumors. Nox was very handsome. However, she remembered that he was just a boy and that he also looked too sick to be of interest to Luna. Therefore, she would have to find out the reason for the interest herself. So she smiled, preparing to test if he was worthy of being part of the lunatic. And sometime later, Raz was looking for numerous books, along with his assistant Nox and Echidna, until suddenly, the professor seemed to escape the place, leaving him all the task of sorting the books. He was disconcerted, ending up carrying all the volumes while Raz fled. It made him so annoyed that he was about to let out an insult, but Echidna stopped him before he could do it, asking him to calm down. Frustrated, Nox couldn't help but complain, telling her that at least they would understand how difficult it was to be the professor's apprentice, since with all that pile of work, it was driving him crazy. Echidna, however, just looked indifferently, as if he were exaggerating, and later, while they continued sorting, Echidna approached again, and although Nox had no intention of talking, she did not stop, and she made it clear that they got along badly, which was an awkward way to start a conversation. And what she wanted to get to was to apologize for how the princess was dragging him into her plans, also more than for the fact of having changed his other commitment. And she also assured him that Penelope had no intention of making him miserable. Nox understood what she was talking about, but he didn't understand why she was the one apologizing. Echidna, trying to appear indifferent, made it clear to him that she just wanted to prevent him from thinking badly of the princess. The protagonist observed him for a moment and then looked away, noticing how much he despised her, and uncomfortable with this, as once again a character had completely changed from the information he had about the game. And frustrated, he tried to suppress that strange feeling of empathy, clenching his fist. And unkindly, he assured her that he understood the princess and preferred to continue sorting. And despite his indifference, Echidna understood him and thanked him, which made Nox prefer that they continue to get along badly, and that she wouldn't say things like that. And just at that moment, one of the books exuded a red aura that caught the protagonist's attention, and when he picked it up, he saw Marin's name written on it, officially marking the start of his first mission. And although he didn't fully understand what was happening, he had no choice but to keep moving forward. And once outside, he saw his objective, a demon sealed in the Massacre Night and Payman's Essence Stone. Hidden in the Academy's basement, Luna's mission was to steal it, so he had to compile information and capture as many personnel as possible at the location, and so finally, for an excited Nox, his first mission in that mad game had arrived. And while Nox excitedly celebrated his first mission, he left the building with his gaze fixed on the sky. Meanwhile, in another place, Talia remained under the covers completely disheartened, while her maid tried to figure out what was wrong. Although the answer was obvious, Nox's engagement to the princess, and no matter how much she cursed it, understanding that the boy had a certain appeal, she never thought the princess would choose someone from the Dark family. And she was also aware that when Talia's father found out about this consent, Nox surely wouldn't live to tell the tale, and whatever happened, the two families would most likely end up fighting. So Emma continued trying to cheer up her mistress until suddenly, Talia stood up with a sharp movement, and she turned, leaving her maid completely perplexed, and upon observing her with a terrifying expression, she declared with a big smile that she had just come of age, and now that she had seen that they could take what was hers, she remembered her father's words. The only way to prevent it was to be strong and with a distant look, and a cynical smile ready to prevent it, and then she looked at her maid and asked if she would help her. Emma, nervous about her mistress's new attitude, could only wish that Nox would have the chance to flee. Meanwhile, Nox was facing another sadistic demon, Archduke Payman, responsible for the night of the massacre, in which his mother died, and who had also altered Noah's time, leaving her trapped in her childhood form. And knowing that it was clear he couldn't defeat him with his current power, he remembered, however, that he had taken advantage of his prize, diving into the Ark River, whose effect randomly increased 2 points in his statistics. The increase had precisely applied to his mana. Although that wasn't all, and speaking in a strange language, he activated another hidden piece, the dragon's tongue, which granted him even more power. And now returning to the present, he observed the situation. And he thought that if it weren't for the arranged marriage, everything on this trip would have been perfect. And at that moment, his reflection was interrupted by Marine, who congratulated him for not having gotten lost. Nox only recognized her as Marine, which she found arrogant but very cheerful. She called herself his senior, although he didn't care in the slightest, and while remembering her as a complicated character in the game, a 17-year-old girl with water element affinity. Her positive traits included being very cheerful, trustworthy, and having an innate sensitivity to mana, as well as possessing exceptional talent as a shooter. However, she also had her negative points. She judged quickly, was young, bossy, and she had a strong inferiority complex, and her skills included an auto-aim passive and arrow adjustments, as well as a water shot active. But for Nox, the most important thing was that she possessed one of the traits that bothered him most in the game, while Marin continued to mock him and demand that he speak to her respectfully, reminding him how irritating her bossy personality was. And that comment did not sit well with Marin, who annoyed exclaimed that values in the world were being lost. Nox, not understanding what that had to do with the conversation, simply looked at her confusedly, but she insisted that he must show her respect because she had more experience in lunatic, and besides, she was 2 years older than him. Even so, Nox still didn't see the point of all that lecture about respect, which only made Marin more irritated, especially because of the ranks within lunatic. But before she could continue her speech, Nox, not wanting to argue, preferred to change the subject, and told her to hide because someone was approaching. Marine suggested that they simply ignore them, and sighing decided to sit down for the mission, materializing a scroll with which she accepted the idea of going to the hideout, for which she had to break it. And the protagonist got excited feeling the game mechanic again, breaking it immediately, causing both of them to disappear in a huge purple flash, appearing in the hideout, where Marine arrived complaining about still not getting used to that travel method, and walked to the table to sit down. And she asked Nox to do the same, as she had to summarize the mission for him, preparing to adopt a smug air. And mysteriously, she asked him if he remembered the night of the massacre. The protagonist answered yes, perfectly remembering how Noah, Emperor Zelizzo, and his father barely managed to survive by sealing payment. And Marin confirmed the story, explaining that for this reason, Payman was catalogued as the most powerful being, before whom even the strongest on the continent ended up on their knees. However, the real problem was that when it was sealed, the crystal containing it was lost. Nox quickly understood the situation. They had found the crystal under the academy, and Lunatic was sending the two of them to create chaos while the others destroy the crystal. Mary was surprised by how quickly he grasped the situation, starting to see him in a different light. And although she still thought he was rude, she admitted that at least he could be useful to her, which wasn't even a problem for him. This annoyed her again, but Nox returned to the mission topic, asking what day it would take place. And still annoyed, she replied that during the night break, her main task being to gather the students and professors in one place, the protagonist understood that it would be complicated but possible. However, his greatest fear was that Payman might be freed. Marin, confident and arrogant, made it clear to him that he still didn't understand Luna's true power, the true savior of that world, and she assured him that it would never happen, boasting of her certainty with pride. But Nox was not so convinced. Although he wished she were right, he was sure she was mistaken, because after all, in that precise episode, Payman's resurrection was marked, and although he wouldn't return with all his power, he would be strong enough to wipe out the academy with the slightest mistake. And he knew all this, since the episode title said it all. The Novice Assassin, the Night of the Labyrinth and the Massacre. And in it, he must play the role of the hero as well as the villain, and aware of what was coming. He knew he had to devise a plan, and affirmed that he had everything necessary for the operation. Meanwhile, in an abandoned lair, a huge red flash illuminated the place with the arrival of a confident Rick. And with a satisfied smile, he reported that the preparations for the Archduke's resurrection were complete, who would soon devastate the land, just as he did in the past. The demon was excited by the news, and although he was aware that he would not recover all his power immediately, he congratulated his servant and assured Rick that if everything went according to plan, he would be promoted to demon, allowing him to leave behind his condition as a demonic human, and asked him not to disappoint him, to which Rick replied with total certainty that he would not. Meanwhile, Knox found himself in an even more dangerous situation, a meeting in which Eleanor was present, who from her position observed the uncomfortable scene of the first face-to-face between Talia and the princess. Penelope was backed by Echidna and approached Talia, and calmly apologized for the feelings she had developed. Knox tried to avoid that conversation. Looking worriedly at Talia, however, her first smile alarmed him, and at that moment, he understood his biggest mistake, not having considered how she would react. And now before his eyes, he saw a terrifying girl, with a contained rage that presaged chaos. Perceiving the danger in the situation, and wondering how everything had ended up like this, while the rest of the place seemed more interested in the results of the first 7 Academy students, many complained, asserting that they had tried too hard and doubted that someone not within the nobility line could reach those positions. And for everyone, this felt as unfair as real life. And amid rumors and whispers, the students debated how those 7 outstanding individuals were chosen. Most thought everything was based on academic results, and although some cried for not having managed to get in, most were just amazed to see that the ranking surprise was Knox, and the young man advanced amidst everyone, attracting nervous glances and murmurs around him, uncomfortable with drawing too much attention again. So he tried to focus on the first mission of the game, knowing that the most important thing at that moment was his academic results, because without an exceptional grade, he could not attend the event called the Nocturnal Study Free Pass, where he had to detain the other students and professors. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of boys watched him with resentment. They hated him for being special, for having a certain appeal, and for belonging to a powerful family. And among them, a boy with glasses who really didn't seem to care about the topic. Enraged the main hater of Knox, until a third student approached and suggested he stop talking, since according to rumors, Knox was the princess's new fiancé, and if they heard him, he could get into life or death trouble. And although Knox had gone through everything, he didn't have time to deal with such trivialities. And at that moment, his priority was maintaining his position within Lunatic, since it was the only way to leave the Reinhafer family and thus stop payment. So he just looked at his academic results, and he confirmed that he had ranked first, surpassing Leo Marvez. However, returning to the present and his romantic problems, he realized that he should have paid more attention to the rest of the ranking. And without realizing it, he had gotten caught up in a Korean drama, witnessing the grim confrontation between who is theoretically his girlfriend and his ex, so he could only sigh, regretting being in the middle of that mess. And worst of all, it wasn't even his fault. Italia broke the silence with a sadistic smile, stating that she understood the princess and why she had fallen in love with Knox. Penelope was happy to hear this, but didn't get a chance to finish her sentence, as Toller interrupted with a chilling tone, with which in a threatening manner, he assured her that he would not give her a free pass so easily, since in her family victories were serious matters, and with a scathing look, making it clear that Knox was included in that rule. With no other option, the princess wished him luck with a smile before walking away, and as she passed Knox, she commented that, although she initially thought their engagement was a simple arranged agreement, now she saw that Talia took it seriously, something completely unforeseen. However, the protagonist was more focused on a message wrapped in a red aura, which indicated that he should go to the hideout to learn more details of the plan. And so he did. Upon arriving at the hideout, he found Marine waiting for him with a clearly disgusted expression. Without wasting time, the girl confronted him about the new rumors regarding his engagement to the princess. Knox sighed and apologized, assuring that he also had no idea what was happening. And he explained that Penelope needed him as a counterbalance in her fight for the crown. Marine, however, already knew. Knox tried to change the subject, but she had no intention of letting the topic go, stating that, as Luna's protector, she could not trust him if she did not know his true intentions. Knox calmly replied, assuring her that the High Command had already made a decision on the matter. Nevertheless, Marine maintained her stance. If she couldn't trust him, she had to test him, and without further warning, she prepared her bow. And she made it clear to him that if he was a traitor, she would find out by force. Exhausted, Nox asked her not to regret it, as he drew his sword, and both were ready for combat. Confidently, she sharpened her arrows and started shooting. Nox cut the projectiles quickly without difficulty, and moved agilely to dodge them. Faced with this, Marin kept her distance, preparing another shot and leaving Nox in a bad position. And so she, with an arrogant smile, warned him that she would go easy on him so he wouldn't die. Nox accepted that the girl was not kidding, while dodging another arrow, remembering that Marin descended from one of the lost races, considered legends, the sea races, and from them she had inherited her powerful water strike. While Marin prepared another shot, and Nox knew that not even Luna could block it easily, backing away, realizing that perhaps he shouldn't have provoked her. When he saw the arrow coming straight at him, he understood that with his current skills, he wouldn't manage to earn her respect. He still tried to block the blow, but it submerged him in the water river. However, Nox knew that a catastrophe could occur in this episode, so the best thing would be to win the fight, and to which Marin warned him that even if Luna had recognized him, he was still in the lowest rank within Lunatic, preparing a new attack, and demanded that he tell her everything about his relationship with the princess, and the events happening around him, and in turn hit the ground, raising huge blocks of ice across the terrain. Threatening him to stop lying, Nox maintained that he had nothing more to say, which only further enraged Marin, who wanted to know how long he would maintain that arrogant attitude. Starting her attack, the water whirlwinds began to intensify, until she finally managed to trap him inside one of them. Nox, uncomfortable, became annoyed to see that Marin thought such a trick would work on him, using his sword to cut the water, destabilizing the technique, causing them to collapse. And in the chaos, Marin moved confidently, as she never intended for that attack to work. Her real objective was to create an opening to launch her next arrow. The protagonist saw it approaching. With no possibility of dodging the attack, he ended up resorting to his genius hour ability, slowing down time just enough to dodge the arrow at the last moment, and yet he didn't want to show that trick so soon. Marin, astonished, couldn't understand how he had managed to dodge her shot at such close range, but she couldn't think much when she saw Nox raise his sword, generating an enormous slash, sending out a wave of dark energy. The girl's only option was to block it with the battlefield water, barely managing to resist the impact by forming a water whirlwind, and dark energy, deflecting the attack at the last moment and through the collection's mist. Marin emerged unharmed but confused. She couldn't believe a 15-year-old boy had so much power. Distrustful, she asked him to reveal his true intentions with Lunatic. Nox refused to answer, and he continued the fight, she affirming that if he didn't want to talk, she would find out on her own, raising her bow again to concentrate her power and create more water whirlwinds. However, Nox avoided the technique by channeling his dark energy, lashing out in the form of arrows. Marina, astonished, began to see a real danger, and both exchanged blows, clashing weapons. In powers, while they fought, the girls realized that Nox was too powerful, so if he ever betrayed Lunatic, he would be a real threat. However, she still didn't understand why he kept holding back with her, although she supposed it was because they were both members of Lunatic. The protagonist looked at him annoyed, because he still wasn't taking the fight seriously. Tired of holding back, he increased his intensity, which childishly altered Marine. She saw him as someone clearly superior, an opponent she couldn't defeat, and fearing that he might even defeat her comrades. She made a decision, saying his name while charging all her energy, clarifying that according to Lunatic's rules. Not understanding his intentions, she must eliminate him, and she prepared to use her most powerful technique, the secret technique of the Marine race, Water Chop. Nox simply watched the attack come, since he had no chance to block or dodge it, accepting that he had to take the full force of it. But suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, completely dissipating Marin's shot. It was courtesy of his boss, who was furious about the fight, and both were surprised to see her. Luna, with a look of disgust, was angry at Marin for trying to eliminate her junior, as well as at Nox for not stopping the fight, and without further ado, she looked at both of them and demanded a good explanation before announcing the punishment she would give them, insisting again for an explanation, jumping to separate them and remind them that their job was to distract the academy students, not kill each other. Maria nervously apologized, stating that she only wanted to confirm if Nox was loyal to Lunatic, to which Luna reminded her that this task belonged to her as captain. Furthermore, upon seeing the damage to her weapon, she realized that the shot she used was aimed at eliminating him. And although she understood her suspicion towards the boy, sending someone to the afterlife was a punishment reserved exclusively for high treason, which made Marian ashamed, lowering her gaze, and Luna warned her not to repeat the mistake. And she gave the same warning to Nox, although he didn't take it seriously, and with Marian already scolded, the captain asked to speak privately with the protagonist, and so, as they walked under the moonlight, she apologized for having reprimanded him, since to maintain order she had to do it. However, Nox didn't seem worried. Knowing that even with his recklessness, he would still come out alive, she doubted this, and Nox commented that although he had no problem with Marian, she clearly didn't trust him, and Luna explained that the girl didn't usually act like that, apologizing on her behalf. But clarifying one thing, he officially owed her his life, as she was sure that if she hadn't deflected that shot, he would not remain alive. Nox arrogantly replied that in his line of work, he was always one step away from the beyond, which made Luna uncomfortable, as she realized that this arrogant attitude was what Marian couldn't tolerate. However, she clarified that a single arrow was enough for the girl to join Lunatic, and although she wasn't the best archer, a single charged arrow had so much destructive power that even Luna doubted if she could resist it. The protagonist understood this upon seeing the damage to his dagger, which only increased his doubts, so he wondered why. If the girl was so powerful, why didn't she appear in the main game? So he asked Luna about Marin's lineage, and Luna confirmed to him that Marin belonged to the marine race, a species capable of bending water to their will. Nox reminded himself that in the game, only one reference was made to this race, but they never actually appeared. However, the only lesson he took from all this was to prevent the girl from charging her arrow, and Luna smiled at his arrogance, seeing him as a brat, and tapped him on the forehead to remind him that he shouldn't fight, as he almost didn't survive. Nox knew it, but preferred to ignore her while contemplating the beautiful scenery, and when he tried to leave, Luna stopped him, and despite his recklessness, she considered him strong and rational, someone who wouldn't hesitate to act when necessary. For Nox, this was excessive flattery, but they weren't just flattery, they were a prelude to an assignment. Luna made it clear to him that if Marine lost control during the mission, his task would be to eliminate her. And before facing that possibility, the protagonist had to deal with women's problems, since while he was sitting next to the princess, he felt the murderous glares from the uncomfortable girl, who was dragged into that situation again without having done anything to provoke it. When the princess had her problems with the fiery girl, with whom she exchanged glances, and what made Nox remember how he had gotten into that situation, when the princess basically forced him to sit next to her to pretend they were a couple, and he had no intention of doing so until she reminded him of the advantages of accepting, like the fact that Lois wouldn't send him to be eliminated yet. So now he had to put up with the girls. However, what surprised him most at that moment was the entrance of a new girl, Lana Bonsaber, a shy young woman who completely contrasted with the information he had. She was supposed to be the next leader of the Tsukubasaber family, who used their undeniable beauty and their charm ability to attract men and steal their life energy, and Nox preferred to look away, while Leon became uncomfortable before giving them even more classes. Echidna watched with resignation that there were still many lessons ahead. Nox was already tired of all this, when suddenly the ground began to shake, and everyone was terrified by the situation, and they sought to understand what was happening. Although the protagonist knew instantly, the first episode of Payman's Liberation had just begun, which was being released by Rec, stating that this was only the beginning. Some time ago, Marian and Nox had decided that she would place barriers so that the students could explore the labyrinths and gain as much time as possible. And now, with the situation unleashed and everyone terrified, Nox happily watches how the plan worked, and Marian's barrier remained firm. And suddenly, Leon took charge, quickly analyzing the situation, concluding that they were under the effects of two spells. The first was a barrier that left them unable to communicate, and the second, a seal on the stairs. Nox felt uncomfortable with his quick deduction, so he also intervened, suggesting that the first thing they should do was break the seal on the stairs. And Penelope agreed, Alana timidly as well, and she explained that she knew the spell as it was used in construction areas. Nox listened to her strangely, as the girl shouldn't have intervened in that chapter. However, she was once again breaking the game's chronology, and with no other options, he decided to follow Leon's idea and break the spell, explaining the procedure in detail. And in the meantime, Talia, increasingly confused, only felt a severe headache upon hearing his explanation, until Leon summarized it simply. Spell broken, we are free, and with this decided. The group split up to investigate and would regroup in an hour. Meanwhile, Marion, camouflaged, took advantage of the time to observe. And not only was Nox stronger than her, but he was also very useful, as everyone seemed to trust him. And so began the second phase of the plan, the Labyrinth of Dreams, using illusory magic. Using Eames' blood, Marion would manage to put everyone into sweet dreams, using the highest available point. A statue, assuring that it would take them a good amount of time to wake up. And with everything finished, the blood essence began to spread throughout the place. Reaching the group of boys, Marion was sure that Nox would resist, but that was not the case, as he ended up falling like everyone else, into a deep sleep, leaving her confused, realizing that now she would have to intervene. Meanwhile, from above, Luna and the lunatics observed their objective, determined to start the plan. Her assistant asked her if she thought it would be okay if Noah appeared. However, Luna maintained her confidence and continued on her way to her destination. This was the resting place of the fallen, protected by a huge seal, which Lewin, without hesitation, easily destroyed it, passing through without effort. And inside the place, Noah was already waiting for them, observing the newcomer and recognizing before her the youngest of the Sword Emperors, Luna, the last heir of the moonlight. And she gives him a warning, asking him to step aside, warning him that the demonic essence stone could unleash chaos in the world. But Noah, with his typical arrogance, didn't even think about moving, so above his option, Luna activated her power, enveloping her sword in a red essence before launching a quick slash. However, Noah vanished, putting the lunatics on guard, and in an instant huge magical snowflakes surrounded them, trapping them inside Noah's energy. Iluna reacted quickly and cut the trap in a single stroke, but before she could relax, Noah reappeared behind her, this time in his adult version with a haughty smile, confessing to her that he enjoyed fighting powerful beings, and that until now, the strongest he had faced was Payman. Iluna then understood that she was willing to let him wake up, just for the selfish desire to demonstrate her strength. And when she asked him if that was true, Noah replied with disinterest that perhaps so. This was all Luna needed to hear to decide to eliminate her. And Noah, far from worrying, found the challenge amusing, as he didn't see how Luna could achieve it. However, the blonde affirmed that she would do it with her own hands and launch the attack, initiating a huge clash of energies that unleashed devastating waves upon impact. And meanwhile, near the chaos, Rick watched as Payman's crystal fractured more and more. For his part, Nox woke up on a bright beach, and in the distance, he spotted a winged figure. And filled with mixed feelings, he rushed to chase her, begging that this kind of angel could return what he had lost. However, his desperation and hope vanished when the figure disappeared, and filled with sadness, he felt his eyes fill with tears. Confused, he looked towards the horizon, where the sun was beginning to rise, until a voice called him in the distance, remaining silent with melancholy until the sound grew louder, forcing him to wake up. And still confused, Nox found Alina and Talia, the latter in charge of waking him up, and both looked at him with concern, as he had been crying during the dream. This especially worried his ex-fiancée, so the still disoriented man tried to remember his dream, and the image of the woman who almost told him something, but upon seeing the two redheads in front of him, he decided to regain his serious pose, apologized for the regrettable scene, and concluded that they must move on, remembering the second labyrinth. And suddenly, gigantic monsters began to emerge, and the team prepared for battle. Talia unleashed her searing fire, while Leon summoned his underworld skeletons. And although they were crushed at first, their numerical superiority allowed them to take down the large beast and pepper it with bullets. Lana, for her part, simply observed Leon, who seemed to be stealing energy from her. Meanwhile, Nox destroyed a monster with his dark arrows. And then he noticed that those creatures were not actually too complicated, so he decided to focus on his second mission. Seeing Chidna preparing an attack, he didn't miss the opportunity to step on her foot to disconcert her and annoy her further, all to gain a little more time. And when the battle was over and the group could relax, Leon was grateful that it was finally over. Appearing exhausted, unlike Lana, who really hadn't done much. Even so, she maintained her shy attitude and curiously asked Nox if he was okay. He, feigning toughness, asked not to be compared to the weaklings. However, Eiliner didn't miss this opportunity to mock him, pointing out that those words were too strong for someone who had been crying in his dreams. Penelope, on the other hand, intervened to remind Eiliner that she was talking about her fiancé, which made her immediately change her version. Echidna, on the other hand, was more concerned about what they would find in the next labyrinth, considering that they had already suffered quite a bit in the second one. However, Nox couldn't help but be interested, as he knew exactly what the final challenge would be. The boss of the flower labyrinth, and that boss would be him, so he decided to separate from the group to fulfill his role as the villain. And on the other side of the dark essence stone, the demon essence began to emanate. Rick observed the phenomenon closely and declared that this marked Payman's awakening. Meanwhile, Lois supervised the process with excitement, convinced that his plan to emerge as the hero was working. Rick, however, was not following the mission to the letter. He actually found it amusing that idiotic prince thought he could face a revived Payman just to boost his reputation. But that didn't matter to him, and without warning, he dropped the essence, releasing the imposing demon once and for all. However, Payman seemed disappointed with the power that had revived him, and still acknowledged that the mere fact of having returned was a miracle. And then he set his sights on Rick and asked him if what he was feeling was correct. Specifically, he felt the presence of one of the beings who had been in charge of sealing him, and he felt the essence of the fight between Luna and Noah. Rick confirmed his suspicions, and with that, Payman unleashed his wrath. Meanwhile, Nox finally activated the lunar shadow ability. It took his image to create a shadow that he could modify at will. And meanwhile, his companions were getting closer and closer to the last labyrinth before the final boss fight, which in reality no longer even existed. And while adjusting his shadow, he remembered that one of his objectives was to obtain the boss's rewards after defeating the monster. And with the victory over it, he gained 0.3 stat points. And upon checking his status, he noticed that thanks to the creature, his life expectancy had increased to 147 days, in addition to improving his mana and stamina. However, he still had to fulfill his mission for the lunatic, buying time so that the students would not manage to escape. And aware of this, he finished adjusting his shadow, giving it a different appearance, and sending it to act as the final boss. And being literally a copy of him, the shadow was much more powerful than the true boss. And with everything in order, Noxie discreetly returned to his companions. Talia, worried about him, tried to approach. But as always, he maintained his indifferent attitude and paid her no attention, and without further delay decided to move forward until they quickly encountered his shadow. And so everyone stopped before the strange figure. However, Nox reacted immediately, remembering that while his shadow could reason, it had the same personality as him, so if he let it talk too much with the group, they might get suspicious. Luckily, Leon intervened to save the situation, and pointed out that something with mana as sinister as his could not be human. And although the observation was aimed at the shadow, the dig also hit Nox because of what immediately irritated him. And to make matters worse, Echidna finished by saying that just by looking at the boy's horrible face it was clear enough. Eiliner decided to ask who he was, and Nox's shadow introduced himself as Chain, a simple mage passing by who got trapped. However, his attitude while speaking made Eiliner nervous, who blushingly felt something familiar. In him, Nox, noticing that the situation was becoming awkward, preferred to return to his business, reminding everyone that he was the monster they had to defeat, since he thought that if he kept talking they would discover him. So he threw the first blow against his shadow, which dodged his every move, moving away. Nox affirmed that Chain was very strong, and Eiliner activated a magic circle to launch a huge beam against Chain, and told Nox that she knew he was holding back. And at that moment, Leon, along with his skeletons, and Talia began the attack. Chain dodged both, having to retreat further and further until he saw an opportunity to pepper the necromancer's skeletons. However, this left him exposed to an attack from the fiery redhead, which she barely managed to dodge, only to be finished off with a brutal knee strike that made even Nox scream, and everyone worried when they heard him, although he tried to cover it up. And it was then that he remembered the two important details about his shadow. Firstly, it only possessed half of his stats, and secondly, and most importantly, Every time Chain received a blow, he would also feel the pain. And just at that moment, a slash from Talia injured them again, and seeing how the situation was getting increasingly difficult with Chain attacking Nox, he began to doubt how long he could resist. On the other hand, the clash between Noah and Luna surprised them both, and under Luna's surprised gaze, they saw Payman approaching, which infuriated the blonde who blamed Noah for ruining everything, condemning humanity. And with no other option, she raised her sword, receiving an enormous surge of power from the red moon itself, filling it with energy. And from a distance, he watched his rival with astonishment, realizing that he had been holding back all this time. And although he understood Luna's mission, there was no point in letting it pass, as she had also tried to destroy the crystal many times. And the only way to eliminate that demon was when it resurrected, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. And realizing how strong Luna was, he decided it wasn't worth holding back while Luna unleashed all her power in an immense slash. He activated his ice blizzard, and both attacks seemed to complement each other, one containing and the other striking Payman. However, the latter simply received a cut on his arm, which caused a huge explosion. However, the girls' looks made it clear they had failed, and Payman stood up with an imposing presence. And to his bad luck, he only saw a girl who had lost her powers and a mere brat. And now he was ready to unleash all his power. And without hesitation, he announced that he would eliminate them right there. And without giving them a chance to react, he enveloped the area in a huge explosion. Meanwhile, at the academy, Chain was still dealing with the attacks from Talia and Leon's skeletons, who were beginning to corner him. And Leon, increasingly excited, showed determination to interrogate him, smiling sadistically, which Nox found excessive, and for which he thought he had already gained enough time, and that his ability was about to end. And just at that moment, a huge tremor shattered the ground, forming a gigantic hole, through which Alina fell without anyone being able to do anything to prevent it. However, a figure at full speed dove after her, catching her in his arms. And it was Chain, who with his simple voice left the redhead confused and in love. And emerging from the hole, he gently placed her on the ground, holding her hand while asking if she was okay, which made her blush. Noctis observed the scene uncomfortably and preferred to blame his former personality outside the game, although Chain was supposed to be just an extension of his ego and acted very differently from him. However, instead of worrying about it, he decided to focus on the destruction, which could be attributed to Payman's release. So, terrified, he ran towards where he felt the terrifying presence, leaving everyone else confused, ignoring them, as he understood that everything was going wrong, and he decided to face Payman before having a bad ending. Meanwhile, in the battle against the demon, Luna got up, exhausted after the explosion, only to find herself terrified seeing her assistant trapped under a rock, although she asked her to continue the mission upon seeing her. And she, worried and frustrated, decided to obey him and formed an alliance with Noah, whom she suggested not to get distracted. While both prepared for combat again, and despite this, Luna couldn't help but feel uneasy, and Noah maintained his arrogant attitude, even though he barely had any magic left, just like her, who had spent too much energy, and now it was even hard for her to hold her sword back, to use the lunar sword twice, so she wasn't sure how much longer she could last. And Payman noticed and watched them with amusement, considering them weak, but at least entertaining. And with a cruel smile, he pointed to the academy and in a mocking tone, asked if the presences he felt were her students. And both became immediately alarmed, but it was Noah who tried to stand firm, feeling chills of discomfort. And not only were they at a disadvantage, but now the demons seemed to have become stronger, ruinous and ruthless since the last time they faced each other. Payman, laughing at them, enveloped himself in flames as he prepared to attack those fragile humans. And in a matter of seconds, his body transformed into a whirlwind of play, and Luna worriedly tried to follow him. But before she could react, Payman appeared by her side and launched an attack, barely managing to block the blow. Meanwhile, Noah, completely immersed in battle, expanded an ice shield around himself. However, with a single move, Payman shattered the barrier and reached her, connecting with a brutal blow that sent her flying. And as she fell, Noah began to relive a memory that haunted her for years, recalling that time when men, women, and terrified children in a place engulfed in flames. And in her mind, the lifeless memories of her parents reappeared, lying on the ground before her eyes, and a huge pressure in her chest made her burst into desperate tears. That pain, that loss, was the reason why the present-day Noah refused to continue watching the people she cared about die. However, her fall was brutally interrupted when she crashed into a wall, lying on the ground, suffering overwhelming frustration, realizing that no matter how much power she had tried to gain, it hadn't been enough even to face the demon. Impoverishment consumed her while in the distance Luna, also exhausted, ran at full speed against the beast. But Noah, sunk in despair, seemed to have given up fighting. For her part, Luna wanted to face Payman again. However, before she could approach, 3 enormous attacks suddenly arose, made up of darkness and water. These caused a huge shockwave, leaving Noah and Luna confused, and from the forest behind, Nox approached, asking the director if she would give up once again, reminding her that Trask would lose his family. If he also lost his students, he would be completely alone. And with that said, he advanced with a firm step while wielding his sword, stating that in the name of his family and the tradition of the Black Sword, he promised to eliminate Payman. And although before we went back a little in time, when Nox was running after recovering his shadow and storing it and passing through the forest, he joined Marim, who was very worried about the situation, doubting if they could defeat the demon, considering that the best option would be to protect Sejunio by retreating, hoping he wouldn't get hurt. However, this only enraged Nox, who, with no intention of fleeing, made it clear that running away was not in the blood of the Rheinhefers. Marim insisted that even if they advanced, they couldn't do anything, which made Nox even angrier. And with a firm voice, he asked her if she would really let Luna die. His words shook Marion, reminding her that her trust depended on Luna. Nox took advantage of that feeling, playing with her mind, by asking her if she would leave alone the one who had saved her life. And with a lump in her throat, Marion asked him what he would do when not even 3 great masters had managed to defeat Payman. But Nox was clear. He wanted her to shoot her bow, and at that moment, a huge explosion interrupted them. And both recognized that it was Payman, and Nox asked Miriam not to think too much about it, since now they could only defeat him together. She doubted how he found out about her water chop, but Nox dismissed the matter. However, Miriam wanted to make it clear that using her power in its entirety would make her lose control completely, which would endanger Nox, who, aware of this, arrogantly stated that he would not be in danger, since he doubted she could eliminate him, but deep down he feared not being able to withstand the impact. But still, it was the only method to avoid game over. Marion filled with fear, so Nox, in his villain persona, mocked that in the end she had grown fond of him. His words infuriated her, enough for the girl to cheer up, asking him not to regret it later. And without further words, she began to charge her shot. Nox, without remorse, also prepared with his sword, being recognized by Marion as a bold novice. Or at least that's what Luna nicknamed him, a characteristic that personally she didn't like. And in this way, both gave all their energy, Marine charging the weather chop and Nox preparing Tornbringer, charging it with all his mana. When they finally launched their attacks, the collision caused a gigantic explosion. However, now that they had gained time, a tired Yota had to deal with an uncontrolled Marion, dodging the arrows she shot with homicidal intent, trying to reason with her while, at the same time, demanding the spy stop hiding. That spy was Lana, who, with a timid attitude, was surprised to be discovered. Nox fortunately remembered that she was on par with the strongest, so he assigned her a mission to control Marion, Lana, in an attempt to evade responsibility. She claimed she didn't want to take that risk, however. She ended up accepting the task, but with one condition. She wanted a favor from Nox, and with a malicious smile, she asked him to promise to replenish her dark energy. And even though the method used by succubi for this didn't thrill her in the least, she had no other option. And he accepted, and thus she would take care of the situation, just as she dodged an arrow afterwards, unleashing her sinister enchantment. Meanwhile, Nox ran to the demon's battle site, where he found Noah with a face clearly reflecting defeat. And he immediately remembered the game information. She had witnessed the death of her relatives and friends by Payman, so Arrow needed a new boost. And without wasting time, he ran towards her, reminding her that if she lost her students, she would have nothing left, and with every intention to encourage her. He assured her that he would defeat Payman and asked for her support. His words managed to pull Noah out of her trance. However, now, the protagonist had to deal with a surprised Payman, who watched with astonishment as the boy was responsible for his attack. At the same time that he felt a familiar energy in him, a great darkness emanating from his sword, and releasing his power on the battlefield, filling everyone with the characteristic of negative fear, leaving both Noah and Luna terrified. However, Paimon parted his eyes slightly and recognized the protagonist as Theo's son. However, Nox's gaze reflected no fear, thanks to his acting master skill, and he didn't hesitate for a second to launch an enormous attack, which Paimon received without showing any concern. With this, the protagonist focused and decided to play with the demon's psychology, and firmly stated that before him there was only another weak demon, one that had been sealed by his father. But for Paimon, those words were too arrogant for a novice. And with this, Nox confirmed that the demon was easily irritated, which would be useful to him, using his eyes to analyze his attributes, which were fire element, magic genius, and resistance to difficulties. Furthermore, he was pure evil, cruel, mad, a survivor, and possessed abilities such as ascending flame, disastrous flame, and sentence. For Nox, they were manageable abilities, ascending flame being the one he had just blocked, and it was a life-draining fire shot. Disastrous flame was a damage over time skill, but the most dangerous of all was sentence, a lethal fire sword. While preparing to carry out his plan, he had to endure his captain's scolding for having followed her. And Nox, not missing the opportunity, took the chance to observe the situation. Unfortunately, he had to admit to himself that if he were at the level of the girls, the battle would probably be much easier. But at that moment, with things as they were, he had no choice but to improvise. So he asked Luna for help to defeat the demon, but she wanted to know where her supervisor was. The protagonist assured her that she was still alive, just as he had promised, and although Paimon got angry at being ignored, generating an enormous fire whip, which Nox barely managed to block. The flames were intense enough to knock him down, both in body and spirit, causing his Master of Deception skill to falter. In desperation, he asked Luna that in his plan he needed Marion, who had to overcome her traumas to achieve a precise shot. And Luna tried to go directly against Paimon to distract him, accepting Nox's plan, although she wasn't entirely convinced it would work. And so he began by asking Noah, with her last two large-scale uses of magic, to place a barrier that would prevent more people from arriving. And Noah was glad that Nox wanted to protect his companions, something that clearly went against his villain personality. However, she chose to ignore it while forming the barrier, asking him at the same time to be more honest with himself, even though this is what made him look cuter. Meanwhile, Paimon, annoyed by his dirty tricks, returned to the attack wielding his gigantic sword, and he lunged at Nox, who barely managed to withstand the impact with strong bringer, using all his strength to stay standing, giving the demon a mocking smile, downplaying his power. Paimon was amused to see this confidence, with which he thought he was as strong as his father, just for blocking that attack and increasing his fear essence, making it clear to him that he was not like his father, since he was much more powerful, intensifying the pressure, stating that not even his father could eliminate him. That's why they only sealed him, assuring that he would do it easily. However, Nox did not give in. Rather, he eliminated any trace of fear with his ability, and with a defiant smile, dared him to try. And at that moment, his sword absorbed all his magic, and with a precise move expelled his power, managing to make the demon retreat. However, in the process, the draining of his life energy began, spitting blood from the pressure. While around him, Noah finished raising the barrier, fulfilling the part of the protagonist's plan. Upon seeing the imposing barrier raised, he set in motion his only and last plan to defeat Paimon, who was facing Luna. Meanwhile, Nox desperately waited for Marion to wake up. However, she remained trapped in her state of madness, resisting Lana's charm, who was trying to wrap her in her ritual. And from afar, the protagonist couldn't help but think that although in the game Marion was just a secondary character whose life should have already ended, he didn't want that to be her fate. However ridiculous and selfish it sounded, he wished she would live. And that idea pushed him further and further to the limit, and his sword began to absorb the few days of life he had left, thinking only that Marion had the right to live and claim her destiny, thus launching himself against Paimon once again in an enormous clash, only wishing that she would wake up immediately. Meanwhile, Marion, still crazed and imprisoned by Lana, cried inside, and the reason for her tears was hidden deep in her memories, in which Marion remembered being born, trapped in a laboratory, the same place where she opened her eyes for the first time. And that moment marked her birth, breathing artificial air for the first time, surrounded by scientists, and by other test tubes where more trapped experiments were. And over time, they began to use tools that terrified her just by looking at them. Victims of those experiments, Mary, in charge of knowledge forcefully imposed, understood the truth. She had been created in that laboratory, and if she wanted to live, she had to prove she was a success. So she resigned herself that this was her only form of existence. The assigned man was H-210, whom she learned to respond to by living empty, following orders within the laboratory. And despite everything, she was one of the few test subjects who managed to replicate the power of the extinct race. Unlike the failed results, which were deformed and monstrous, day by day she spent time with those failed experiments, seeing them as the final destiny of many war orphans. And meanwhile, she had to please the scientists' experiments by feigning a smile. And trying to be useful, her only option was to prove she was the best, mastering the ancient blood of the water race, because it was the only way to avoid the terrible fate that the others suffered. Until one day someone appeared. It was a girl with glasses named Jay with whom she ended up living, although she had no other choice. However, that young woman seemed to understand that the laboratory had been a torture for Marin. And with a genuine interest never before known, she offered her different treatment. Even while brushing her hair, she decided to change her name, inspired by the blue tone of her hair, similar to a sea water. This surprised her, as Jay was the first person who didn't just see her as an experiment, even though her enthusiasm clearly contrasted with her new ability to have her hair combed. Being the first person to treat her like a human being, and playing with her in the middle of a daisy field, Marin smiled genuinely for the first time. And one night little Marion asked Jay why she treated her well, since for others, she was just a weapon, and a survivor of the blood of the sea race, destined to be used on the battlefield. Jay, regretting hearing those cold words, gave her a kind smile before confessing a secret. She explained that she was there because her family had been taken hostage. Marion, innocent, asked her if she missed them, and Jay replied by asking her the same question. "If I left, would you miss me?" The scared little girl at the mere idea clung to her with all her might. And at that moment, Jay made her understand that this was exactly what she felt for her family. The little girl, understanding it, felt happy to know that Jay considered her family. Then Jay assured her that she would protect her because she was still a child, asking her that when she grew up, she should protect the younger ones than her. Marion accepted the idea, sleeping happily next to her and feeling good with her. Her powers began to improve more and more, and despite all the moments she lived with Jay, those were the happiest memories she lived in her childhood, and precisely because of that, those memories were so volatile. And everything exploded when one night a group sent by the Empire's elite threatened them, pressuring them to speed up the process and use the sea race in the war. Jay defended her with all her might, not allowing her to be treated as a tool. However, the hooded figures did not give in, and seeing her only as an object, they grabbed her arm tightly, brutally hitting Jay for trying to stop them, and ordering her execution for interfering. And as they dragged her away, Marion, desperate, managed to break free, which annoyed the leader of the group, seeing that his tool had feelings. As a punishment, he violently hit Jay. Without any mercy, he cut her arm in front of the girl's eyes. With this, he intended to subdue her. But Marion was only confused. And although she had accepted her destiny as a weapon, she could not conceive that humans would harm each other in that way. And her bewilderment only further enraged the boss. He demanded her survival. However, the little girl, seeing them as the real weapons, unleashed her power. Her body was enveloped in a circle of water, and despite Jay's screams trying to stop her, she had already made a decision. And charged with energy, she fired her water chop, and the next thing Marion remembered was waking up on the outskirts of the place. And before that, the house where she had lived was completely destroyed. At that moment, Luna approached for the first time, introducing herself as the captain of Lunatic. Although Marion was surprised that she knew about her, the only thing that really mattered to her was the whereabouts of the woman who had taken care of her. However, without the slightest tact, Luna confessed to her that Ye was no longer alive. If Marion's bewilderment hadn't made it clear, the woman added that the one who ended up taking her life was the girl herself. Leaving her completely in shock, Luna was quick to tell her that her mission was to destroy that research center where they experimented on children. However, when they arrived, the battle was already over, finding Jay agonizing, who with her last breaths held Marion among the rubble. The little girl was still in a trance, However, before dying, Jay begged Luna to take Marion away. And although Luna saw all the chaos as the result of an experiment on what happens if someone from the water race loses control, Jay begged her not to blame the girl, as she had been manipulated by the ambitions of adults. And with her last strength, she implored her to take her away so she could have a normal life, still seeing her as an innocent little girl. But contrary to Jay's wishes, Luna blamed Marion for eliminating both her and everyone else. Desperate, Marion remembered in horror how her attack hit Jay, how in the end the power they forcibly injected her with had turned her into what she feared most. And by eliminating everyone, she had become a weapon. And Luna took advantage of the girl's desperation to persuade her to join Lunatic, promising her revenge against the imperial family that created her. However, Marion immediately recognized the woman as a demon, recalling the stories Jay told her about these beings, which entered human hearts offering sweet temptations, but she had no other option. Even knowing that revenge would end up sinking her further into darkness, she still decided to join the Lunatic, driven by guilt and the memory of the only person who cared for her. Thus Luna, noticing her talent, promised to promote her if she managed to control even a fraction of her power. And with this objective in mind, Marion decided to look for all possible ways to master that energy that never belonged to her, for her savior Luna and for the guilt she felt for Jay. Finally, Marion woke up bewildered, seeing the seductive Lana near her, not understanding how she was still alive, since she was sure that after using her power, she would have lost control. However, luckily for her, Lana assured her that she managed to contain her thanks to her ability, guaranteeing her that she would not lose control for the time being. And realizing why Nox had left her with her, Marin began to worry about him. And just at that moment, Anna told her that he was still fighting. So without thinking twice, she ran off at full speed. And at that moment, Nox contacted her telepathically, happy that she was still alive, and informed her that both Luna and director Noah had also managed to survive. However, Marin was still annoyed by the informal way he addressed the captain. But for Nox, it was not a time for formalities, as the situation with Payman was complicated. And trusting that Anna's power still had an effect on Marion, he asked her for a favor, to shoot him. Marion listened to him in shock while Nox, still restraining Payman, explained that the demon was so fast that he would never allow a shot to reach him. That's why she had to shoot him while he contained the enemy. Only then would she manage to hit him. Marion was worried, as she thought Nox wanted to sacrifice himself. However, he asked her to trust him, assuring her with a confident smile, while forcing himself to keep the demon at bay. For some reason, those words were transmitted to Marin, great relief and confidence, and thus prepared, she held her weapon firmly, and she made sure her shot was precise. Payman, for her part, was furious to see that at her current level, she could not easily defeat her enemies, repelling Nox to try to destroy the barrier that Noah had placed, which began to crack. And Nox breathed heavily, while Luna made it clear to him that if he was as smart as he thought, he should already realize that the shield was at its limit. Just like Noah, who had run out of magic power, seeing that in her current state, she would only manage to withstand 2 or 3 more attacks, which is why she hoped Nox would hurry up and execute his plan. Frustrated, he clenched his sword, knowing that he still couldn't break the demon's barrier, a barrier of 3 layers of high-level magic, which prevented Payman from unleashing all his power, which was also the reason why they were still alive. However, if that barrier remained standing, they could not get through it, which meant the plan would fail. And Luna understood it, so she decided to try it, hoping it would really work. And once again, her body was enveloped in a red aura, although Payman saw her as a naive fly, and he ran furiously towards her. Luna, determined, waited until the last moment to use her moonlight technique one last time, charging it with the energy of the blood moon, unleashing an enormous power that shattered the ground. Then she activated her final technique, Moon Division, and Payman saw a huge red flash move at full speed before slicing him. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, by simply covering himself, he emerged unharmed. And Luna ended up flying in the opposite direction, while he mocked, stating that this mega hit had barely managed to break 1 barrier. Meanwhile, Nox moved undetected, trying to destroy the second barrier. However, Payman reacted, and with a simple burst of power, he shook him off. And despite that, Nox, who had fallen to the ground, gave the order, as it was finally time for the shot. Marion, excited and full of energy, prepared her shot, and fired it at full speed, managing to cut the air itself. For his part, Nox prepared for the only way he had to survive, genius time. Remembering that the maximum speed of Marion's arrows was 400 kilometers per hour. So he supposed he had to wait exactly 3 seconds, although he admitted he wasn't entirely sure, since he didn't know anything about mathematics, only his survival instinct and counting to 3, managing to move just enough to let the arrow pass, which continued its trajectory at full speed, piercing Payman's barriers until it hit him squarely in the chest. But the protagonist knew it. It wasn't over yet. The shot was beginning to lose strength due to Marion's excessive use of mana. And while Payman boasted that they hadn't managed to break his last barrier, the protagonist made it clear to him that it wasn't over yet. Activating the lunatic member's tunic, along with his strong bringer, they absorbed all his life energy, taking advantage of the tunic's buff to activate the skill, Limitless Destruction, and at that moment the system sent him an alert. The amount of life energy required to take down the enemy would put his life in critical condition. It also warned him that using that skill, he would not be able to absorb energy with the Black Flame Ring. And finally, the system gave him one last warning, asking if he really wanted to activate the skill. And without hesitation and with complete confidence, Nox accepted. And before the eyes of Payman, who watched with astonishment the deployment of the protagonist's power, deciding to eliminate him at once, doubtful that he could withstand so much power, starting his attack, unleashing an enormous clash of energies that enveloped them both. However, in the middle of the explosion of power, the protagonist managed to push away the flames with a quick movement, taking the advantage. With Payman unable to attack, Nox activated the first stance of the Black Sword, Black Execution, creating a cut so strong that it slowly split Payman in two, and only half of his body remained standing. Confused and furious, the demon could not accept that after so long, after he could finally awaken, he was defeated by someone like Nox, and little by little he began to fade, until nothing was left. However, it was not a total victory, as the exhausted Nox collapsed, and his tunic disappeared just before his body fell unconscious to the ground. And the system's warnings still echoed in the air, alerting that he had less than 30 days of life left. For her part, Marion remained in the forest, amazed by her junior's power. And with this, she realized that even for Captain Luna, it would have been difficult to dodge an arrow like that at such a short distance. Observing closely, she understood that Nox had so much talent that he could surpass Luna, and even Theo, and as she ran towards him, she wondered why someone with such colossal talent would hide it, which she assumed he did for fear of getting into more trouble. And besides that, she couldn't help but notice that besides being uncomfortably handsome, he was also somewhat shy, and she thought that perhaps keeping that annoying maid by his side was part of his facade. And analyzing everything made her feel happier and more confident, thinking that, with Nox's power and Luna by her side, she finally visualized with satisfaction a future in which she would manage to carry out her revenge against Esteban von Archeheim, and in the process annihilate Penelope, while meanwhile she was not seriously observing the remains of the demonic stone. Luna approached, affirming that now she understood. The reason why she had allowed Payman to awaken was to destroy that stone once and for all. And now she saw that simple revenge was not a sufficiently logical motive for the person who had suffered the most at the hands of that demon. She didn't appear to accept the explanation, although with a mischievous smile, she told him that there was undoubtedly some revenge in all of that. And Luna warned him that next time he had better be sincere, and also reminded him that he must recover 100% of his power, since even stronger enemies were approaching. However, the cold girl didn't give it much importance. Instead, an unconscious Nox approached, stating that she would take good care of him. Luna, calmer, left while Noah watched his disciple with gratitude, and then returned to his mini form. And she released the barrier. This allowed the entry of the other professors, including Vermont and Raz. The first thing Vernum noticed was his best disciple knocked out, but he wanted more information, doubtful that even though Payman had been weakened, the headmistress could have defeated him alone. However, Noah had no intention of giving explanations. Vernon immediately understood his silence and realized how difficult it would be to report this to the imperial family. And in his attempt to pass off the problem, he tried to shift it to Raz, who had no intention of getting involved in that mess, which led to an argument between the two. Meanwhile, Noah walked through the area, aware that Payman couldn't have broken free by himself, so he thought that surely Lois and her followers were responsible. The mere thought that they were infiltrated and that a disgusting demon servant was on their territory irritated him too much. Sometime later, Talia was very worried about Nox, who had been unconscious for 3 days. And although she asked him to calm down and be patient, the tension in the atmosphere was evident. And Alina was also uneasy, especially because the way Nox had rushed into danger made no sense to her. For his part, Leon assumed he must have had a reason to do it, but no one surpassed Talia, who was desperate to see him. Meanwhile, inside, an already awake Nox watched the scene from his bed, knowing it wasn't a good idea to reveal that he had woken up. And although he was surprised to have recovered so quickly, he understood that he not only had to deal with the girls outside, but also with what it meant to have the blessing of the moon and ice within him. And under any circumstances, for an academy student to be involved with a criminal organization was a problem. So he assumes that the headmistress was healing him only to extract information afterwards. So his best option is to continue pretending to be asleep, and he does it so well that he stops pretending, waking up during the night, thinking that everything has calmed down. However, he didn't realize that Alina, who had already discovered his deception, was there. And for him, that was already a problem, and the situation worsened. When he directly asked her what she wanted, the girl answered without beating around the bush that she wanted to know the relationship between him and the wizard they met in the tunnel. And although he tried to pretend, he didn't know what she was talking about. Alina made it clear to him that she had already learned to recognize when he was lying, even when her voice remained completely calm. This made Nox uncomfortable, as he noticed how his talent for acting was inferior to hers. And realizing that he couldn't feign it, he decided to play along until he understood her intentions. And finally, he confessed that chain, and he were connected. She supposed it must be some kind of relative due to the similarity in their eyes, which quickly led her to formulate a theory about a hidden branch of the Rheinheffers. And she thought they had Chain as a poor slave, forced to follow their orders like a house dog. And that made Nox nervous, as he noticed Alina's terrible conception of his somewhat dysfunctional family. And there, he stated that from the beginning, he had noticed that Shayna was trying to hurt him. And then the protagonist asked her what she wanted with him, to which the redhead replied that she wanted to pay him, as surprisingly, she had ended up falling in love with him, and now she wanted to recruit him for her organization. In other words, she intended to buy him with Nox as an intermediary, and he was surprised by how easily she thought the deal would be. However, Alina suggested taking him to the Rivalin family headquarters, wishing him a speedy recovery by winking at him before leaving. And the problems continued for Nox when Sumai confronted him about his reckless actions, pointing out that his family was not happy at all. And although he asked her not to tell anyone, she continued with her job to the letter and had already done so. And uncomfortably, the protagonist locked himself in his room, lamenting not having pretended to stay asleep while. New problems were approaching in the form of a succubus, pretending to be shy. She asked him to fulfill his promise to restore his dark energy, remembering that sensual succubi were known demons that extracted energy from men through inappropriate scenes for a family game. And since this was exactly a family game, he felt relieved to confirm that he would keep his virginity. And because of that, he asked her how she planned to help him, and the shy succubus only asked him to hold hands for 10 minutes. Nox doubted it was that simple and asked her why she had followed him that day. She, fiddling with her hands, affirmed that she just wanted to ask him some questions, since they both belonged to dark families. And apparently, he had changed a lot recently. This made Nox uncomfortable, who preferred to drop the subject, and he took off his jacket, asking her to hurry up with the matter. And both on the bed, they began the energy transfer. Nox observed how the supposedly shy girl had difficulty holding his hand. However, he knew well from the game the personality that Lana hid, and as soon as he noticed that she was beginning to manifest, he tried to pull away, but couldn't, and the seductive version of Lana held him firmly, showing that she needed more energy. And he didn't deactivate his eye to check Lana's stats. Among her positive traits were being seductive, scatterbrained, beautiful, and a sisterly sensitivity gene. Among the negative ones were being shy and lonely, and her skills were pheromones and charms. But the real problem lay in her dual personality, which he couldn't deal with at that moment. Lana, in her seductive version, dominated him, ignoring his complaints. Nox tried to calm his growing excitement, but failed, She, surprised that he wasn't reacting as expected, noticed that he was still weak, and seeing him defenseless on the bed, she moved closer and closer, planning to make him dream of another girl, to her liking, while satisfying her desire with a kiss. Luckily for his virginity, Marion appeared at that moment, annoyed that while she was working, he was having fun with another girl. The nervous girl immediately changed personalities and ended up receiving a bucket of cold water that extinguished her desire and left her unconscious. And although Knox was worried about her, Marion assured him that she was fine. However, she couldn't help but annoy him by noticing that he seemed happy to see her in that situation. Knox denied it, which only made her worry even more about his health condition. He, for his part, downplayed it and told her he was fine, except for the uncomfortable mana donation he had to make. And at that moment, Marion thanked him for having helped her stay alive, but Knox, with his carefree attitude, replied that he only did it because he also wanted to survive, and without further ado, moved away with his arrogant air, which irritated her, and yet she couldn't help but feel happy to return to that dynamic with him, although she complained, demanding he call her senior. Meanwhile, at Ringhafer's house, Luna stood before Theo and his butler to inform them that Knox was the one who defeated Payman. The butler was shocked by the news, and seeing his boss's satisfied expression, he couldn't help but think about how many more problems this would bring to the family. Theo stated that he had no idea why Knox had acted that way, although in reality, he supposed it was all due to the day of the sacrifice, when that brutal monster interrupted and took the lives of many people, including Knox's mother. In front of his eyes, that event left him traumatized, and that experience was what ended up giving him that heavy personality and distant with which he tried to push everyone away. However, now Theo thought that driven by revenge, his son had finally managed to get his own revenge, which brought him some joy, and despite this, Luna didn't believe him and asked him again without truly understanding Theo's plan. And while she thought to herself that the dark manifestation could only be obtained when his body was pushed to the limit, so she doubted what Knox's true purpose was now that he was in lunatic. And yet Theo insisted that he had no idea what his son was planning. This answer annoyed Luna, who saw him as a soft father after all his other son was already an imperialist allied with the demons, trying to destroy them. However, Theo was aware of this and understood that a great bloodshed was approaching across the continent. Hearing this, Luna stopped paying attention to him and prepared to leave, warning him that he must keep his promise. And she also made it clear to him that if his older son got in the way, she would personally take care of enforcing the lunatic rules and eliminate him. That said, she vanished into thin air, and after her departure, Theo got up and looking out the window understood what the outcome of all this would be: the fall of the Empire and the destruction of the 72 demons. Meanwhile in the mansion, Rivalin, Aliner had finished listing to Chain all the benefits that signing a contract with her would bring, and she awaited his answer. However, Chain grimaced and replied that he would refuse due to family matters, Aliner. For her part, she affirmed that she had already settled that matter with Knox, although she clearly knew that was not true, and remembering how the shadow had been useful to him in defeating the final boss back then. But now, he saw no advantage in Chain ending up serving Aliner, so he tried to formally refuse the offer. But Aliner, bringing out her manipulative side, asked him to drop the formalities. This made Chain nervous, who watched as she, with a touch of seduction, hinted to him that the existence of a hidden branch of the Reinhavers infiltrated in the academy could be a topic of great interest to Dean Noah. At this, Shane acted more nervously and tried to convince her, affirming that he thought she was a kind person and that she wouldn't take advantage of others' weaknesses. Nevertheless, Aliner made it clear that as a merchant she had no intention of being kind, and reminded him that his only option was to sign. And so later, Shane walked through the mansion hallways with the Fire Spirit Pendant, an object that could only be obtained in the final stages of the game. And now Aliner had given it to him as a kind of gratitude and advance for his future services. And Shane thought it was great, as it represented a great source of magical power, although it had the disadvantage of being a tracker, realizing that she was becoming too obsessed with his alter ego. And Aliner, for her part, was very satisfied with her achievement when Rick appeared, who was surprised that she was so interested in Shane, as she had never recruited anyone directly before. And annoyed by his comment, Redhead made it clear to him that she didn't have to question her decisions. And Rick, feigning obedience, apologized, but she was clear about his true intentions. And since Payman's defeat, her demonic butler had been much more active, so she suggested he be careful with his next actions. Rick assured her he would, and immediately walked through the mansion hallways, while advancing, thinking about how Nox had turned out to be too dangerous an individual. And now he had no choice but to include him in his plan to eliminate the prince. And no matter what Nox's plans were this time, he was determined to thwart them, as his goal was to take his life.